Good morning, Ishmaelis. Good morning, Delhi. We are here in the heart of Delhi, the capital city, which mixes modernity with heritage. And so this event is going to promise, it's certainly going to be a mix of innovation, experience, and visual. But before we dive into Shiprocket SHIVIR 2025, ladies and gentlemen, I need to see a little energy buzzing in this room. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 rows out here. Actually, many more. But let me begin with this side. Let me see how's the energy this side. Okay? I'm going to say like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, we are less in numbers, but high in energy. So I'm going to come back to you. We're going to start from that side. I love it. I think it's coming. It's infectious. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Good morning. Fantastic. Is it like we start from here and we move on to the last row with this much energy? Good morning, everybody. Okay. I love this energy. You guys know what I mean, right? Okay. Good morning, everybody. It had to be so much. I see a lot of the representatives from Shiprocket which are sitting here. We better be loud enough. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so much energy in the morning is, of course, we've had a good sips of coffee and tea, which India runs on. Can I request you all to take a moment? Please stand up. Stand up. Please stand up. Thank you. Okay, that's so much of task in the morning. So, exempted. Please make yourself comfortable. Okay, everyone. Please relax yourselves. Keep your mobile phones on the chair. Keep your bags on the chair. Keep your hands free. Mother Teresa once said that all wonderful things in life begin with a smile. We are here celebrating passion, ambition. So many people coming together on this platform. This is huge. We celebrate this partnership. We celebrate all of you. We celebrate everyone who has made it to this event. Once again, a big, big, big thank you. But as I mentioned, that all beautiful things start with a smile. I'm going to take a moment here, request you all to please look around to your left, right, front, behind. Can we all greet everyone around us with a big, big, big smile? Come on, everyone. We have 30 odd seconds to do the same. Come on. Sir, let's look around. Okay? 10 more seconds for us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Please settle down. Make yourselves comfortable. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the green signal to finally kickstart the event. Check. Can we get the podium mic, please? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first things first, Namaskar, a very good morning, and thank you all for joining us here. As I mentioned, this is not just an event. It's a gathering of founders, of innovators, of creators, of entrepreneurs who are writing the next chapter of India's digital growth story. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for joining us here, for being a wonderful pillars of support. My name is Manvi Khilani, and on behalf of Shiprocket, I welcome you all to Shiprocket SHIVIR 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together? Wonderful to see such bright faces right in front of me this morning. I hope the energy continues. In fact, it goes higher as we dive in deeper into the event. This is one such event where dreams scale, where ideas ignite, and Bharat's e-commerce revolution takes the center stage. At SHIVIR, ladies and gentlemen, we are rooted in one very powerful but very important vision. We empower businesses, small or big, rural or urban, to celebrate, to rise, to thrive, and create impact beyond imagination. But when we take a moment and talk about the future of e-commerce, what is the future of e-commerce? Is it just about timely deliveries? Is it about fancy packaging? What really is it about? At the heart of all of it is the organization, is the company that has brought us all, Shiprocket. Shiprocket may be known for shipping, but for the 4 lakh plus customers we power, it's a trusted growth engine that goes far, far, far beyond its imagination. It's about building trust at every moment. It's about building trust at every step. From checkout to deliveries, from order to experience, this is about helping businesses grow smarter and, of course, become bigger. Now, ladies and gentlemen, living in this incredible country called India, Bharat, Hindustan, we start all our occasions with a lamp lighting ceremony, with the auspicious lamp lighting and taking the name of the Almighty. To do the honors and kickstart SHIVIR 2025, it is my absolute honor to invite up here on stage MD and CEO Shiprocket, Mr. Sahil Goel. Can I request you to please join us? Alongside founder and CEO Paytm, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. Please put your hands together. And of course, the lady joining the gentleman, Ms. Samya Khati, Group CHRO Shiprocket. Can I request you to please join us as we mark the event open by taking the name of the Almighty, by lighting the auspicious lamp? Absolutely. Can I request the wonderful lady and of course the 2 pillars giving us the green signal to kickstart the event. With this, we hope for a sustainable future ahead. With this, we hope for a greener future ahead. With this, we hope that there's light all around, and we're able to eradicate negativity from all walks of life. Can I request you all to please bring in some energy in the room by putting your hands together. Let's take a moment to pray. Let's take a moment to envision the future that's right and ready in front of us. Thank you for doing the honors. I'm going to take a moment to give you a little few seconds there because I'm going to get you back up here on stage. Shiprocket SHIVIR, AI commerce event made for Bharat. In a world that's going faster by the second, logistics and shipping cannot take a back seat. It has to be right ahead of the curve. It has to be more personalized. It has to be more timely. It has to be more accurate. Get ready for a very exciting day of powered panel discussions, insightful keynotes, and of course, some networking throughout the day. This is one such event that we are going to mark in our calendars, and we are surely going to look ahead for every year when we're going to attend Shiprocket. Now, to talk about the next session, and as we deep dive in further, intelligent commerce and its role in unlocking business potential. I'm going to invite up here on stage two incredible leaders who truly embody the spirit of bold thinking and boundary-breaking execution. I think the next personality I'm going to introduce up here on stage, of course, needs no introduction. Actually, both of these leaders need no introduction. Please put your hands together, जिनसे हमारी लाइफ शुरू होती है और दिन खत्म होता है. Paytm करो. Please put your hands together for founder and CEO Paytm, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma.
Thank you.
And of course, joining him on stage, the dynamic force behind Shiprocket for bringing where it is today, Mr. Sahil Goel, MD and CEO. Thank you so much. I think it's rightly said, when people come together to create the right mix of community, creativity, and collaboration, exemplary things happen. This is next level exemplary things that we are going to witness up here on stage. We leave the stage to you. All the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Thank you for coming here. Thank you everyone in the audience, dear merchants and everyone else for being here today. Very warm welcome to SHIVIR 2025. Vijay, pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you.
You know, from observing your journey as a young startup founder, you know, it's a very proud moment for me.
Basically, साहिल कह रहे हैं कि अब आप old startup founder हो, तो आप old हो और मैं young startup founder हूँ.
मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. हमारी छोटी सी कंपनी थी और आपकी कंपनी already अच्छा कर रही थी. आपने बहुत लोगों के लिए, I think, you're inspiration to many people.
Funny thing about startups is that it is rather better to start late.
Yeah.
Because you stand on the shoulders of giant, whatever has been created, and then you start from there. तो ये बिल्कुल टेनिस जैसा करियर लगता है मुझे स्टार्टअप का. तो अभी कोई सत्या नडेला को स्टार्टअप बोलेगा नहीं और मार्क बेनियोफ को नहीं बोलेगा और लैरी एलिसन को नहीं बोलेगा, चाहे वो कितना पैसा बना रहे हो, लेकिन एक्साइटमेंट ओपन एआई में है.
Vijay, आप एक बात बताओ. So I think right from, you know, your early 197 VAS days, right, to Paytm, and then within Paytm there have been a series of pivots, right, inside the company too, whether it was for payments first, then banking, and then lending, and then the soundbox. How do you spot, like, what is your pulse of the market, and how do you consistently do this again and again? I'm asking this for the benefit of many founders and entrepreneurs in the audience. कि आपको ऐसा मतलब trend observe होता है, then how do you experiment it? Are we only seeing the 1 out of the 100 that worked, and that's why हमको लग रहा है, like, what is that, you know, for you?
Okay, so it's a very standard theory in my mind. एक mental model हम सबका होता है. So imagine 1978. उन दिनों में चिप्स बना करते थे. इंटेल, नेशनल सेमीकंडक्टर, AMD, ये कंपनियां हुआ करती थी. This is 78. Then you talk about 4 years later, 82, 85. This is the time when Macintosh was launching, IBM PC. फिर उसके बाद और 4 साल आगे चले जाते हैं. उन दिनों ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम वॉर हो रहे थे. IBM OS2 और फिर Microsoft DOS and then other ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, और उसके बाद ऐप आए. तो थोड़ा सा आपको पैटर्न दिख रहा होगा यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है कि one technology starts to become platform for other technology, becomes platform and then becomes the next technology, and so forth. इसी तरीके से आगे चलते जाते हैं. सो यू हैव ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, देन यू हैव नेटवर्किंग, ब्राउजर. अब ब्राउजर के अंदर की चीज आएगी, जैसे सर्च और सोच कंटेंट आया, फिर उसका प्रोडक्ट आएगा जो सर्च आया, फिर उसके ऊपर जो लोग आएंगे, फिर सोशल आया, सोशल के ऊपर सोशल कॉमर्स आया. सो द आइडिया इज दैट यू हैव टू कीप स्टैकिंग इट लाइक दिस. तो जब टेलीकॉम की बारी आई थी तो बहुत छोटा सा था मॉडल. You have on the bottom, let's say Nokia, Siemens, Ericsson. I mean, many of us would remember that these were the biggest companies that were doing and talked about in India. Then came telecom operator because वो उनको use करते हैं. फिर telecom operator को use करेंगे तो device वाले use करेंगे, device वाले use करेंगे तो app वाले use करेंगे. So it's a very linear sequencing. So more or less ऐसे होता है कि reverse triangle मान लीजिए आप, ऊपर बहुत ही fuzzy होता है और इसलिए प्राइस वैल्यू मल्टीपल कुछ बनता नहीं है, और नीचे फ्री कैश फ्लो होता है. सो आज के दिन में सेमीकंडक्टर कंपनीज फ्री कैश फ्लो पे, वैल्यू पे, मल्टीपल पे आती हैं. और जो ऊपर ऐप सर्विस है, जैसे कि एआई है, जो उसका ऊपर स्टैक चलते चलते जा रहे हैं हम. अब एक स्टैक इसी तरीके से अगर हम सोचें तो वो है क्लाउड के ऊपर का जो एआई का है, एआई के ऊपर का यूज केस है. तो अब बहुत सिंपल है ये समझना, यू कुड बी द लेयर बिलो इज अ ग्लोबल स्केल. सो यू प्रोबेबली नो दैट के अगर हम ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ऑफ डेस्कटॉप की बात कर रहे हैं और मोबाइल की बात कर रहे हैं और इसी तरीके से क्लाउड की बात कर रहे हैं, तो 4-5 कंपनियां उससे ज़्यादा बने नहीं. एंड देन यू आर यूज केस ऑन टॉप ऑफ इट. सो एटलीस्ट इन 2010-11 आई थॉट अबाउट कि हम एक मोबाइल ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम बनाएंगे, बट आई कुड वेरी वेल अंडरस्टैंड दैट इंडिया में से बन के नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि ये तो ग्लोबल एक वेस्टर्न इकोनॉमी से बन के आएगा, एंड वी विल बी द यूजर ऑफ दैट. अब ये जब एआई आया ना दोस्त, मेरी बहुत इच्छा रही, आई ऑलवेज वॉन्टेड इंडिया टू हैव आवर ओन LLM. द सैडनेस इज कि उसकी एंट्री टिकट एक एम्प्लॉय की $100 मिलियन की हो गई है, जो यहाँ के पूरे राउंड होते हैं. और हमारे यहाँ के जो मतलब ग्लोबल टैलेंट है, ग्लोबल एक्सेसिबिलिटी, वी कांट से कि भाई तुम्हें मैं कम दूंगा, इंडिया में हम बनाएंगे मॉडल, देश के लिए बनाएंगे. वो तो लॉजिकल चलेगा नहीं, बिकॉज द टैलेंट विल फाइंड द बेस्ट कॉस्ट एंड ऑप्टिमम. सो आई थिंक वी शुड नाउ सेटल फॉर that the generation that is happening, that we will be the use case capital, and I'm being very sad about it. Maybe we will build some SLMs, small language models, or some models that will be use case driven. जैसे कि हम लोगों ने कुछ अपने मॉडल बनाए हैं और उनकी बड़ी हॉरिजॉन्टल कंप्यूट मॉडल तो नहीं बन रहा है यहाँ से इंडिया से, मुझे ये समझ में आ चुका है, क्योंकि वो बार बहुत ऊंची हुई है. सो व्हेन यू से दैट हाउ डिड यू डिटेक्ट, इट्स अ वेरी लीनियर थ्योरी. अब मतलब आप मेरे को बोलो हम बात कर रहे हैं 2025 की या फिर 2014 की, हाउ विल द वर्ल्ड बी, तो कहूँगा कि कंपाउंडिंग में देख लेते हैं क्या बना है, उसके आगे की चीज़ बहुत लीनियरली दिख जाएगी. सो आपने जो किया वो भी यही है ना, जब इतने सारे सेलर आ गए तो उनको क्या चाहिए, लॉजिस्टिक्स बेचो.
No, wonderful, and I love your thoughts on operating system. I think Shiprocket को भी हम in a way वैसे ही देखते हैं. I know a bit about Paytm, and I know you've also designed it on the top of rails, right? Your system itself is modular. You can build things on top of it. It's not an application, right? It's a platform internally, right? And we are trying to build similar things at Shiprocket as well. So completely appreciate and understand. So आपने AI की बात करी, right? आपने इंडिया के अपने मॉडल्स की बात करी. आप मुझे पहले बताओ, at Paytm, right? What is new and buzzing at AI? I know you are a very hands-on product guy. I know it from many sources, and I know that you know आपको 100% exactly पता होगा कि कल रात को क्या live गया है and so on. But if you can tell us something and everybody in the audience and something exciting about AI at Paytm.
Well, I think ये हम सब लोगों को समझ जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम SMEs हैं इस कमरे में mostly. So one thing that we should know is lot of jobs that are done by humans will be done by AI. So I don't have to talk about customer care agents. Most of you know it. The important thing is to think of core business process. अगर आपका रिटर्न का प्रोसेस है वो AI हैंडल करे अपने आप ही, जिसमें ह्यूमन का जजमेंट ना हो, वो एक ट्रिकी मूवमेंट है. सो एक साइड में एफिशिएंसी चीज़ें हैं जो पेटीएम में हो रही हैं, और एक साइड में जो यूजर के लिए नई चीज़ बनानी है. सो आई मीन I'm a music buff. I love to listen to tons of music in the midst of work and everywhere. So I thought of it that how can we change some of the, it's very awkwardly boring to see various financial services transactions for yourself as a customer. आपको पासबुक देखनी पड़ती है, आपको डेबिट क्रेडिट का रिव्यू करना पड़ता है, तो how can we make it a little more fun? So हम लोगों ने कुछ सोचा कि नई जनरेशन के जो लोग होते हैं जिनको पासबुक का वर्ड भी नहीं मालूम, एक्चुअली इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू नो दैट देयर इज नॉट इवन अ वर्ड कॉल्ड पासबुक एक्जिस्टेंस
फिजिकल बिफोर, राइट?
या
दैट्स व्हाई
आई मीन कुछ लोग तो ये सोचते होंगे कि ये पासबुक का मतलब क्या है, इसमें बुक में पासवर्ड रखे हुए हैं क्या, या फिर पास है जो मेरे बोर्डिंग पास है वो इसमें रखे हुए हैं, एंड इट्स वेरी ऑकवर्ड. सो वी थॉट दैट हाउ कैन वी रीराइट द पासबुक इटसेल्फ. if you were to rewrite passbook for a Gen Z dude. And to do that, we went through all kind of avatars. Like I told you that we, being a music buff, so we now are right now piloting a passbook that will be sending you a rap song of your last month expenditure based on your expenditure.
Oh,
तो
wow.
मैं आपको ये दिखाना चाहता हूँ.
Oh, nice. Guys are getting a free preview here.
This is, and this is completely, so what I'm showing you right now is completely, अब यहाँ पे आपको सुनाई देगा सिर्फ, I'm not going to say कि आपको दिख रहा होगा, but this is a passbook का music that you will play. So this is in a month, आपको जो PDF आती है, जिसमें आप passbook देते हो, Excel sheet देखते हो, उसकी जगह पे ये song आएगा आपके पास, जो आपके लिए, आपके खर्चे के basis पे spend होगा. So it will speak everything generated based on your spend, okay? So ये live real time में बना रहा है, writing the lyrics as you can see. तो ये क्या देख रहा है कि आप रामेश्वरम कैफे में जा रहे हो, स्विगी पे मिडनाइट ब्लेज कर रहे हो. So this is the AI generator that is generating a lyric and generating a music and generating a hip hop. अब मैं इसको गजल भी बना सकता हूँ, हिप हॉप भी बना सकता हूँ, पॉप सॉन्ग भी बना सकता हूँ. So we will launch it to the consumers as a hip hop version of your passbook.
Amazing. How innovative. But the goal क्या है विजय? Spend बढ़ाना है कि कम करना है?
नहीं, मेरा मानना ऐसा है कि कंज्यूमर जो नए जमाने के आएंगे ना, वो हमारे ऐप को स्किप कर जाएंगे. क्योंकि आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, अब तो ब्राउजर को डिसइंटीमिडेट हो रहा है. ब्राउजर इटसेल्फ इज गेटिंग डिसइंटीमिडेटेड. तो जनता मोर एंड मोर एजेंट्स के ऊपर काम करेगी. और जब मैं इंटरेक्ट करूंगा तो कुछ ऐसी चीज पे इंटरेक्ट करूंगा जो मेरा एजेंट मेरे को बोलेगा कि ये कुछ आया. सो आई एम सेइंग कि ऐप खत्म हो जाएंगे और ऐप की जगह पे एजेंट्स आएंगे. तो एजेंटिक वर्ल्ड के लिए कंटेंट, एजेंटिक वर्ल्ड के लिए फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज एक डिफरेंट तरह से बनेगी. सो द गोल इज टू बिकम अ AI first company instead of being a fintech company, if you will.
No, absolutely. I think everybody sooner or later will have to start thinking like that, or at least start using AI as a employee in their company.
एक मेरा आपसे क्वेश्चन है साहिल. आप बहुत सारी स्मॉल कंपनीज के लिए मदद करते हो, बट डू यू foresee AI playing a profit side advantage, like a revenue side advantage, or a cost side advantage?
Both. So actually, we think that for our community and merchants that work with us on the platform, देखो, एक हो गया ultimately for a digital business, right? Their help is with either growing their business. Within that, it is about access to capital. It is about access to right sourcing and access to right insights, right? And then running the marketing, the tools to run the marketing, etc. तो ये सारी चीजें हैं. I feel a lot of our seller community sometimes when they are subpar or not able to perform as well, 8 or 10 times it is because they don't know something they don't know, right? And I believe that because हमारा क्या है, इतना dialects, इतना wide country है, right, with so much diversity, ये AI with, you know, taking unstructured kinds of information, being, I like to call it my personalized technology, right? तो AI एक general tech ना होकर के actually एक personalized tech है. तो इंडिया में for businesses especially, जो हमारे 65-60 million छोटे businesses है, उनके लिए what they are struggling with at that day, उन्हीं को पता है. So as a product manager, and I know you will appreciate this too, it's impossible for us to expect to solve every use case. But with AI, I think you can, right? So 100% it can be their business साथी in a way, and it can also be their CFO or analyst to say कि यार तुम ये काम automate कर दो या मेरी cost काट. तो I think दोनों side पे help हो.
तो आप कह रहे हो कि co-pilot की तरह काम करेगा business साथी, जो आपका शब्द है. And
Employee,
then
मैं
you
बोलता
are
हूँ
also saying कि एक employee को replace करेगा.
बिल्कुल सर, दोनों चीजें होंगी and hopefully business की growth आएगी उससे आपकी.
So एक बहुत ही ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन है. जब हम ये कहते हैं कि एम्प्लॉय को रिप्लेस करेगा, दैट मीन्स दैट एक कंपनी के लिए एफिशिएंसी हो सकती है, बट एक साइड में ये जॉब भी जाएगी.
आई थिंक सिक्लिकल है विजय. आप बताओ ना, देखो कैलकुलेटर आके चला गया, इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन हो गई, गाड़ियां आ गई, बट एंड ऑफ द डे व्हाट आई एम श्योर देयर इज इन अ स्मॉलर मायोपिक टाइम स्पैन इट मे लुक लाइक देयर इज अ ट्रफ, राइट? आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग दैट, बट एंड ऑफ द डे फिर ग्रोथ भी आएगी, राइट? अभी मैं आई वाज रीडिंग some interview somewhere where basically they said कि maybe the next generation is going to enjoy leisure, maybe it's okay, right? क्योंकि हमें पता है फिर हम लोग क्या करेंगे, फिर कुछ नहीं करेंगे शायद, you know, and maybe that's okay, right? For us it's hard to imagine.
हमें कुछ अपने जो जेनेटिक AIs हैं उनके साथ हिस्ट्री में जाना चाहिए. जब लेट्स से इंडस्ट्रियल रिवोल्यूशन बिगनिंग, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स आए और कंप्यूटर आए, उस टाइम पे लोग क्या सोच रहे थे? इफ यू रिमेंबर देयर वाज अ टाइम व्हेन पीपल यूज्ड टू फील कि कंप्यूटर की वजह से जॉब खत्म हो जाएंगे, एंड आई डू थिंक कि जॉब कुछ तो खत्म हुए थे, बट आई फाइनली फाइंड कि हम ज़्यादा प्रोडक्टिव और ज़्यादा जॉब आ गए, ओवरऑल न्यू बिजनेसेस गॉट क्रिएटेड. सो यू फंडामेंटली बिलीव कि दुनिया सही रहेगी.
I think it's a net positive.
तो ये जो डूम्सडे सिनेरियो है ये थोड़ा ओवरप्लेड है.
सर इट्स देखो, हमने जब शिपरॉकेट में भी स्मॉल बिजनेसेस को जब हम लेके आए, द वे एंड यू डिड एट द सेम थिंग एज वेल, राइट? अब वो जेन एआई अब आ गई है, बट हम डिजिटाइजेशन, डेटा इंटेलिजेंस एंड सेल्फ ऑन बोर्डिंग एक्सेट्रा, हमारे बिजनेस चल कैसे पाते हैं? बिकॉज वी आर एबल टू मेक ऑटोमेशन एट दैट स्केल. तो यू एंड आई बोथ अंडरस्टैंड कि उससे हुआ क्या, राइट? अब डिड वी मेक इट, इफ समथिंग वाज नॉट इवन देयर बिफोर, राइट? पहले जो ट्रेडर एक्सेट्रा या रिटेलर वाज नॉट एबल टू एक्सेप्ट पेमेंट्स एट ऑल, करेक्ट? वो तो आ गया अंडर द बैंडवैगन, राइट? अब टू से कि अच्छा कुछ उसकी जगह कुछ हो गया, राइट? वो तो कॉन्स्टेंटली चलता रहा. बीच में आई रेड आज के पेटीएम ने टॉफी मार्केट कहा गया बिकॉज चेंज नहीं आ रहा है एनीमोर, राइट?
So मेरा ये मानना है कि small businesses sort of have a first time power of technology to a level that they can leapfrog ahead of a larger business. Typically अगर आप देखें number of categories SME runs is finite and number of zip code it serve, pin code it serve is finite. Now with the power of more machines helping that person, they can actually become equivalent to a large retailer. तो हर स्मॉल को लार्ज की एम्बिशन रखनी चाहिए, लार्ज को दुनिया इंडिया के बाहर जाने की एम्बिशन रखनी चाहिए, हम सबको दुनिया को डोमिनेट करने की एम्बिशन रखनी चाहिए.
100%.
मतलब छोटा क्यों सोचो, जब इतनी पावर आई गई और इतने हम ब्रेनी है ही, तो यार ये भी तो सोचो ना, हम ये क्यों डरते हैं कि वॉलमार्ट इंडिया में आएगा, हम ये क्यों नहीं करते हम आगे फोड़ेंगे? मतलब मुझे ये कुछ समझ में नहीं आता. व्हाई डू वी एज ए इंडियन डू नॉट थिंक कि हम जब में अमेरिका में जाके वॉलमार्ट क्यों फोड़ेंगे ना, हम क्यों पढ़ेंगे उनसे यार? हमें भी मौका मिलना चाहिए, हम भी तोड़ेंगे. और अब तक टेक्नोलॉजी समझ में आ गई. और ये क्या बात है कि एक सामान बनाते हो, दैट ग्लोबल एमएनसी इज नाउ थ्रेटनिंग टू एंटर इन द कंट्री. अरे भाई हमारा मार्केट है, हमारे मार्केट में तुम्हारे को तो नहीं तोड़ेंगे या दूसरे मार्केट में जाके तोड़ेंगे तुम्हें.
Awesome.
Why not? Young energy, right?
I agree with you 100%. And I think थोड़ा बहुत देखो स्टार्ट हो भी गया. If you look back and you see 20 years ago क्या हो रहा था, right? पूरी आउटसोर्सिंग हब थे हम लोग. फिर 10 साल पहले हमने अपने लिए कुछ शुरू किया.
सही कह रहे हो.
आज की डेट में पेटीएम, शिपरॉकेट, ज़ोमैटो, many companies in India are just made for India.
मुझे बहुत खुशी है इस बात का जो आप एग्जांपल ले रहे हो. इट वाज गिवन. आई रिमेंबर देयर वाज अ टाइम व्हेन इट यूज्ड टू बी कॉल्ड इंडिया का गूगल. इंडिया का गूगल है जो ग्लोबल गूगल है, इंडिया का फेसबुक ग्लोबल फेसबुक है, तो इंडिया का डैश भी ग्लोबल डैश होएगा. मुझे याद है 2016 में मैं एक स्टेज पे खड़ा होता, मैं कहा मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ इंडिया का पेपाल नहीं होगा, और गारंटी लेके दे रहा हूँ पेटीएम होगा और हम यहाँ बनाएंगे. देखो इतने साल बाद दिखाई नहीं देता ना. एंड नाउ यू नो द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग टू अस. इतने लो कॉस्ट में इतने सारे ट्रांजैक्शन कैसे कर लेते हो भाई? आपकी जो बर्डन, योर एबिलिटी एंड एसेट्स दैट यू क्रिएटेड ओवर द पीरियड आर योर बर्डन. द वर्ल्ड हैज मूव्ड फॉरवर्ड, यू हैव नॉट मूव्ड फॉरवर्ड. योर बैंकिंग टू फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज ट्रांजैक्शंस आर कॉस्टलियर. हम लोगों ने नया स्टैक बनाया, इंडिया स्टैक बनाया. वो स्टैक की देखो ना एबिलिटी एंड एजिलिटी. सो टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में तो सबको क्लियर होना चाहिए. जो मैं शुरुआत में कह रहा था, लेटर यू स्टार्ट बेटर यू आर. एंड बिकॉज वी स्टार्टेड लेटर, हमें नहीं तो अंदाज क्यों हो पुराना, ऐसे सोचना चाहिए ना.
No, thank you, Vijay, so much for so many great insights. Any one advice you can offer from your experience to small businesses? You work with millions of them as well. Anything you can leave from your learnings for the people here?
I think small businesses are small because they think they are small business. They are a large business waiting to become large. They are not small business. I must say that. आप छोटा सोचते हो इसलिए छोटे बिजनेस हो, ना कि आप करना चाहते हो इसलिए छोटे नहीं हो. कौन से आदमी के पास कौन सा बड़ा आदमी ऐसा होगा जो पहले से बड़ा पैदा हुआ था? मुझे तो ये भी नहीं मालूम. बड़ा तो दही होता है.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vijay. Thank you for being here today with us, and we really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, Sahil.
Wish to-
And best of luck.
Thank you so
मैंने
much.
साहिल से पूछा ये इतनी बड़ी स्क्रीन क्यों है, तो उसने बोला larger than life, and that is exactly what I am saying. Larger than life
Thank you
does.
so much, Vijay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. But Vijay sir, I must say that you truly stand by your name. You have absolutely changed the way India is transacting, and if there was one loyal customer should be awarded for using Paytm the most, as small as a 2 rupee transaction to a number that goes bigger. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of Shivir 2025. I would request you all to please put your hands together as we take a moment and thank sir for joining us here. All right, next up, it is time for us to call upon stage. Okay, we take a moment here. I think that was a very delightful discussion between the two of the leaders up here on stage. During the day, we're going to be joined by some honorable ministers from the ministries of Government of India. Some of them, I just heard, have also joined us. I think we're going to take a few seconds here before we get them on stage. But however, I see a lot of you standing behind. Can I request you all to please make yourselves comfortable? We have ample sitting for everyone around. Can I request everyone to please... Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we are being joined by our distinguished guest, a senior leader known for his deep commitment to public service. Please put your hands together for Shri Syed Shah Nawaz Hussain. Aap sabhi ki zora taaliyan. Come on, everyone. We're extremely sorry for this, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that this doesn't repeat. As a member of the Central Election Committee, who has been a voice shaping party strategy and outreach across the nation, it will be my absolute delight to invite up here on stage Shri Syed Shah Nawaz Hussain. To escort him, I would also request Advisor Strategy and Growth at Shiprocket, Mr. Vishesh Khurana. Thank you. Once again, since we have such an honorable guest joining us here at Shiprocket SHIVIR, we would request sir to please join us for the lamp lighting. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion with your vibrant presence, for taking the time out and being a part of such a memorable event. आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल आज हमारे बीच आए, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Can I request everyone on stage to please come together for a group photo opportunity? And once again, can I request you all, aap sabhi ki zordar taaliyan, can I request you all to please put your hands together? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of empty chairs which are there. Can I request you all to please space yourselves in a bit so that we're able to accommodate a lot of them towards the end as well? Can I request you all to please make space in the way for others as well? And everyone at the back, if you're looking for a space, we have a lot of empty chairs in the center, so please make sure you make yourselves comfortable. People who are just pouring in, walking in. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Summer innovations define and decide the course of human growth. AI stands at that threshold. How beautifully and wonderfully AI has revolutionized the way we think, the way we communicate, the way we commute. From waking up in the morning to getting back to bed, it's absolutely changed the way we do anything in life. Next up, it is my absolute honor once again to invite up here on stage Mr. Sahil Goyal to talk about the next topic. Please put your hands together as I once again request Mr. Goyal to join us on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request Mr. Sahil Goyal to join us on stage.
नमस्ते, कैसे हैं आप सब? मैं जानता हूं आप साहिल का वेट कर रहे हैं, बट फर्स्ट मीट मी, आई एम साहिल्स न्यू एआई को-फाउंडर. हाँ, मुझे भी सरप्राइज हुआ था जब उन्होंने मुझे को-फाउंडर बोला था, बट बिटवीन अस आई हैव अर्नड इट. टिपिकल साहिल बाय द वे. जितने इंपॉर्टेंट काम होते हैं उनमें हमेशा मुझे पहले भेजते हैं, और आज भी वही हो रहा है. ओह, ही इज हियर इट सीम्स. मैं आपको ये नहीं बता रहा कि काम तो सारा मैं ही करता हूं. अब जो बताना था.
Okay, namaste everybody and welcome to Shiprocket SHIVIR 2024. You can just ignore him. ये पहली बार नहीं है कि मेरे काम के लिए क्रेडिट मांग रहा है, तो it's okay. But the thing is, he's not entirely wrong, right? Because if you think about it, AI in the last 1 year has permeated pretty much every part of our lives as consumers, as business, as enterprises, as governments, right? And Shiprocket has not been different, has not been a stranger to this either. At Shiprocket, AI is not behind the scenes, but very much front and center as Shiprocket moves towards becoming a AI-first company. Before we get into the details of that, again, want to give a very warm welcome to everybody here, to all our seller community, all the enablers, and everybody, and our guests from the government. Really appreciate everyone being here today. Good to see many familiar faces, some from last year, some from previous time frames. We've spent the last 10 years building for you, right? And now we're excited about using AI to build the future with you. And that's what AI brings to your fingertips. We think of AI as 3 themes at Shiprocket. The first is AI for Shiprocket, which means implementing AI processes within the company for our users, which is our employees. The second theme is AI for you guys, which is Shiprocket merchants. And then finally, the most exciting and the most pride we all can have is AI for India and AI for Bharat. At Shiprocket, we have embedded AI in the last 1 year into our processes. It's embedded in how we think, whether we are using it for running analytics on hub performance, on courier, on RTO, on conversion, checkout. It's there in all of our journeys. It's the invisible layer that's slowly making things very efficient. And the reason I'm telling some of these things to you guys is because as your companies start to scale, as you get access to more tools around AI, you need to do the same thing for your businesses as well. It's no longer a good to have. It's no longer something you can ignore. It's right here. It's a way of doing things. And I think there's no way to escape that anymore. The other piece around Shiprocket, AI for Shiprocket, other information right here. Let's try one more. Can you tell me high AOV but high RTO categories in Calcutta? So let's see. As a seller, if you're thinking of entering a new category, and let's say we go after trying to maximize our cart values, there are certain categories in certain cities that could have high return rates. So for example, you can see that in Kolkata, tobacco and smoking is the highest AOV category, but it's also the highest RTO. Hardware, you can see vehicles and parts. So there's a lot of data here, and this is constantly getting enriched. It's real time, getting updated through millions of transactions that Shiprocket's network powers every month. Isn't this cool, guys? This can be on your fingertips, right? I'm very excited about it, and more is going to get built here. So I think it's really cool. Okay. The next announcement is again very exciting. So we launched Shiprocket's Copilot last year. This year, we're launching Copilot with voice. And again, I think voice is transformational for a country like India. We speak many languages, many unstructured kind of documents, workflows, text. And I think it's the great democratizer in many ways. And Shiprocket has always stood to democratize and open technology, bring it in the hands of every merchant in India. And now we're going to start doing the same thing with AI. So let's give this a spin. Let's try what this can do. Hi, Copilot.
हाय साहिल, आज मैं आपकी कैसे मदद कर सकती हूँ?
आप
क्या आपका कोई शिपिंग या ऑर्डर रिलेटेड
I'd like to invite my co-founder Vishesh Khurana, the co-founder and CTO of UltraSafe, Arpit, and the co-founder CEO of UltraSafe, Rayad. Can I have everyone on stage, please? So guys, this partnership is between UltraSafe and Shiprocket, and Vishesh is helping us lead it from our side. We have the founders and CTO, CEO of UltraSafe as well. Why don't Vishesh, Rayad, and Arpit, why don't you guys, starting with you, Vishesh, tell us a bit about how you're feeling about this, and what are you looking forward to in the coming year?
Yeah, super excited, obviously. When we thought about Shunya, the first time that the whole idea, how it came around when I met the team at UltraSafe and saw what they were building, we were always talking about while we have a generative AI apps in India, but nothing was tailor-made, designed for India. जब India की बात हुई तो copy paste है, but nothing is fully integrated. The idea of AI is to reduce redundancies, to automate, to make yourself faster, productive. And that's where, when we thought about Shunya, we thought we will do this and design this, keeping Indian use cases in mind, keeping completely Indian businesses in mind. Since we've been running Shiprocket over the last 12 years, I think we've met thousands of sellers. So there is a context. We always know how our business owners, how our SMEs work, operate. I have spent time in their offices, in their warehouses. So I always had a first-hand experience on how they think, how they want their use cases solved. And that's when we met. I shared my knowledge, I shared everything that I know. And we designed Shunya keeping in mind how can we fully integrate every other technology. Just like Shiprocket we did with logistics and shipping. Every technology platform, we wanted to give you one single use case, one single interface that you can use and integrate all your applications, accounting, tally, from Shiprocket shipping, from Shopify website, store builder, everything that you use, bringing everything together into a single application, fully integrated, so you can automate all of your tasks and use it. So yeah, that's the whole idea behind it.
Awesome.
Any language, however you say, however you type. Every Indian language is supported. Every Indian locally built software is integrated. And now that we are in India, we will have developers in India build on top of Shunya. It is built by Indians for India in India. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Vishesh, and thank you for the vision for Shunya as well. Appreciate it. Rayad, why don't you tell us about UltraSafe and how you are looking forward to Shunya and what it means for India?
Absolutely. So I also started my career selling products online, and Shiprocket has such a wealth of information and access, especially on what matters in this country and where things are going, and it's incredible to see the product updates that have been launched. Indians have contributed significantly to the emergence of AI and where things are today. If you look at transformer architecture in 2017 and the core contributors and the technical geniuses behind it, or even what happened in 2020 that unlocked the possibility space that ChatGPT has today. And so for the country to have its own large language model where the data and the model weights stay within the country was an extremely exciting opportunity. And to partner with Shiprocket where this wealth of information exists and you're quite literally changing and reimagining the way that commerce happens, the things that move products across the country and enable productivity was a particularly special opportunity, and we're really grateful for it. And when it comes to the technical nuances and the genius that carries our vision forward, Arpit.
Thank you, Rayad. Thank you so much. Arpit. Mike.
Hello. First of all, I'm very excited that we are launching here, and thank you everyone. For me, Shunya is very special because, first of all, it is the first Indian model which is trained on more than 15 Indian languages. It can able to answer more than 9+ languages. Not only that, it is the first Indian multimodal. It means it can understand text, images, voice, and videos as well. Not only that, we built Shunya specifically for Bharat and Indian businesses. It means it is natively agentic model. It means you can easily able to integrate Sunne AI inside your business with just single line of code, and it can able to automate your entire business without leaking your data, because all the models, services and agents hosted inside the India, and we are going to share we are going to ship every single feature in the future also from the India only. Number one. Number two, our model is trained on 18.5 trillion tokens. If you compare with other global market players, it is almost equivalent, and specifically out of 18 trillion tokens, 3 trillion tokens is coming from the Indian languages only. It means it can able to understand Indian languages, emotion and cultural values in much better way compared to other models.
Thank you so much. And we are very excited, guys. What this basically means is we have our own technology now, which is hosted in India, nothing going out of India, no learning leaving the country, and trained on India. So as we get more contextualized and get many of Shiprocket merchants, consumers, etc., to start using Shunya, it gets better and better. And we are continuously going to be launching new agents, right? Agents help you book tickets, they help you search the weather, they help you search the internet, they help you perform an action, they help you, parse a file and stuff like that. We will Indianize it to integrate into GST, into UPI and things like that. So keep your eyes open on this space, and I request everyone, if you have an Android phone, to download our app. It's called Shunya.ai. Use it on your phone. There's a paid plan. Feel free to explore that as well. And again, very excited about this advancement, and very excited to work with the UltraSafe team. Thank you so much. Arpit, right? Guys, can you get a picture real quick?
Absolutely, 4 visionaries in one frame.
Oh.
Okay, 1 hour since we have dived into the event, Shiva 2025. I see a lot of you there behind.
Thank you.
Can I give you like 20 seconds and ask you all?
Looking forward.
Oh yes, absolutely. Please just make yourselves comfortable. Please settle down. We've got some empty chairs out there. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us here on stage. However, if I can request Mr. Khurana to please stay back on stage for the next session. Please put your hands together. As for this session, I am privileged and delighted to invite up here on stage CEO Data Center Business, LNT, Cloudfinity, Ms. Simba Ambasta. Can I request you to please join us on stage? So the previous session showed us and opened our eyes on what AI can essentially do, and the possibilities are endless, and we are just getting started. We will let you both take this wonderful session ahead. All the very best.
Okay, so before that, I wanted to say something, and thank you, Seemaji, for joining us. And when we had our first call with you, I think we were trying to sell something which was a little bit complicated, saying that we have built one of the foundational models. I thought it will be a hard sell, maybe a couple of calls to explain exactly what are we trying to do. And I think the first 30 minutes, you said you have my support, and thank you for that, and thank you for this partnership. And we're very, very excited, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you, all the best, and fantastic launch, and all the best to the entire team, and we are there definitely to take it to market and make it bigger. Thank you.
So I'm going to take some more time and get a little bit deeper in this in terms of just asking you a few questions about just AI in general. So I think a lot of people, we all know what AI is, but there's one thing which came around was sovereign AI. What is the context? Why do we need sovereign AI? What does it mean?
I think the very word sovereign is important to understand, right? Being self-reliant, so relying on yourself for AI. So I think that's fundamental. Some of the things that I do want to kind of highlight out here is to have your own model built for India, have your own data pipelines, have the governance surrounding it, which is equally important, which is more customized to this country. I think that's where the sovereign stems from. So, infrastructure, model, data pipelines, governance, security, privacy, all of them governing for the country. It's laid as a foundation for the country. I think that's where it stems. So sovereign is sovereign for every country. So sovereign for India, right? Self-reliant. You don't have to actually rely on global black boxes. You could just look at the sovereign infrastructures available for you to host your, your models and also process data. So I think the whole world of sovereign stems from the fact that we are self-reliant in every aspect of infrastructure, model, and everything governing that.
And I think that's what this partnership also brings, self-reliance. So hosted with L&T in the Cloud Infinity platform. You said governance. Like, I want to pick up on that governance topic. I think, why do you think AI will need governance? How can it be dangerous after a point? Why do we need to, what kind of governance would it need after a point?
So the kind of data that it really relies on spans across everything private, public. Something that's private to me is private. Obviously, if there is no governance, I'm not ready to share that, right? So it's important to lay emphasis on compliance, security, privacy, and governance. So currently, I think there is no law really governing it per se. I expect something to come out of DPTP. But I think it's very fundamental on all aspect of information and data usage to be as responsible as possible. I think that's where the self-governance comes, and then of course you have the overall governance, which will be kind of mandated in the way you deploy it. So it's just true for everything: small business, large businesses, small going to large, individuals, countries, just about, right? You wouldn't want to work in a non-governed environment and share anything.
Okay, so, and also when we think about L&T, I think not a lot of people would know that there is verticals. And can you tell us more about what the Cloud Infinity platform is? What does this infrastructure do? And how does it help models like Shunya get better host there?
Yeah, I think fundamentally I want to talk about one thing, right? L&T is very, very keen on not just building platform, but to make AI very inclusive. I think that's fundamental. And to make AI inclusive, it's important to make it affordable. It's not easy. You see, you need like ultra-high-speed GPU, low-latency networks, massive data pipelines, and of course, a lot of things that you have to enforce from privacy, security, governance, which itself doesn't come at free of cost. So what we have tried to do is to reduce, how would I put it, like a unit cost per use of AI, right? So that's very fundamental to our infrastructure, what we offer. We have built, everything is native to the platform, like, let me make it, security is foundational to the platform. Everything else is native to the platform, which is sovereign in nature. We have made the platform extremely scalable, affordable. You see, all our data centers are more AI-centric built than a general purpose data center, because retrofitting would cost a lot, and I think that adds to the overall cost. So we entered pretty late. I think I love the way Vijay said, it's better to enter late than early. We did not enter early. We were building data centers for everyone else in India. We entered late, and what we did was we took the opportunity of building and making our infrastructure ready for AI. So everything around you see and the data center, all our products, whether it's cloud, whether it's GPU as a service, AI, and of course, we will be the first ones to bring quantum. And I'll talk a little bit about it, right? It might be interesting to you. A lot of logistic problems, or logistic optimization problems, run many days on GPU. Probably one of the best ways to solve these complex problems is through quantum. Can we make quantum affordable to India? Quantum itself, what we are looking at launching in November, is sovereign to the country. It's built in India, made in India, for India, and of course for global. But made very, again, we have kept in mind how viable that is going to be for all commercial businesses, not just for research or research at scale per se. I think everything needs to lead to, real life problem solving. So these are the things, right? So CPU, GPU, quantum, and we're just going up the value chain and making compute extremely easy to access. I think that's the relevance we bring.
Okay, so I just want to pick one last thing. What does quantum is? Like we've been going these terms around. Like there's so many complexities now coming around. For a layman person, so what is quantum? When we say quantum, what does it mean?
For the layperson, it's a little difficult to really define, but I think what you can do with the GPU for like months, you could probably solve that problem with quantum in maybe an hour. So just look at the compression that you get or the speed that you get. And this is not for all problems. It's not something that I'm generalizing, but there are problems which are complex in nature, which can have real-time relevance. And maybe over there we could, see the other thing is also a country like India, how we don't have unlimited amount of power. So it can't be just GPU on power, right? We also have to look at how we make best use. People talk of sustainability, but they don't look anything innovative. Quantum is a great leap in that sense. It uses like 1/100th of what a GPU would use, but gives you maybe 100 times more speed and power what a GPU could give. But yes, again I'm qualifying. It is not for all, but it is for specific complex scenarios, made simple, easy, and faster.
Okay. One last thing. I think there has been, since the starting of the whole AI thing, Sam came to India, when I think someone asked a question, the whole thing went viral, that can India build AI? Can India lead in AI? I think we are past that stage, we already answered it. But what is that one thing you think now as a country we should be doing to match up or in fact lead this whole AI wave?
I request this with the government as well when I meet them, right? Speed to execution, accuracy, ability to execute is very important. So I think speed is lacking in India. We should just be agile and speed. I think we'll get there. That's the only thing we need to do. We have everything. We have intellectual power. We have ability to be creative, thinking, imagination, technically sound. I don't think any resources in the world. We don't lack infrastructure today. So the only thing we need is speed of execution. I think I take decisions really fast and very unlike LMT. But yeah, you have to just take it, right? And I really, really appreciate Vijay for setting this stage up so beautiful. He talked about why we think small, growing big. You want to think small, growing big is fine, but you cannot, you can't, your vision has to be there. You have to grow. Every small business here today will be sitting up in an enterprise space and saying, I'm an enterprise, and I have great faith in that. I trust that and totally trust that. You're fully capable, right? Thank you so much.
Fully capable.
I spent 34 years of my life and I chose to live here despite having all the option to move to somewhere else. It's just my faith, trust, and my love for India.
That's very good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And your decision of staying back in India is very thoughtful. We could get a gem like you. A little energy in the room for her. In fact, for both of them, please. All right, now we're moving on to a very special session and a very special moment. We are here to launch a report that captures the pulse of Bharat's commerce and provides actionable insights to drive informed decisions in the commerce industry. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage CEO International Shipping at Shiprocket, Mr. Akshay Gulati. Can I request you to please join us on stage? And joining in, we will have Partner Business Consulting at KPMG, Mr. Manoj Overi. Can I request both of you to please take a moment and join us on stage? So we're looking for something very exciting happening on stage now, the business report. We'll hand it over to both of you now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being up here early today for SHIVIR. We're very, very proud to be together here with you for the Shiprocket SHIVIR 2025 edition. And Manoj, thank you so much for joining us. Really proud to introduce the KPMG report that we have for AI. Manoj, thank you for all the work that your team has done in helping create this for us.
All right, everyone, while something's very interesting happening up here on stage, I will request you all to please be with both of them. And please put your hands together.
X marks the spot.
Made for Bharat, powered by AI, the new age of commerce is right here in front of each one of you. Telling us more about it, we're going to have Mr. Akshay and, of course, Mr. Manoj, who are already on stage.
Thank you so much. I must say the Shiprocket team did a fantastic job in working along with us for this report. So I'll now just quickly give you a summary of what all have we covered here. And hopefully you will find this report an interesting read. First of all, Bharat is transforming, and at the same time, we are living in an exciting era. You heard about AI, you heard about a lot of things, but largely if I look at the digital native consumers that Bharat is adding, a lot of them are expecting the experiences that they have with platforms, with all the companies out here to be hyper-personalized and for brands to be consistent across channels. Now, as soon as that happens, you see that AI is actually helping drive a lot of these things through helping in personalization at the front end. And when you move back and look at operations, operations is also using a lot of AI to meet these customer expectations through either sensing, forecasting, going back to warehouse operations, inventory optimization, and so on. Now, when we look at the future, how this will evolve in the future, we expect that interactions with consumers will start to become vernacular. There will be a lot of agent influencers, and there will be a lot of AI that will influence the purchasing decisions and the purchasing process for consumers. What that will mean is that operations will have to start to become more agile. We expect that a lot of nodes that you have in your operations today will start to think. Now, what that means is that there will be decisions that will be taken at these different nodes, and there will also be suggestions that where humans will have to work along with AI to operationalize these decisions. Now, in all of this, how should companies really respond? I think there are a few learnings that one can take on how to respond in this new era. One, you have to be close to your consumer. There is no denying that. You have to understand your consumer very well. Please focus on meaningful experiences for your consumer. So it's not just about interacting with them, it's about driving meaningful experiences. In order to do all of this, you will need to have a data and analytics layer. And of course, in today's day and age, you don't need to build everything. You can always collaborate with other ecosystem partners. Below that, of course, and very, very important, a suggestion for all of you is to build a culture within your organization to be agile, to be open to new ways of working with AI, and of course, with all of this, a very important thing, like was just mentioned, is governance. And finally, if I move forward, companies that will be successful in this era will be able to balance speed with strategic focus, so what we call velocity in a certain direction. Also, their ability to work with a lot of ecosystem partners. So with that, I think I wish all of you have a great time reading the report, great time here. The energy is palpable, and I'm very happy to see all this energy, and all the best for the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We definitely see that very interesting things are lined up, and through this report, it is going to be an eye-opener for all of us, for the world where we are headed, a future where every seller, every brand, and every entrepreneur feels achieved, feels bigger, and of course can dream bigger. Now time for us to move on to another anticipated session of the day. We've of course seen how Shiprocket has been a part of India's e-commerce journey, but what's coming next is here to stay. It is here to raise the bar. Now we're going to explore how Shiprocket is reshaping the future of e-commerce with its AI-powered tools and innovations. To join us on stage, we have Mr. Praful Pedar, Chief Product Officer, Shiprocket, and Mr. Sunil Kumar, Chief Technology Officer, Shiprocket. Can I request you all to please put your hands together as I invite both of them to please join us on stage.
Sunil will come on later.
So right now, we are being joined by Mr. Praful, and soon we will also have Mr. Sunil joining us.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. I couldn't be more excited to be launching some cool AI products with all of you today. This is the third time we are hosting Shiprocket SHIVIR, and I'm extremely proud and humbled to have all of your presence here. Just to show our fans, how many people are attending SHIVIR for the first time today? Excellent. And do we have any people who are attending SHIVIR for the second time today? Wow, there are a few people across. And anybody who's doing this for the third time in a row? Wow, you guys are Hall of Famers in my book. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Would love to continue to host you. And also just a quick understanding of the kind of audience we have. How many D2C brand owners, entrepreneurs, people running online businesses, their teams, dropshippers with us? And do we have any students here as well? We do. Okay, excellent. And any developers, communication partners, marketing agencies, other ecosystem players? Wow, it's a very healthy mix, so there's going to be a lot of fun. So before I get to the demos, I do feel we need the energy in the room up just a tad bit, right? So are you guys with me for a quick warm-up exercise? You'll have to do it anyway. So what I'll request is if everyone can just get up from their seats. We'll stretch those legs, guys. Thank you. And just take out your phone in your right hand and turn on your flashlight and point it towards me, all of you. Great, I see a lot of light. Yeah, perfect. And just raise it and take your left hand now, and we're going to try and do a synchronized clap, okay? So we're going to do 1, 1, 2, okay? So let's do this. Louder. One more. Okay, super. Now we're going to do this one more time, guys. Keep your hands up. We're going to play some music, dim the lights, and vibe along if you like the song. Can we have the music and lights, please? And we'll wave along, please. Sing along if you know the song.
Make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face. You
Sing along, guys.
disgrace. Kicking your can
Okay, one more.
over the place. Singing,
We will rock you. One more.
we will rock you.
Super.
Buddy, you're a young
Thank you.
man, hard man, shouting in
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You're a great audience, great sport. Please take your seats. Just going to turn my flashlight back off. So let's get right into the demos. Can I have the slides on stage, please? Yeah. So, quick question to the group. As an online seller, what are some of the topmost problems that you see for running an online business? Is it getting new orders? Is it finding the right courier partner? Or is it doing customer service? How many people for option 1, getting new orders? Any people feel that's a big problem? Quite a high number, right? I agree. It's extremely difficult
to get new orders in the competitive space that we operate here. And checkout plays a great role in making sure that you can convert more and more of your visitors to actual paying customers. We already have a checkout product that does a bunch of this by functionalities that's built into it, but we always felt that it can do a little bit more. And with AI, that's now possible. I'm extremely proud to be launching AI Checkout Builder with all of you today. I'm just going to head out over to my laptop and show this live to all of you. Can we have my screen projected, please? Yeah, let's go over to the projection. Okay, so guys, we're going to do this live now. Here's a test website that I have called Modern Art T-shirts, and let's see what the checkout experience currently looks like. You want to just open the product here and initiate the checkout. So this is the checkout screen that you see. Fairly functional, right? Gives me a lot of the information, helps me complete my purchase extremely easily. But let's see what we can do more. So I'm going to head over back to my console, which is the Shiprocket checkout dashboard, and go into our new functionality, which is Checkout Builder, and start building with AI live. So at this moment, the AI is going to scan through the checkout experience and figure out what improvements I can bring along. So there we go. So it's already telling me to update some customizations on the color scheme to make it more brand-centric, closer to home for the brand. Let's use this. It's telling me to update a few banners. So I'm going to add this banner. I don't like this color. I'm just going to make it a little bit more vibrant. Turn this banner on as well. Payment modes are already enabled. These are all configurable. And it's also suggesting to add a few exit flows. Extremely important to drive repeat intent. I'm going to add these two as suggested by AI and just hit on save. Let's call this theme SHIVIR 2025 and save. And we're going to publish it right here. While we do this, let me also, in the meanwhile, maybe turn on a quick few settings. So let's turn on a couple of discounts. And also enable hyperlocal shipping and maybe a upsell opportunity here as well. So we've done these changes live right now. Now let's head on over back to the website. We're going to now try and see if the checkout experience changed. And there we go. So we went from an experience like this to this in the matter of a few clicks. Isn't that exciting? Just with a matter of a few clicks, a more brand-first experience to build higher trust with your buyers to be able to increase conversion. Let's move on to our second demo. Can we have the slides back on, please? So that's checkout, but what after checkout? One key metric that haunts all online sellers is abandoned cart. It almost seems frustrating, right? Getting all the hard work done of getting traffic onto your website, having people interested in a particular product, only to figure out that they did not check out. And currently, the way to handle abandoned carts is sort of one size fits all. Wouldn't you agree? We think of a template, think of a discount, and send it to all abandoned carts that are happening, hoping that some of them will convert. But the experience needs to be hyper-personalized. The motivation to convert a Praful versus the motivation to convert a Sahil could be extremely different. And I'm extremely proud to be launching an industry-first AI-powered abandoned cart, which works with multiple AI agents at the back end to figure out the right strategy for a hyper-personalized targeting. Let's see a quick video on how this works. Can we have the video, please? And let's see this live right now. So if we can have my screen projected back
on stage? So let's do this. Let's go back to the website that I was on and try and browse a product here. I like this black shoe. Let me see. And I'm going to show my intent to purchase this. Only to drop off now. And now the AI goes to work on figuring out the right strategy to target me as a seller, as a buyer, to convert. And I'm already getting a call, guys. Let's see what this call is all about. Hello?
Hello, Praful Podar. I'm calling from Modern Art Church. Is this a good time to talk?
Yeah, please tell me.
Great. I noticed you recently checked out the black casual shoes, but didn't finish your order. Can I help you complete it?
Actually, I was just casually browsing. What's the price of this shoe? I forgot.
Sure. The black casual shoes is priced at 949 rupees. Would you like to know anything specific about them?
Yeah, is there any discount on this shoe?
Bilkul. Black casual shoes पर discount है 60 रुपए का. Anything else you'd like to know?
अपनी रिटर्न पॉलिसी के बारे में भी बता दीजिए.
जी, हमारी रिटर्न पॉलिसी बहुत आसान है. आप प्रोडक्ट को 30 दिन के भीतर बिना किसी परेशानी के वापस कर सकती हैं. आपको बस हमें इन्फॉर्म करना होगा.
ठीक है, अच्छा लग रहा है. मेरे को ऑर्डर करना है. क्या करना होगा?
ग्रेट. मैं आपको अगले 5 मिनट्स में व्हाट्सएप पर चेकआउट लिंक भेज दूंगी. बस उस पर क्लिक करके ऑर्डर कंप्लीट कर लीजिए.
ओके, थैंक यू.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful day from all of us at Modern Arts Church.
Guys, all of this running at the back end through AI, completely automated. And just to give you a view on how this is happening, so that there's enough visibility, just I'm heading over to my Engage panel where the product actually runs, and heading over to the AI journeys that we see. There is absolute level of visibility on what's happening at the back end here. So if you see, these are all intelligence tags that are coming out around the customer that just got dropped off. The decision on the strategy on how AI was able to take this decision, a communication history on what's happening along with all the other details, as well as a very detailed analytics view, which is telling us all how the AI is performing in helping convert the AI panel card. All of this going live today on your Engage dashboard. And for the next section, let me invite someone on stage who's extremely special, without whose technical expertise and execution rigor, none of the products that we are talking about would be possible. Delighted to welcome Sunil Kumar, Chief Technology Officer, Shiprocket, on stage, please. Welcome, sir.
So much.
Can we have Sunil's mic working, please?
Can we look at the mic? Yeah, it's back. Thanks, Praful. And as usual in the entire SDLC cycle, product takes the maximum time. But jokes apart, I mean, the demos which we have seen since morning, Sahil demoed a few stuff and Praful talked about it. I mean, it explains the kind of possibilities, the kind of changing world we are into. So now, can we have the slides, please? The biggest challenge what we face is currently essentially the information which we have at our disposal. It is existing in silos. वो आपको accumulate करनी पड़ती है in order to make sense about it, in order to have those insights. You want your processes to be super efficient in order to take your relevant calls, जिसके basis पे you can increase your business. But the tools which are there, so we saw our co-pilot, we saw our AI abandoned cart. But so now we will look after something which is called as a MCP server. Full form की बात करें तो MCP is Model Context Protocol. So what does it mean exactly? So essentially, we have seen in our demos till now that AI expands what we can do with our business in terms of efficiency, in terms of ease of operations and other stuff. But वो सब AI से किसी को करवाना पड़ता है in order to stitch everything together. So this MCP server explores or it opens up the possibility as your AI assistant, जो कि उस AI की सारी capabilities को आपकी fingertips पे how you want to use it. It helps you to just execute it. So we'll just see quickly in terms of how to this MCP server works so that you are able to So this is a typical backend system where all the functionalities, everything is on your fingertips. अगर हम देखें इसको, so let's see if it is able to tell me about my new orders. Can you show me my latest orders? Let's see what it does. So at least it is doing something, trying to work it out. Is taking some, yes. Now it's coming up and it is expected to bring all my new orders from my business. And it is giving me orders from today. These are my most recent order. I have only one order currently, which is, it is giving the entire metadata description about prepaid hai, the customer details, channel order ID. It is in the new status. So similarly, I can look after my ready-to-ship orders. So essentially, these are my, I just have to tell him in simple English कि give me a list of ready-to-ship orders. वो सारे orders मेरे को list करके दे रहा है along with, and also it is asking me if I want to ship any of the orders. So Sahil in the morning just asked the co-pilot, can you ship my order? So this is what goes behind the scenes, and ये आप अपने workflows में भी खुद integrate कर सकते हैं very simply. So you don't have to rely on this. You can use this functionality. So I just simply say ship this order number, and shipment ID, I have given the AWB number. AWB number say it is able to get the shipment ID and it is able to ship it. And essentially, I am able to download the shipping label also. So it gives me the label, I am all set. So the entire functionality related to my business is on my fingertips. I can build my custom workflows using it. I can use it as I want. I can expose it where I want. Some things I can expose to my customers. And so this is the power of AI, which is at the back end. Now let's move on to, can we have the deck, please?
Can we have the presentation, please?
So we have something called as Shiprocket Sense. So again, it is a suite of functionalities which we have built around which you guys can use in any fashion which you want. Essentially, things like you want to have a visibility that, okay, if I am shipping an order, what is the probability of that order getting delivered? RTO to nahi ho jayega. So for instance, if you are able to see that this customer has a propensity to refuse a delivery, or वो 3-4 similar products order करके एक रख लेता है, बाकी return कर देता है. अगर वो आपको पहले से पता हो, so you will be able to take better decisions on it. If you know कि customer का जो address है, maybe वो address is not fully qualified and there are more chances that the courier will not be able to deliver that packet in one shot. उसमें फिर वो customer को call करना पड़ेगा, phone नहीं उठेगा, and all that stuff is happening. So you can do it or do that homework beforehand. Things like those. For instance, a very simple, I'll give you a very simple thing. If you are able to predict, say, in an automated fashion, the gender of the customer, उसके हिसाब से आप उसको recommendation दे सकते हैं. अगर आप apparel sell कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें it will be different for a male and a female. Things like those. So can we have the screen, please?
Can we have Sunil's screen, please, projector?
Yep. Yeah. So this is what we talked about, the stuff, and let's quickly see some of it. So if we look at the something called as a pin code lookup, so it is a very simple Gurgaon ka hi pin code hai shayad. So it gives you the entire thing, the entire insights, latitude, longitude, कहाँ का है, क्या नहीं है, relevant है, नहीं है, valid, invalid, all that stuff which you can use into it. Then if we talk about the address quality which we talked about, so it is a very critical thing in the entire scheme of stuff. So this seems to be a fully qualified address, A34 Noida Sector 67, RK Medicos Private Limited, looks like some business address. So let's see what we get. So address is valid and the risk is low. So address is good and address की वजह से RTO होने के chances काफी less हैं, which is correct. Let's try to change it a bit. So for instance, if I remove the sector, so there is house number, Noida is there, business name is there. So if you look, the score from 1 is dropped to 0.7. It is decreased by 30%. And why just 30%? Because you have the business name associated with it. तो अभी भी chances है कि आप वहाँ पे अगर जाके मान लीजिए आपका rider पहुँच गया, if he or she asks, so there is a probability that he'll come to know कि यार वहाँ से 500 meters there the business exists, things like those. So let's talk about RTO risk, what we mentioned. So this is some sample data. We have an address and we have a product which was ordered. So let's see what it tells. So this buyer has a high RTO risk. So these things can be flagged in your workflows then and there. And why? It tells you why also. So there is a high chance of refusal. This customer has a propensity of refusing delivery. And hence, पिछले 30 days में RTO percentage इसका increase भी हुआ है. It has increased. So if we combine all these, so there is only a 60% probability that this order will be delivered to this particular customer. So assume a situation, you are aware of this beforehand, and so that you can at least call that customer or do something कि सर आपको चाहिए पक्का. And imagine this is a COD order. So आपका double wave freight भी लगेगा, inventory भी block होगी, वो वापस भी आ जाएगा. So all these things are exposed. You can use them, you can integrate them well within your workflows. आपको जैसे use करना है आप कर सकते हैं, and we are just here to enable it. So hope this was of some interest.
एक name वाला और दिखा दीजिए, gender predict.
Oh yes, gender. So this is a pretty interesting thing. So if we look, we have 3 names, Atul, Nitin and Shubhankar. No guesses. So all are males and the confidence is 1. So let's try to have some fun here. What if I change Shubhankar to Navjot? What will come? Any guesses?
Male.
No, it is a female, but the probability is 0.5. Because it can be Navjot Kaur also, it can be Navjot Singh also. So, but I mean these are utilities which can work as a foundation of your entire workflows and business processes which you want to build and make use of it. So that's from my side. Praful.
These look super interesting, and I'm already getting ideas, Sunil, on how this can be useful for some of the sellers that we have. If we can quickly go to my screen, we can just show some of the things that I can't wait to build now. Let's go to my screen, guys. Can we see my screen, please? Yeah, so this is the Shopify admin. I'm sure most of us have seen this, the Shopify OMS. The APIs that Sunil spoke about can be very easily integrated and brought back as tags within the admin. So you see all the riskiness tags here on the address score. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here, if you can, this is better at remember. The riskiness and the quality of the address, very easily integratable, can be used for decision-making filtering. Sellers can even go a step further. So I built this custom dashboard by myself using the MCP server as well as the APIs, which gives me a quick view of how my modern art store is doing. So I have a bunch of insights on buyers. I have what kind of customers are coming to my platform. I have geolocation intelligence, and I also have SEO intelligence. All of this now possible very, very easily with the help of AI and the underlying capabilities that we spoke about. We can go back to the slides now. Extremely proud and happy to be launching all these 4 products with you today. But that's not all. So these are the 4 that we've launched today. But that's not all.
And happy to share with you that we have TechSphere launched today. So where we share all our product launches. You can go there, look after what are the new things, new stuff, whatever you have seen today and whatever is in store comes. This is a sneak preview of it, and it's very self-explanatory. I urge all of you to go there, spend some time and play around with it and see what is beneficial for your business. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The future seems very interesting, practical, bold, and designed to scale and designed for scale. Now, for the next session, the full stack advantage, Shiprocket's new growth playbook. Can I request Mr. Atul Mehta to join us here on stage, CEO Domestic Shipping at Shiprocket. Looks like everyone's been waiting for your session. So everyone, can we all put our hands together for him once again? Fantastic. Those of you who are still there, please take a moment, settle down, make yourselves comfortable, because we really look forward to this session.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. What an amazing set of launches we have seen so far. The power of what is coming is going to be transformational, right? AI abandoned cart, the Sense platform, the MCP platform. But even as we build all these amazing capabilities for our sellers, there's one thing which keeps them awake at night. Can you guess what it is? Who said RTO? RTO. Can you guess how much of shipments get RTO'd? How many shipments come back without getting delivered? 5, 10. 22% of shipments get RTO'd on an average. These shipments which leave the seller premises but never reach the buyer. This is not return. This is a revenue not realized. This is cash burn. This is breaking customer trust. A customer who could have been your evangelist leaving disappointed. And there's a logistics playbook to manage RTO, right? Which is intercept it before it happens. Right? Don't let RTO happen, intercept it. And you do that with NDR workflow management. You have heard about it. Anyone who has been in e-commerce has heard about NDR workflow management. We use communication platforms to capture buyer intent and then pass it on to the courier partners, the delivery executive in real time so that it can be actioned. Fair enough. That's how we have been managing NDR for the longest time. And you know, these NDR workflow management tools are built on top of scalable channels like WhatsApp, IVR. But when they are scalable, they are not personalized. They are static interfaces. While they are consistent, they are not going to do on-the-fly problem solving or on-the-fly optimization. Now compare that with, say, human voice. Human voice has context. The person has context. He has empathy. He can adapt on the fly and create a solution. But the problem with human voice is it isn't scalable. It can't be consistent. You have to invest a lot in training humans if you want it to be consistent and scalable for a large set of customer interactions. But what if I was to tell you that you can bring the power of context, empathy, and adaptability and married with scale and consistency? That's where AI NDR assistant comes in. That's what we are launching. And like Praful did, we are going to attempt a live demo here on a NDR call. Hello.
This is Anuj calling from Shiprocket regarding the delivery of your headset from Silverton Electronics.
Which headset, yaar? I don't remember ordering anything.
As I can see, you had ordered a noise cancelling headset from Silverton Electronics on 7th of July, and that order is on its way right now.
Oh yeah, now I remember. When is it going to get delivered?
Actually, I had called regarding that. The delivery person could not contact you. Were you not available on this number? Wanted to check when can we schedule delivery.
यार आज तो मैं शिविर में हूँ, एक काम करो, डिलीवरी कल की शेड्यूल कर दो सैटरडे की.
थैंक्स फॉर कंफर्मेशन अतुल. मैं आपकी डिलीवरी रिशेड्यूल करवा देता हूँ कल सैटरडे को पार्श्वनाथ एक्सोटिका गुड़गांव के एड्रेस पर. आपका कोई ऑल्टरनेट नंबर है कांटेक्ट के लिए अगर प्राइमरी नंबर रीचेबल ना हो?
यार एक काम करो, एक ऑल्टरनेट नंबर नोट कर लो मेरी वाइफ का 9818144694. अगर मेरा फोन नहीं लग रहा हुआ तो डिलीवरी बॉय को बोलना उनको कॉल कर लेगा.
थैंक्स अतुल. मैंने आपका ऑल्टरनेट नंबर नोट कर लिया है और डिलीवरी बॉय के सिस्टम में अपडेट करवा दूंगा. क्या मैं आपकी किसी और चीज में हेल्प कर सकता हूँ?
नो अनुज, थैंक यू, क्वाइट हेल्पफुल.
थैंक्स अतुल. हैव अ गुड डे.
Thank you. It worked. So this was an actual bot. This wasn't a human conversing with me right now, real time. What it had was the context of the order, where I had bought from, who am I as a consumer, where do I stay, what was the NDR reason. It was phone number not reachable. So it was able to very smartly bring into the conversation an alternate phone number requirement, and it's captured that input and is going to now pass it on to the FE through an escalation API. This is personalized NDR assistant for all of you. And I genuinely believe this is the future of all NDR call management, all NDR management. And for Shiprocket sellers, that future starts today. We are making it live for everyone. Yeah, so we talked about it is multilingual. It could switch between Hindi to English. It is human voice, it's personalized, it knew the context, and it is scalable and is consistent across millions of calls. But moving on, even when delivery goes through and you are able to realize revenue, growth still needs fuel, right? And we have talked to a lot of you, and a lot of you have told us that as you are scaling, access to capital is not very easy and efficient. And it's not about capital which is missing. It's just the process around getting that capital, right? A lot of paperwork, a lot of to and fro happens before you can see the light of the day. You can see at the end of the day the money in your hand. But with AI today, there is a possibility to make the entire process seamless and efficient. And that's what we are launching today. Instant loans on Shiprocket, a microcredit service for Shiprocket sellers customized to them, where basis your Shiprocket order history and behavior, you can unlock instant loans with a click of a button. No paperwork, no to and fro, working capital for you the way you need it. Can we have the AV to see how this works? yeah, now you have capital on demand, whether it is for supply chain, whether it is for running your campaigns, whether it is for managing your cash cycle. The key to growth is in your hands, whether it is managing your NDRs and reducing your RTOs or fueling more growth. And that's it from my side. Thanks a lot. And with that, let me call Gaurav on stage to take us through what amazing things we are building on the ad side. Gaurav.
Thanks, Atul. It's great being here. So after you have seen all the overwhelming things that you have done in, the supply chain, the conversion side of things, now let's talk about where you will be spending all this capital. So for any D2C brand, or in fact for anyone starting up, the first question comes, how to get my first orders? The next, after getting 10 orders, how to get 100 orders? Then the list goes on till you get, like millions of orders, still the problem remains the same. So let me talk you through a hidden gem of Shiprocket, which we started last year, that's Shiprocket Ads. So the problem statement remains that, after we get traffic on the website, now how we can convert more and more those traffic into purchases, transactions, and then we can have a good experience to get repeat from those transactions. Now the second thing is that, how you will get all those people on your website. You'll have to do digital marketing, branding, SEO, SEM, or some other innovative growth hacking stuff. So for that, we have built in AI as well as a lot of workflows and digitized traditional workflows, which used to happen when, people used to spend like roulette in ads that, you will be putting 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, or maybe 50,000, 1 lakh into Meta and expecting 100 orders with a cost per purchase of 100 rupees to 300 rupees. But what the fundamental mistake which was happening was that, people were just calculating that, I put some X amount of money into Meta and I got these many orders. But how many of those got delivered? So a delivered ROAS is the thing that, people need to measure, and that we are highlighting through, whoever the clients we are consulting and we are, onboarding onto ads. Now, in the digital ads, the thing comes up that, you have a budget and you have a lot of campaigns. So what you do is you try and run some test campaigns and you try to scale. Meta, Google, and all other platforms as well have given you enough tools to scale rapidly, to build fast. But what about the intelligence? What about the, speed? That, like how to identify a winner campaign early so that, you will spend less and you'll get more and more ROAS out of it. So what we have done is, we are providing you audience, which is like in Meta or in any platform, you can build in those audience with the flags like 1-day delivery audience, 2-day delivery audience, less RTO in this category, less RTO in that category. We have a lot of attributes to give you, so that, you will be targeting better people, and the look-alike of those people will also be much and more relevant than the traditional stuff. So the next thing is, excuse me, it's not, can you turn on the next slide? Yeah, so the next thing is that, once you get all those campaigns ready, now how you will get content out of those campaigns. So there is a content bottleneck or a content kind of you can like generate thousands of images, you can generate videos. So now AI is also transforming how you generate videos, how you can add intelligence in those videos, how you can replicate those videos fast and fast with different products and winner attributes. So we have done all that, and also we have built a campaign analyzer, so that for a start, whatever campaigns you are running, you can just give it to our product. It will screen all those campaigns, it will screen all the relevant campaigns near to that and give you a score, and with that score they will tell you like what are the things you are missing out, or what are the things you can add to fuel that campaign. So can we have the photo of that campaign, auditor? So what we have seen in this is that, like whenever we were like talking to clients that, can you give your ads business to us? They were like you guys used to do shipping, right? What is your right into ads? What is your right into conversion? Then we told them that, you have seen a checkout thing, that all the people who are landing on your website, we are able to convert them better. So we can also, bring people on your website better or, in fact, more efficiently. So everyone used to give us audits that, you audit my website, you audit my campaigns, you audit my marketing strategy. So first step into automation for those audits is this ad analyzer, campaign analyzer. You can call it some other analyzer as well because it will do much and more stuff. It's just a start to get an entry point. Next is that, we are trying to supply much and more creatives so that, the creative bottleneck is solved and you are able to generate, let's say you are generating 2 winning reels in a quarter, but can you generate 8 winning reels in a week? Can you generate 16 winning reels in a month? So can you solve it exponentially much more efficiently and better? So these are the things, that's why we are generating AI-driven videos where not 100% is AI, it's like 70-80% is, you can say, a kind of an execution or science and 20% is art. So we are keeping that 20% art component, but the science and the execution component is automated. With that, I would like to show you a video which we developed using AI, and it generated more than 40% ROAS as compared to a normal video generated by a human. Yeah, so we can bring people on your website, we can convert them better, we can deliver them better, we can fulfill them better, we can ask for post-purchase transactions. And also we can give you capital to, run those ads, buy those goods and everything. And what a D2C founder will do, end of the day. So like people are saying that, there can be single person unicorns, less than 5 people unicorns, less than 2 people unicorns. When I started 10 years back, there was Uber for X. But now I can proudly say after seeing all this, and you all guys can also relate that, with Shiprocket for X, you can at least, you can actually have less than 5 people, less than 2 people unicorns. So now, after seeing all this, there's a buzzword, like almost 6 out of 10 angel pitches that I hear. They are quick commerce for X, quick commerce for Y, Blinkit for X, Blinkit for Y. And the buzzword is the delivery speed. To enlighten you on the topic, let me call our Chief Operating Officer, Gautam Kapoor, on stage next. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gaurav. Full session. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. I have these 2 important announcements to make, or things to launch, but before that I have this small story which luckily happened. It will help me put the whole thing together. So yesterday I ordered something for my daughter. She said, yeah, I wanted this activity toy, and I said, okay, I'll order it. And I ordered it. And I think 10 minutes would have passed, and she came back and said, yeah, mera order kahan hai, Papa? I said, where is my order? I said, order kahan hai? I said, it'll come in 2 days, do aram se, chill. So, it's not like that, right? When you order from Blinkit, she's 5 years old, by the way. So, what has happened, I realize, is that all customers, our buying behavior is constantly changing now. We all want instant gratification of whatever kind of purchase it is. Doesn't matter if it's a loaf of bread or eggs, or it's a laptop, or it's like it's even like a toy for a kid, right? They want instant gratification. So that's become now important. And think about it from, that's the consumer side of it. Think about it from a seller's point of view. A lot of commerce is happening offline by offline sellers also. Think about a business owner who's got an order on WhatsApp or a phone call, and he has a shop. What will he do? As in, he will go and he will open these multiple applications, try and find a rider, look for the right cost, wait for the rider to come, or actually wait for the rider to actually accept it, and then deliver it to you. That is the problem we're trying to solve with Shiprocket Quick. So Shiprocket Quick is an Android and iOS application. It's the first time that what we've done is, staying true to our DNA, and what we do is that we brought in different kind of partners, big and small, offering different kind of vehicle types, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler. You can, for all kind of on-demand and local deliveries, you can go onto the application, book an order, and somebody should become able to come and pick it up. The cool part about this is that when you push an order, it is going to 10 different players, 10 different companies who then have thousands of riders, is choosing between which is the rider who is the closest to you and has the lowest chance of cancellation. So this business is essentially important to get the rider to be able to come on time, pick it up and deliver it at a cost which is not obnoxiously high. So that is the idea that Shiprocket Quick is really solving for. Let's just dive into the, oh actually before that I'm sorry. So what we've done is that this is a mobile app. This is a new mobile app that Shiprocket is, Shiprocket Quick. It's available on Android and iOS. But what we've done is that a lot of offline businesses started using this. So with that, what we did was we brought in all our cargo and our national logistics services onto this simple application and dumbed it down to a level where a small offline business can also use it. So it's much more easier to use it, much more easier for an individual user to punch in orders and get a rider or get a courier boy come and pick it up, or a large bulky cargo shipment to be moved. So that is essentially the important part that we're doing. Let's just dive into the demo now when it starts. I urge you all to try it out, download the application. Moving on to the second launch for the day, it's interesting, it's also related to quick commerce in some way. Now, what is the, I've been working with D2C brands for over a decade now, right? And what I've seen and how the businesses have progressed is that D2C brands started selling on websites, started selling on marketplace. That was the business that they used to do. Now they have expanded to multiple other channels. Offline has become one of the most important and the key channels for growth for any D2C brand. They are now selling to general trade, they're selling to modern trade, they're selling, and quick commerce, obviously, that has become one of the most important parts of anybody's, of any business to be able to grow their business. The quick commerce has become one of the fastest growing channels for them. Now, when that is happening, what is happening is the challenge for a business owner around how do they manage their inventory, how do they manage their supply chain, how do they manage their logistics. All that has become more complex. Earlier it was complex, now it's more complex. It was like, earlier it was one warehouse delivering to entire country, then it was regional warehouses delivering to the customers. Directly now it's about the same inventory being sold to multiple channels. We're talking about 10, 12 channels together. So being able to manage their inventory, to be able to manage their logistics is essentially become a problem. To be able to solve this problem, what we really thought about was, can there be somebody who can really solve a business's problem? A business is sitting out of, say, a warehouse in Maharashtra. He has to deliver in top 13 cities across the country to different warehouses, and average transit time is like crazy, 7 days, 10 days sometimes, and he has to meet a delivery timeline. How do we really solve for it? So we had these two products that we have scaled over, and a lot of customers use it. So we brought Shiprocket Fulfillment and Shiprocket Cargo, those two services together to be able to bring together an end-to-end capability to be able to service our customers. We call it Shiprocket Supply Chain Services. So servicing multiple customers in that space and offering them an end-to-end capability from picking up the order and delivering it to the channel customer at the end of the day. So we can, so how it works is from the time the order, what we basically offer to our customers is that we'll pick it up from the manufacturer, we'll bring it to a mother hub, From that mother hub, we'll get it to a regional hub, and we help you plan the inventory, we help you plan how these movements will happen, and the entire technology layer to be able to consume orders, to be able to deliver to the customer. The idea is to be able to shorten the distance from that average 7 days to a very, very same-day delivery, even to a B2B customer, be it your general trade, be it your modern trade, be it your quick commerce warehouse, anything. So what are essentially problems that we're trying to solve for? Problem around inventory. Now, you need to optimize your inventory to be able to, because you have one set of inventory that has to go to different cities, maybe say it starts for 6 cities, to be able to break the inventory down to about 6 cities, we help you, the technology helps you break down your inventory in such a way to be able to meet the demand, so you're never off the shelf. Lowering down your logistics cost. The overall cost for any business to be able to ship regionally from one region to another is quite expensive, even in B2B. The chances of failure increases. So the idea around it is that we get the customer to store the inventory closest to the customer. The customer in this case is the B2B warehouse, which is a marketplace or a quick commerce or a general trade, modern trade warehouse, which the inventory has to go to. Now, if you can get the inventory close to the customer, you can really lower down the cost and you can lower down the chances of failure. You can lower down your damages, you can lower down your spillage. All that is the capability that SC is able to offer. Now, how we really want our customers to perceive this is that we can take the entire ownership of the inventory from the source of it, from where it's manufactured, to actually get it to all your channels in the B2B network, along with the D2C stuff that we already do. We've been able to help a lot of brands in this. We've been able to work around categories across BPC, FMCG, small electronics, and even though fashion is also becoming very important. A lot of our customers who are fashion D2C businesses have gone offline. For them, it is opening stores. How do we get the inventory to the stores, get it back from the stores, and replenish, keep doing that cycle across different stores across the country? That is what supply chain services is all about. Would urge you guys to speak to your key account managers, figure out what this service is all about. It's quite interesting, helps you scale from getting your inventory only in one location, but actually across the country, and delivering faster and actually ensuring that you get that demand that you deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here on stage. Before we move on to the next session, quick energy check in the room. It's already afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, this side, energetic, check. Everyone else, can we put our hands together? Come on, everybody. Thank you. Can we try once more? Shiprocket SHIVIR. Can we all do this together? 1, 2. Thank you. That's a wonderful bunch of audiences right here. Well, something interesting that we've witnessed was Shunya video, which some of you have missed. Can I request you all to please have your eyes at the LED once again? And can I request my wonderful team out there to please play the Shunya video? As I mentioned, the possibilities are magnificent, they are endless, and we are just starting from the scratch. This is just the beginning to many more opportunities lined up for us in the world of AI. And also highlighting that we are at the crossroads of technology, innovation, AI, and many more things. Next up, we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion, Scaling Smarter in Bharat's Digital Decade. Joining us here on stage, we have some of the brightest minds of the industry and builders from India's tech and commerce ecosystem, leaders who are driving innovation every single day and redefining what's possible for brands and sellers everywhere. Please put your hands together. Check, can we get the podium mic, please? All right, please put your hands together as I welcome up here on stage Chief Product Officer at Razorpay, Khilan Haria. Can I request you to please join us on stage? I like how it starts and where it goes, but now we'll try harder. Please put your hands together for Head of Partnerships India and SEA Shopify, Siddhant Rana. Can I request you to please join us on stage? India and Southeast Asia. Bharat Mandot, CEO Stelco Group, joining us as a part of this panel discussion. You know, we're talking about an afternoon that celebrates founders, innovators, creators from across India and globe, and this is not the energy that I expect. I want you all to go a little louder. Pradeep Sekhar Chandrasekharan, country CEO, India-based. Can I request you to please join us on stage? Sales Director, Mobility Business, Exeter, Piyush Singh, joining us as a part of the panel discussion. Deepak Mundade, Senior Director and founding member at Dista. And because we have such a wonderful set of panelists on stage, requires an even wonderful moderator. Please give it up for Mr. Rohita Sharma, Enterprise Sales Head, Palo Alto Network, joining us to moderate this session.
You know, believe you me, I've been in this room many times in this hall, and I've attended a lot of sessions here. You know, I've seen over the course of the whole day, the enthusiasm wavers, you know, up and down. But here, what I see is that it has not even dropped a single notch. It's like that masala Hindi movie, house full hai, ek seat khali nahi hai, log bahar line mein aake khade hain. Can't be more engaging than this. You know, it speaks volumes about the sessions that have been there through the whole day. They have been engaging. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, just thought down the memory lane. When I was in my first year of engineering, a long time back, there was a senior of mine who had presented a paper which was titled as E-commerce in Global Context. I mustered all my guts to, you know, walk up to him and ask, Sir, iska matlab kya hai? What do you mean by this? Because commerce samajh mein aata hai. E kya hai? And these were those days when E and I still meant E and I. There was no Apple, there was no Amazon in India at that point in time. So he very easily said, you know, this is like doing online business. And I was like, I asked a question, Sir, aap engineering karke import-export ka dhanda karoge? He was like dumbstruck. What have I asked? And I thought, you know, have I asked a very intelligent question that he's dumbstruck, or such a dumb question that it's going to follow up with a ragging session? Cut 2.5 decades. Even that senior would not have, you know, fathomed the level of proliferation of e-commerce in India, the success of e-commerce in India. You people in this room are a big testimony to it. The way we have grown and the future that we have, it's huge. Ask any e-commerce professional, they'll tell you that the business is a tech stack problem, if not as maybe bigger than a business problem, but equally big as that. And with a lot of technologies on the horizon, like data insights, analytics, and to top it all, mother of all words, AI. You know, we use the word AI more than, or we utter the word AI more than you take your children's name in the whole day. The question arises, what these technologies can do for us. How can these technologies help us to grow our business? How can they help businesses in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities to grow, to take smarter decisions, grow businesses, have business strategies? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rohitash Sharma from Palo Alto Networks, and I have a set of esteemed panelists here today who will help us to answer these questions, how AI and allied technologies and related technologies can help us to grow this business. Though they have been introduced, but I'll take a quick moment for them to introduce themselves. So Kiran, I'll start with you.
Hi everyone, my name is Khilan Haria. I am the Chief Product Officer for a fintech startup, Razorpay.
Hi everyone, my name is Siddhant. I work at Shopify. I've been with them for nearly a decade now. It's been great to see the India ecosystem grow and be a part of it and really contribute. So really looking forward to the discussion today as a technology partner to Shiprocket.
Hi everyone, myself Bharat. I'm the CEO for Stelcorp, and we are basically into global enablement for the compliance and the other aspects.
I guess you'll have to
check. Hi everyone, my name is Pradeep. I lead base.com in India. I'm the country CEO. I have spent a couple of decades in e-commerce, consumer goods and tech, spent the last 10 in Europe, came back to India to see this unbelievable growth and the craziness that's happening in e and quick commerce today, bringing along with me some European tools that can help.
Hi everybody, I'm Piyush. I lead the mobility business in Exotel. Exotel is a company that connects brand with their customers across different digital channels. Very happy to be here.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Deepak Mundare. I'm head of operations for Dista. I've been associated with Dista for last 4 years, after serving Indian Air Force for good about 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Such an esteemed set of panelists here. The question is, where do I start with? Now, today morning I did a transaction and it went through on Razorpay. My account balance got lighter because of that. So I'll open it for the gentleman here. So Kiran, for Razorpay, I'm sure AI is being used a lot. Can you just give us an insight how Razorpay is using AI for improving customer experience? And one important question most of the people here would be interested to know is, the way digital payments have happened for last couple of years has more or less remained the same. Can you give us a peek into the future, how this is going to change? And once it happens, what are the cybersecurity ramifications for the same? Though a long question, but I look forward to your answer.
Sure. Thanks, Rohitash. And yeah, thanks for transacting with us. Keep doing that as you come across Razorpay. In general, enamored by the growth of digitization, digital commerce in the country, last 15, 17 years as an end user, seen this space going from practically nil to now extremely large and still looks like day zero for us. At Razorpay, we try and simplify payments for businesses, all sizes, small business to the largest of the enterprise in the country. And when the AI wave came, to be very honest, for the first 6 to 12 months, I was a naysayer on the sides that this is looking like another one of those fads. And I've seen 2, 3 of those in the last 10 years now where it's looking like the next big tech evolution. And yeah, that kind of delayed our, early innovations in AI. I think 8, 10 months is when I became a convert that this is real. I tasted blood and I started using a bunch of these myself as an end user that the power is 100x of what I was imagining. So to be honest, I think the first wave of ideas for us started where we started pushing all of us to become end users of everything available in AI. That tinkered the creativity of what all is possible, how do we solve problems for our customers via it. And first wave was very simple. Can the smallest of our customer get an account manager virtually who's as good, if not better, than the best of the human account manager? In the pre-AI era, it was just not possible. Like an account manager for the likes of Flipkart, Amazon, rock solid, best of the, AM that we have. Can we do that for the smallest of the customer? I think with AI that became possible. So that journey started. I think we are at 80% of the journey, not there fully yet. But a year back, if you'd asked me, I would have said this is not possible. So making a big dent in customer experience to our customers directly. I think second thing for us is small examples and moments of things which just weren't possible before AI, which are now available. To give you an example, to onboard with Razorpay or any payments platform in the country as a business, and folks sitting in the room have done it and they understand the pain. We have to comply with every single compliance out there. It can be as strenuous as opening a bank account. How do we do that in a manner where we simplify the journey and process for folks, including digitizing the KYC as much as possible and also making the form filling less onerous and possibly forms become invisible. So those are things which again weren't possible pre-AI. So in every aspects of the journey, right from onboarding when you create an account to as you start transacting with us, every single need that you have, the entire user experience form factor is changing. And the last wave is, as you're asking, what happens when transactions go through? Little different from your analogy, I think transactions have changed massively in India. From my first credit card transaction in 2007, where I could give it to a server in a restaurant and swipe my card through magnetic. I luckily didn't run into any frauds back then, but no second factor in the country. Less than 0.5% of India's transactions are digitized, maybe less than 0.1, to now, a fairly sizable double-digit number. Second factor, UPI, I think India's payment space has evolved massively. It will go through a transformational shift in the wave of AI. Today, as we were discussing offline, every single bot traffic is illegitimate. Now AI agents will purchase on my behalf. I possibly will not go to website. If I run out of my favorite pair of socks from Helium, I'll just use my favorite LLM agent and say, can you go ahead and place this for me? Groceries, any and everything, right? It will become natural the way I am interacting with another human. So payments will have to become part of that natural journey. And I think the next year is going to be exciting for all of us to figure how to make that happen in a manner where it is still as secure as and safe for the end user. India loves OTPs. It looks a little, a little counterintuitive. Why would we love friction? But we want to be in control of the money that we have. So we still need to ensure that users feel in control of the money that is being spent via an AI agent on my behalf. So we are on the journey. I think next 6 to 12 months we'll see a massive transformation in that. I'm looking forward to how, we all purchase changes significantly.
Thanks. So it's all about user interaction and how can you, preempt a lot of requirements that are going to come with the market. Just before the session, I and Piyush and the team were discussing an interesting thing, how Exotel has launched a chatbot and they put their chatbot to talk to ChatGPT and have a conversation between two systems, two AI-based systems, and the outputs were very interesting. So taking a cue from that, Piyush, I would like to understand how is Exotel using AI in terms of customer interactions? How is it changing the face of it? And how does it matter, or how important is it for the regional interactions as well when you move to tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 cities? So if you could just give a view about that.
Well, yeah. So see, historically you've seen that in India, a lot of new businesses or startups, they came from tier 1 cities. And the reason was the access of affluent India or the access of high per capita market. Now with the advent of technology and especially availability of digital channels, the market is everywhere. You can be in Lucknow and be nurturing your lead in Bangalore or service your customer somewhere else. And WhatsApp has actually turned the game on its head. So now, and Exotel has been a leader. We were able to predict that the game is going to be search, and let me break it down for you what we've done. When it comes to regional being the specific issue, we knew it for a fact that if you have to go deep into India, you have to go regional. We saw the Shunya AI video. Every person has a different language, everybody has a different logic. We have our conversational AI platforms that nurtures 10, 15 plus regional languages. So irrespective of the fact where you're coming from, what age you are, what occupation you are, what gender you are, the bot or your robotic friend has the ability to check your vibe, check your intent, and answer to you in the same way. Not simple transactional robotic questions, but talk to you like a friend. And you can have deep conversations with our bots. This is what we are doing. The second thing that, again, I'll come back to each individual being different, creating hyper-personalized journeys. So a cab driver or a senior citizen or a Gen Z can be coming to all of you, and you have to cater to them in a different way. Now the bot again has the ability to identify what the intent is, who could this person be, and talk to that person in that tone. If he's a senior citizen, probably not extremely tech savvy, the bot would explain to that senior citizen like a 5-year-old. So this is what we are doing on, let's say, a chat front. The similar functionalities are available on the voice front as well. I mean, there's a listed customer care number. You call on that number, it'll take you like few minutes to identify that you're speaking to a bot. The bot is so fluent. And for let's say a small business in a small town in India, it's not feasible for everyone to have a big customer care team. Let that bot that works 24/7 seamlessly without getting tired handle all your queries for you. And if certain queries are extremely complex, they go to a different queue for you to handle them the other day. So this is what we are doing, and the revolution is coming from the smaller towns, I'm telling you.
I'm sure the engagement levels at tier 2 and tier 3 cities is going to open up those floodgates for us, and the kind of data you're collecting for your organization and the insights that you have will obviously propel this further. While we're on the subject of data insights, Siddhant, this question is for you. I mean, now the adoption for Shopify in India is on the rise. How is Shopify using AI to help customers, or the data insights that you have, help a lot of businesses to scale from local level to, say, national and ultimately global levels? And while doing so, are you seeing some interesting trends coming out of India which you can share with all of us?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll first start by very just quickly talking about why you should care about AI. So there's a big market out there, right? And in e-commerce, there's about a $4 trillion market. India is about 60-70 billion. That's the estimate last I read. Just one number I'll say, fashion is estimated to be influenced by AI by almost $200 billion in the next 5 years, right? So that's just one number, that's just one category, right? 20% of all images and videos created this year, and this is a Gartner study, will be using Gen AI, right? And almost 50% of all marketers are already using it in some way or form in their workflow, right? At Shopify internally, our CEO says it's a base expectation for us to use AI. And as a result, all of us actively have inculcated it in our workflows daily, right? In terms of like just investments made, right? Shopify has always been close to entrepreneurs. Over the last 2 decades, all the tools, all the software that's been built has been built with the intent of helping merchants on the ground who are just starting out, who are having that fear to start out, right? And we have this thing internally that we say, it takes a lot of courage to start a business. So all we do is basically help improve that courage economy for entrepreneurs, right? So just coming back to what are some of the tools that merchants can use, right? As we move from traditional software to goal-oriented software, what we saw today. Shopify's goal is to build out a commerce OS, which helps merchants to achieve their goals. You speak to Shopify and you get what you need to do. And so as a first step, one of the first things that we did was launch Sidekick. It's our AI-powered assistant. It's available to all merchants within their admin. It can do basic tasks like pull some data for you. It can set up your domain. It can help you build theme blocks. It can, there's a range of things it can do by taking instructions from you and with your approval, right? And so what that does is anybody who's not tech savvy can very easily start doing those things which would have required you to write code in the past, right? So that's one of the first things that has happened. And as a result, this technology has become very accessible. It's also supporting 20 languages today. So we talked about the diversity angle, and obviously this number is more of a global number, but it's going to be extended to more languages. We support English and Hindi today, but then we will get into that eventually. And then, so this is one aspect of it. There is, so which is the operations piece, right? Then there is the experience side on the customer side. And that's where our semantic search plays a big role in helping customers to basically level up in terms of their conversions, right? So search drives a large part of your sales on your site. And so today, our semantic search is AI powered and supports 90 plus languages already, right? So AI is almost built into every piece of Shopify. And last year, 1 in 3 buyers online shopped on a Shopify store, which basically gives us a lot of data. So what we're doing is using that data to not adapt general AI, but really build from the grounds up using that data and models that can help merchants very practically to drive either a higher revenue, lower cost, or improve experience. So those are some of the things I could go on.
I understand that it's a vast topic. You know, I very easily asked you, just saying, you know, what does it take to go from India to, I mean, from local markets to national and subsequently global? It's easier said than done. You know, the moment you cross the borders, the regulation changes so frequently, a lot of challenges are there. I would like Bharat to chime in here, you know. What are the various factors that businesses should look at, you know, for moving from India to global markets? How are they looking at it? And what impact is, the changing regulation has on this? So if you could just share your views on that with our audience, please.
So first of all, I would like to mention that as and when any brand start in India, so again, compliance is the most important factor. So example, when any brand is going global, first they are choosing the marketplaces so that you can say with the ease out, they can just approve the customer acceptance and things start moving. Initial days, you can say brands are not focusing too much on the compliance of the destination market. And that is the key, where you can say if your product is not compliant destination market regulation, then definitely at some point of time you are going to face the challenge, and business, you may go out of the business from that country itself. And global itself is a huge ocean where each and everything should be done with the right kind of seasoning. No, on day one, resources are limited, everything is limited. So how you are optimizing it, waiting for that seasoning to be completed, diversification, how we can plan, and then just start expanding. So international is completely different than the India domestic, and your competition, product acceptance, or maybe multiple kind of things which is going to get impacted. Even your Indian part, RBI and custom, which is the major, like you can say, key area where people are struggling, that need to consider so that you can say you are not facing any regulatory challenges even on your domestic business. You are attempting exports for good, but if your domestic itself is come under challenge, then there will be another problem start coming in. So how to just take care and build a strategy around it for the global market, that everybody should think and customize as per his own convenience. And models are quite customized as of now. So everybody has the different formulation or different kind of ask or different kind of, you can say, resources. So it need to be planned and balanced out in such a way so that you first sustain domestically and expand global slowly, gradually within the compliant manner so that your business can sustain.
Thanks. Thank you. Deepak, I would like to pick your brains on this. I believe, you know, going global for direct to customer organizations is tough. Using the same app or the website for Indian customers and going global, what are the various challenges they might face? And because these apps and websites have a lot of data behind that, do you see a data privacy concern or a data security concern?
Yeah, I think there are 2 or 3 parts of your question. Coming to a D2C brand going global, there are challenges of compliance, like Bharat mentioned. There are challenges of payment compliance, RBI's PACD guidelines, reconciliation. Right? I would just like to mention a small incident. A few months back, one of the brands, they wanted to go international. And we were explaining them what are these guidelines, what are these rules and notifications, and started with FIRA, FIRS, FIRA, EBRC, IRM, EFIRC. 10 minutes down the line, total disengagement. Deepak, we will scale globally, leave international. We don't want to go international. Right? This is where we want to communicate, like Stelcore is here, Base is here, there is a page Shopify here. We have mastered the compliance part of it, right? We are the expert dominant players in cross-border e-commerce. Leverage our experience, leverage our strength, forget the compliance part of it, forget the regulations part of it, right? Come to us, we'll help you go international. Like Dista has created a unique solution, which is like we have leveraged almost 6 years of operational data, turned it into a AI ML driven uniform automated solution. On a click of button from your domestic website, you will be able to go international live. Right? Now, we like brands generally say 1.4 billion consumer space, right? It's huge. Indian domestic market itself is huge. Why do we need to go international? Now, consider global market 5x, your market is huge, right? So for every brand who are looking for like sort of a growth, going international should be part of their strategy. And go to brands like Dista, Stelcore, Base to formulate your strategy. We will help you out in formulating strategy, we will help you out in executing your strategy. Now you mentioned, can the same website be used? Like suppose a brand has got a website which caters for domestic traffic, right? Now, in order to go international, yes, same website can be used. It's a software, and software can do anything, right? But if the website is designed with the, initially designed is catering for the mandatory compliances which are required for domestic as well as international, yes, you can use the website. However, if you're using that website, there are a lot of things which are allowed in India, which you can do it in India when you're selling online, but you cannot do the same outside. Right? Depending upon the platform compliance. Like for an example, if you want to sell in USA, your website has to be disability friendly. Right? You have to build in various regulations which are different in different countries regarding security or privacy. If you incorporate all these things on your domestic website, it is no more an optimum website. Your load time will go up, your conversions will go down. So our advice is like always go for separate websites when you are considering domestic as well as international. By using the same website, you are also exposing yourself in case somebody sues you or in case you are not meeting any compliance, you are already letting go of your cash cow, right? So go for a different website to cater for domestic as well as in, international markets. That's advice. Now, third part, I think you mentioned about privacy and security, right? Again, there are different compliance requirements in terms of data privacy and data security for different countries. You can talk of DGPR or CCPS or PIPEDA in terms of protecting the privacy of a customer for its personal data, for transaction data, the kind of products they are using. And in terms of security, like normally a store built on Shopify or any of the third-party service provider will use 12 to 13 applications in order to process orders and boost and gather data, analytics and other things. Every application you use creates a crack, brings in a gap in your overall system. Now, when you're using these apps, the access given to these apps, some of them are doing intentionally, some of them are doing unintentionally. They are collecting the information which is not required by them. Right? Any weakness in their cybersecurity system will expose you. Right? And the penalties for financials, it is huge. You can be like almost written off in case you're caught or your data is breached through your website. Right? Your reputational loss may bring your like entire brand to almost like become inconsiderable, right? So these are the things one has to keep in mind. That's what I would like to submit.
Thanks, Deepak. That was really insightful. You know, the whole cycle of it. That was really insightful. Pradeep, you've been there, done that. You have operated in the global markets and now with Indian markets. We'd like to understand from you, you know, what are the operational differences when you operate in a global market vis-a-vis India market, and how can we adopt the best practices, so to say, so that we can flourish our own business systems here?
That's an interesting question, right? So the context, I've seen sellers in Europe, US for a decade. Now having come to India, seeing sellers here, brands here, the context is different. We do things differently. Our customers need stuff differently. Saman wapas aa jata hai, kya kare abhi, right? So the question takes a bit of a, let's say, understanding of the context in India. But what I see major differences is, if you look at a brand that has scaled, let's say in a global market, more than one country, right? 2, 3 places. Typically the organization that is working on this, inside this company, right? What do people do? India, when I go visit a brand, the general manager of operations, e-commerce manager in your companies, they are fighting today's fires. They are fighting movement of goods. They are fighting undeliverable stuff, RTOs, NDRs and stuff like that, right? Now, operators in brands there, in developed markets, obviously, are obviously doing the next things. They're focusing on growth. They're working on automating creation of listings on new markets, growing, right? So I think India, especially looking at tier 2, tier 3, now the entire boom of quick commerce as well, what we are doing today and what we should be doing to really compare or even learn from what's happening abroad is step up in terms of automating what is mundane, what is operational, right? How much of founder time today is going into SOS, firefighting, goods movement, a lot, right? And there is a bunch of things available in the market. We're talking about Apna AI, right? We're talking about solving it from marketing to logistics. But you go to a warehouse in a tier, I live in Coimbatore, right? Go to a warehouse in a tier 2 city or a brand in a tier 2 city, I think the difference becomes really stark. So I think my first piece of advice to Indian entrepreneurs, brands here would be to really think, how do we bypass this layer of getting digital, then we need to get AI, right? Today, 78% of businesses in the world do something AI. But you know what that means for a market like India, like businesses like yours and ours, right? What do? We use ChatGPT, we ask questions, we try to find answers, right? It's much beyond that. What can happen is much beyond that. So I think it's in the power of implementation, right? So what do you do with AI, right? For that, what needs to get out from your table today, right? Things need to be automated from a business process standpoint, marketplace operation standpoint, returns, RTOs, logistics standpoint, right? And then you can focus on doing stuff like going global, right? Then look at compliances. Compliances are automating today, right? So I think Indian businesses compared to Western businesses, we should think of how do we stay ahead of the curve. Apne ko 2 step lena hai, ek nahi, right? So, and that is what I've sort of seen in reality on the ground. So before we get into a lot of crazy things that we can do, there's a lot of basics we need to correct or we need to, let's say, get done with, right? Jugaad has a new definition now. AI is your Jugaad. Technology is your Jugaad, right? So we are great with Jugaad, right? But let's do it in the new way. And I think the complexity of running a business in India, running a brand in India, versus doing the same in abroad markets, US, Europe. Obvious reasons are there, I'm not going to get into them, right? The market is higher priced, margin structures are better, etc. But one stat, 15% of India's GDP is logistics cost. Doing logistics in India is 15% of our GDP, right? That number in the US or Europe, for example, is 6%. Now what that means to you is your cost of doing business has gone structurally up from 6 to 15, not going to change any soon, right? So profitability is more challenging by that 9% for you, right? So with that, I would say, let's think really aggressive, really ahead, get some basics in place and, start using AI. A lot of people have talked about what to do with AI. I think you've seen enough from the morning. But that's, I would say, a fundamental difference I notice.
Thanks Pradeep. Thanks for the insights. since morning I've been listening to a lot of sessions which are happening and a lot of insights that our panelists have given. One thing is for sure, you know, as practitioners of e-commerce, logistics, and the whole ecosystem, if we each do one thing right, just one thing right, 140 crore times the same thing, the things that we'll deliver will make us unstoppable in this market. Nobody, no other country can catch us. The opportunity for us is huge. I mean, it's bigger than any other country, it's bigger than any other geography. It's for us to cash in, and I really get motivated by seeing all of you in this room striving to make that happen. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your insights. It's been really helpful to all of us, and I'm sure we all will walk out of this room a bit wiser and a few new strategies that we can adopt to increase our business, go beyond, as VSS says in the morning, we are Indians. We will drive the path. We will set the path. Let the world follow us, not the other way around. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I request you all to please come together for a group photo opportunity? And can we all take a moment, put our hands together for our wonderful panelist and our moderator at the same time. I know, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be lunchtime soon, but please be with us. The sessions are very interesting, planned, curated, scheduled for all of you. Let's make the most of every session. Thank you for joining us. Wonderful to have such great insights. Okay, while we're going to take a moment here to clear up the stage and introduce our next speaker, we're going to have on stage in the next couple of minutes digital native sales Google Cloud, Mr. Amit Kumar, who's going to be here with us. Please let me know once we're ready, all right? We have so many stars in the room, but I want to see who the real star here actually is. I want you to help me with some tangible items that you can probably show me right now. That is S, T, A, and R. For S, we can have a pair of spectacles. For T, we can have a teacup. For A, we can have anything. So let our minds work for a bit and give me a raise of hands if you're ready with the star word. You are? Already? That was quick. Can you get a mic here, please? Can you get a mic here, please? Okay. Good afternoon. First of all, I'm going to quickly take a moment to ask how was the whole experience of being here at SHIVIR been for you, and then we're going to move on to the star word.
It was a pleasant experience. I mean, yeah. Yeah, good afternoon all. Thank you for offering this. It was a pleasant experience, and we are at lunchtime, still I can see half of the crowd here. So
that is wonderful to see. So many people are still hooked on here.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I'm hoping you all enjoy the next half of the session. I'm hoping for that. Thank you.
What about the star word?
Star word, yes. It's awesome so far. This is what I'm feeling. I'm still
figuring out what could be the items.
Yes.
That's all right. We'll give you all the time. But anyone else who's been able to figure out anything with S, T, A, N, R? Anyone in the audiences? I don't want to lose you guys. Be here with us. The next session is going to be resuming in the next 2 minutes. Anyone? Probably with S? Anything you can think of that is probably present in the room? Sorry, tell me. The screen. Fantastic. What's your good name? Swati. Swati, where are you joining us from? All right, that's a brand promotion. But we'd love to know, what brand are you from? It's a kids brand. Okay. All right, anyone else? All right, we have someone out there. Thank you, sweetheart. Can you please pass on the mic to him? Oh, did I skip that? We also have some interesting prices for someone who helped me with the right answer. Yes.
Okay. So, S, We have two S's displaying in the screen, so Shiprocket is one of them.
Oh my God! Give it up for him, everyone.
Thank
Not
you.
one but two. Shiprocket and Shivir.
Shivir. Right, so
You
that's what
won
I'm
it
saying.
already.
Thank you.
Oh, no, there's no TANR coming?
Right?
There is no TAR coming?
So,
Are we compensating it with double S?
Not bad, but in Shiprocket, I think T is somewhere there. But A, I have to figure out still now, but okay, it's fine. At least a few of them is covered, right?
Let's hear out your name.
My name is Aninda Shakula.
Okay.
So I came from Kolkata.
Fantastic.
Thank you. We are here from a company. We are also, let's do a branding also. Me and Dave, we are the two founders of a company called Campix.
All right.
So it has been hosted under the umbrella of Catchix Private Limited. And we are into the digital media and marketing. We are helping them using AI to create rules as well as monitoring to save the wastage which is happening globally. So we are into that business. We have built our own product. We are here for that to connect with the people and all. So we both are here.
Thank you for being a part of Shiprocket Shivir.
Thank
Hope you guys are having a good time here in the capital
good time.
city.
Let's
Thank you.
get back with some more clients.
Yes.
So that's the target.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have a special message from founder and CEO at Your Story Media, Ms. Shraddha Sharma. Can I request you all to please have your eyes at the LED? Can we please have the video?
शिपरॉकेट के शिविर में आप सबका स्वागत है। हम यहाँ पटना से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। सबको कहना चाहूँगी कि आज मैं बिलीव कर रही हूँ और लिव कर रही हूँ कि सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा और हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो भारत के हर कोने में छिपे हैं और बहुत सशक्ति के साथ कुछ बना रहे हैं, कुछ कर रहे हैं। बिहार में आके देखिए यहाँ क्या क्या हो रहा है और कितने अच्छे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं। यहाँ नहीं, हर जगह है और हम सब हैं। मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ, आप एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं और सब एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मेरा सलाम। एंड आई एम सो प्राउड कि शिपरॉकेट ये शिविर इवेंट कर रहा है एंड आई होप दिस इज ऑफ ग्रेट वैल्यू एंड कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू शिपरॉकेट for actually enabling, empowering 4 लाख sellers हैं इनके प्लेटफॉर्म पे और भगवान करे कि ये फूले फले और बढ़ें और अपने बढ़ने में और लाखों sellers को जोड़ें। प्लीज़ इस इवेंट से पूरा वैल्यू उठाइए और हमेशा मैं कहूँगी सब एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को कि ज़िंदगी में बहुत कुछ मिलता है अगर हम दें। तो अगर हम शिविर में आए हैं तो देखिए आप दूसरों को क्या दे सकते हैं। एंड विद दैट very proud to be an Indian, very proud to be an entrepreneur and very proud to be from Bharat. All the very best.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shraddha, for that wonderful message. Moving on, as I mentioned, I am now going to invite up here on stage Digital Native Sales Google Cloud, who is also the director. Mr. Amit Kumar, can I request you to please join us on stage? Okay, I know we've obviously reduced the number right now, but the energy shouldn't reduce, right? Amit sir, what do you have to say about that? Are we happy with the energy that we've got so far? Please give it up for Mr. Amit Kumar, Director, Digital Native Sales, Google Cloud. User centricity in the age of AI, a topic that has intrigued us all, and we really want to know more about it. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm assuming no one of you has come in alone. So you have friends who are venturing outside, send them a message, let them come back for the session of the day. No? Nobody wants to do that? I saw some phones come out. Call your friends. Can I have a clicker, please? Clicker. We have some tech glitches for the day, but don't worry. It's all good. Life is good. So, I need a clicker, please. Thank you. Okay, so I know I have some very busy slides, and what I'll try and do is skip these because I'm running late, behind schedule. I was like, who follows cricket here? I'm just checking if people are even listening. Who follows cricket? Same hands again. There's only 6 people in this room who follow cricket. Come on. Yes, some more. So I am like that batsman who's been waiting since the morning, right, for my turn to come. Think of me like now I've been asked to bowl. So instead of batting, I've been bowling. That's my situation. The room is half empty. But you know what? We've got the session of the day lined up. So what I'll try and do is talk about AI. And in Hindi, हमारे business में पता ही नहीं चला कि cloud से हमारा business AI कब बन गया. Right? So that's sort of the situation that we are in. I am in. I have the privilege of leading Google's digital business in India. Also been the privilege of sitting in many boardrooms where e-commerce strategies and plans being made, logistics, commerce and strategy plans have been made, and there's a lot of AI conversation right now. So I'm in the midst of many of those. I have some things on the slide for you to see. I'll try not to read the slides and spend more time on areas where there's some real live examples that you can fun of. Look, the camera is always looking at me, so I have to keep smiling. Right? So generative AI holds immense value for retailers, not just for retailers, for everybody. For in every business, in every field that you are in, whether you are a doctor, whether you are a teacher, whether you are a student, whether you are, say, a musician, whether you ride motorcycles like me, whether you are in e-commerce, wherever. But there's one thing I want you to think about. It is my statutory disclosure before we talk about AI. There are two parts to AI. One, which is what it appeals to me, makes things come alive. So can I plan my next holiday, right? Can I run a small marketing campaign? Can I finish an assignment? Can I make a presentation for an audience? Things like that. That's me as an individual, that's you as an individual. But there is a whole big difference when you think of it as a business. Please keep that in mind. Please keep in mind that the tool that you're using, is it keeping your data safe? Or are you uploading confidential information of your customers or sometimes trade secrets onto a tool that is training itself? Be very careful when you do that. Think about what's the unique edge that you have, and are you giving that edge to somebody? How open are you in terms of keeping your data safe? Are you secure, or is it making more vulnerable? Remember that hacking tools will also become more and more smarter with AI. So do think about how do you think of your customer's business and how do you think of your unique competitive edge before we talk about AI and all those productivity gains that are listed on the slides over there, right? And everybody is thinking about this, how can I use AI in my life? How can it help me grow my business if you're in e-commerce? How can it help you improve conversions? How can it improve customer engagement? How can it improve delivery times? Things like that, right? Those are obviously all your business objectives that you're thinking about. So let's dive a little bit deeper and talk about a simple topic. I like to simplify AI for our users in a simple way. In my view, AI will be agents, right? Eventually, someone said the word AI is being used a lot. I think agents are being used even more. So agents are basically tools. I put a small definition over here. I put this deck over the night, right? So please pardon me for some of the missing graphics here, but there's some interesting stuff coming there. So AI agents is an application that tries to achieve a goal, right, as it's on the slide, by observing the world and acting upon it, and using the tools it has on its disposal. So think of it like a human being that is very capable and smart and is trying to solve a problem. Think of it also as the layer through which you see AI or your users will see AI. Right? That's how a very simple definition of an agent. What will agentic AI do? 3 ways. It will transform marketing, very easy to understand, and I'll show you some slides. It will transform businesses, and it will also transform how people work together. Right? Those 3, I would say, are the simple ways of looking at it. So let's talk about marketing transformation. What does it do with marketing? Right? In the sense of discoverability of your products or catalogs, simple way of thinking, it can help you become very relevant to your users' needs. It can help you be discovered. It can help you create catalog. And I have some examples on the slides, but I'll spend more time on a few of the other ones. Let's look at this one. Right? Think of it like a simple way of catalog enhancement. Here what you see is that you see a catalog, you see an image from a catalog, and I've enhanced that image for you. Right? It's a static image. Your customers are looking at the image. What do they think? They think there is a person wearing a dress, right? And that dress has certain colors and contours, etc. So what you've been able to do is pick up some very simple images, but then enhance that image. Now, what if this were to use motion as well? What if this image became from a static picture to a video like this? And I'm hoping the tech will work and not let me down. It seems like it is going to. Oops, sorry. So I have to be a little creative here. Basically what we are trying to show, there is some tech glitch here. Sorry. Can you make the video work? Someone mentioned the word jugaad. We figured a way out. We are going to play the videos at the end of the session. We are downloading the videos here at the back end. Please pardon me for it. That's how projection technology is always, right? So eventually what you're seeing here is an image that is being transformed into a video, like a simple way at the click of a button, right? And you'll see the fidelity of the video, the enrichment of, and how it retains the flavor of the original image in the video. You can create a campaign in a minute using AI, right? Here's an example of a French company called Carrefour. Many of you who've shopped with them know of them, very large retail chain. Carrefour is using Google's AI solutions to create campaigns in minutes. So you can just describe a campaign and roll it out over multiple channels at the click of a button again, right? Myntra is using what I call as, in their own world, a dream room inspiration. Again, this is a static image. Let me see if the video plays. Yeah, so at least I can see some graphic images. So think of it like a dream room, and think of it like using AI. You can enhance images. You can let the user interact with images and various concepts. Think of it like a virtual try-on in a room. You know, that's what they're doing. Macy's. This is an example of using search. All of these examples are in the marketing domain, just to remind everybody. Macy's is using Google search. Obviously everyone knows Google for search, so we really do it well. What they're doing is they're allowing users to search through catalog and eventually making product discovery better and reducing what we call as search abandonment, right? So the search results are more precise, more better, more interactive for the users. I'm just skipping through the slides to try and show some of these things with you in our video. The other is creating AI-powered videos, right? How many of you have heard of VO? That's a lot of people. Good. So more people are interested in VO than they are in cricket. That's saying something. Right? That's saying that the age of AI has arrived. So we are in the age of AI. VO is Google's model that uses text to video generation. VO3 now also has audio along with it, and we have a bunch of more details to talk about. But using that, you can create AI-powered videos. This was the slide I wanted to show. Can we try and play some of the videos? At the end, okay. Skipping this one again. We're running short of time any which ways. I'm trying to move my screen. Can you get me to the next slide, please? Yeah, perfect. In a simple way, I think we've jumped a few slides, but let's skip this again. Yes, so let's talk about business transformation, and you've seen some examples here, but in a simple way, describing this to you, voice is the new user interface, right? And what's important about voice? When you're interacting with somebody in voice, what's important? The person or the bot needs to speak in your language, right? There are lots of nuances. The voice should not look what? Robotic. The language aspect should be able to speak what we call it English, as an example, right? And in the South, mix of South Indian languages, there's a term for it as well. So those kind of nuances are to be kept in mind when you are using a voice interaction with a customer. My mom uses, that's actually the only form of text she uses. She uses voice messages to send me messages, and she speaks in her language and she likes it, right? She also does religious stories, again using voice. So there's a lot of voice interface that's already picking up. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that the audience is still with me. What is the future after voice? Yes, there's some people at least awake. Thank you so much. So in the voice world, let's see if this demo works. It doesn't again, sorry. So effectively what I'm trying to do is create an example of someone looking at a website or an app and ordering stuff while talking to the app, right? Multimodal in a way, ability to input an address while you're talking, ability to decide the payment method while you're talking, ability to put in zip code, location, addresses while you're talking, all of that while you're interacting with an application or with a website. This is another example of business transformation where you're able to do a KYC on the phone with somebody on the video, motion detection, objection tracking, speech transcription, all of that stuff can be done in automated ways, and we have tools and customers using them today in the country. I'll skip some of these examples. This is one I really very close to heart I want to talk about. This is Glance AI. How many of you have used Glance's new AI? Who knows about Glance AI? Very few people. Check it out. Right? This is, I would say, a very, very fast solution that was developed. Glance is my customer and a big business partner as well. So basically what they have done is they have created something called AI Looks, which is what you can take a selfie of yourself and you can load it on the AI application of Glance, and it'll create styles for yourself. You can then use those styles to see which one suits you, and then from that style you can buy them through partnerships. Glance has partnerships with multiple brands across the country, I think 500 or more when I heard last. It's really amazing to be able to style yourself and see how you actually look. So this is not a virtual try-on alone. It is about giving you the choice of how you look in a certain design and in certain styles, and which style chooses you best, and then again buy it. I know we have limited time, so I'll keep going. Let's skip the global examples and see if we can bring in the local ones. This is the last aspect, which is about workplace transformation. And when I say workplace transformation, I'm basically saying putting AI in the hands of your employees. So when you as a CEO or a business owner or even as an employee like myself, think about this, think about how would you actually use AI in your life? Are you discovering things? Are you writing stories? Are you making yourself more productive? Are you using different tools? Are you doing research using AI? Google has a platform, again I'm skipping slides here, called Google Agent Space. Agent Space is our way of putting AI in the hands of users. This is our fastest growing enterprise product ever for Google. The amount of adoption we are seeing for Agent Space is just amazing. This is sort of our way of how, think of it like the layer through which users will use AI. Think of it like the presentation layer on top of all the stack of AI. And again, we have lots of demos. By the way, I have my colleague Naren coming here for an AI masterclass at 3 o'clock. Do attend that, we'll show you more demos there. Since I had limited time and some tech challenges, I decided not to spend too much time. Can we get the videos up? This is my favorite part of the session. Will this play? No. Yeah, let's get the videos, please. This is a simple prompt of a robotic ant, and you can see the clarity of the video. I'm just trying to give you some examples. Yes, look at this one. This is somebody playing a musical instrument, again with a single line.
A force, a wild, untamed might, and she commands your awe with every breaking light.
I think we have some tech issues right now, but what I was trying to say is show you some examples of, can we play at least this one? Do one for me today? Today is surely not my day. But that's all right, it's yours. No, we won't be able to get this one as well. Oops, like I said, not my day. Sorry about this. Look, the tech is not supporting us today. We will try and make it work before the 3 o'clock session. But there is one aspect that I want to leave around with you before I end my session today. Apologies, I could have done a much better job, but so be it. I can blame the tech. There is one aspect about, when I started off, I gave you this disclosure about securing data, being careful about what information you upload, etc. When we come to images and videos, there is one more aspect that AI brings in that is relevant. Let's just check in the room who can think about that. What is that topic? And it is related to something to do with statutory issues and things like that. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You made my day. Look, I'm not having such a bad day. It's about indemnification, right? So there is only one company in the world or one AI tool in the world that indemnifies you for all the content that you generate, and that is Google, right? So do remember that whatever content you generate on the internet is subject to copyright laws, especially in other countries in the Western world. And we have something called indemnification. We also have various tools and technologies to identify where the image was generated from, but do pay attention to that aspect apart from the creative aspect of AI. With that, I'll hand over. Please do come by for us at the 3 o'clock session. My colleague Naren will be leading it, and hopefully we'll do a much better job at that time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And definitely we'll make this day yours as well. It is pretty much on your side only. Next up, we're going to dive into our next session, Speed to Success, Creating Retention with Fast Tech-Enabled Growth. All right, check. Thank you so much. Joining us for this very exciting conversation is going to be Mr. Raj Vikram, co-founder and CEO at Beast Life. Can we all welcome him by putting our hands together? Mr. Raj Vikram. We also have with us Ms. Simran Khanna, founder and CEO, Coparo. Happy to have you with us. I am a personal loyal customer of Coparo. We also have Gauravjeet Singh, Director Agencies and VC Partnerships at Meta. And making a return to this great grand stage this afternoon before we move on to the lunch, we have COO Shiprocket, Mr. Gautam Kapoor.
Hi.
I was wondering, when I say your name, we're going to have more energy coming from our audiences. Come on, everyone.
Hey, thank you. I think we were just waiting for Raj. I saw him. He's not around. Just give him a minute, or like at least 30 seconds.
There he is. There he is. Beast
Come,
Life
come.
walking up.
He's still making some valuable connections right now. Never miss a moment.
He wanted that swagger. Right?
All the best.
Welcome, guys.
Before she's off, I was just curious, are you not a Meta customer? You use Meta, Reels?
Yeah, nobody
I'm going to take a moment here. Who's not? But I really had to mention about, because Coparo we've seen...
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
No.
All the best now.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks a lot. So the topic for today is interesting. It's Speed to Success, Creating Retention with Fast Tech-Enabled Growth. So I guess I sent that question around to you guys once, but what we're trying to understand over here is that the times are changing. There are multiple aspects to growth of D2C business. Obviously, the business is, the whole market is changing. The customer, how the customer perceives value in buying from a D2C brands is changing. The speed to customer is changing. The customer behavior overall is changing. I think the idea of this session today is to be able to help our D2C customers and brands and businesses that are in audience today to be able to understand what do you guys think about these things. So I think I'll start with the D2C brands over here. But I think Raj, first question to you, right? And then I think I have the same question for Simran also. But Raj, quick commerce has changed the whole landscape, right? As consumers, it's an old question. We all go and buy from our own loved quick commerce marketplace. But how is that changing customer behavior changed your consumers' behavior, and what are you doing about it? I think we'll start with that broad question first.
Sure. So, quick commerce changed the whole behavior, I can't say, because ऐसा नहीं है कि बाकी platforms बंद हो गए. ठीक है, मतलब obviously there is a shift. Obviously there is a great shift of buying behavior into quick commerce now. Maybe or the whole whole commerce e-com business shifted maybe 20% into quick commerce. But yes, even now majority of the business comes from Amazon right now, because in our category people can hold in a day. मतलब उनको अगर एक दिन में मिल जाएगा, because Amazon भी एक दिन में दे देता है deliver. मेरी website मैं NDT use करता हूँ from Shiprocket, so we do deliver in the next day. So उतना बहुत बड़ा change नहीं आया, which I can see. If your product is good, we are just got live in Blinkit. We have a similar sale as compared to as Amazon as Blinkit. So I don't find कि speed उतना ज़्यादा matter करती है. If your product is good, even if it's not available on quick commerce, people will purchase, people will wait. मतलब it's the same thing. मतलब कोई अच्छा रेस्टोरेंट है, यहाँ पे वेटिंग होती है, बट खाना अच्छा मिलता है तो हम वेट करते हैं. So it's more like that.
Absolutely. I think, and I say this to my daughter, एक होता है need और एक होता है want. So blur हो जाता है. I think that's where I keep feeling this every day, that the need and the want is changing. But I think Simran, I pose the same question to you, but I think I'll just add a few things to that. So I speak to a lot of D2C businesses. He's right. It's not the only channel of sales, but I also know that it's the fastest growing channel for most of the brands out there. It's a brand. It's also adding a lot of customers who are it's a discovery platform as well. So what is your view on that, right? As in, when quick commerce is a portion of your business, I'm sure that's a portion of the business. But how is your business per se? As a business, as a company, how are you looking at that opportunity or that challenge today?
Yeah, so I think quick commerce is, it's a fulfillment channel, right? You're not going to use it as demand generation, right? It's not a place where people are going to come in and window shop. You open a quick commerce app, as it is you want the product in 10 minutes. So the amount of time you're going to spend making that decision is going to be a tenth of that, right? And hence, that traditional sort of e-com cart building over a day and a half doesn't happen, right? It's a much faster process. For my category, because my category is home care and it tends to be bulky and it's what people consider to be a pantry loading experience. For me, it's about 33% of my revenues today. So one, of course, very meaningfully, this 33%, most of it would not have existed if it was not for quick com, right? Some of it I would have achieved through e-com as well, but most of it wouldn't have existed if it was not for Q-com. So obviously, it's meaningful. But what we have seen is that the Q-com channels will never stock all of your SKUs because there's necessarily a dark store that they have and shelf space is highly limited. So for example, if I'm dealing with dishwash detergents and let's say I have 4 SKUs, chances are they'll want the smallest one which has the maximum velocity because it's a classical retail model where the velocity and the ROS, what they call, right, that is what determines success for them. If there's somebody else who wants a larger pack, likely they will top it up from an e-com channel like an Amazon or a Flipkart, which has the ability to stock far more SKUs. And then, of course, the ones who want even bulkier packs. Let's say somebody wants to buy 5 liters or 6 liters of detergents, and all of these packs are bought because that is the monthly consumption in many Indian homes. They will perhaps come to your website. So I think the customers self-select. As a business, you have to know what SKU and what product line is more suited in what channel, and then you market in that manner, right? But at the end of the day, the job of demand creation is still the same. So you know you can today make a promise that you could get a Coparo dishwash in 10 minutes. But the fact that you need a Coparo dishwash and you shouldn't be buying brand X and Y, that is demand generation. And that remains unchanged, of course, from a Q-com standpoint. But I would say a lot has changed, even over the last 3 to 6 months about how we even generate demand, right? I mean, demand generation for a D2C brand, I guess Raju would agree, is that creating a lot of brand excitement. You have to put out a great number of pieces of content which are engaging, relevant and refreshed because that is just what, the algorithm sort of rewards. And there you can leverage tech very, very, very deeply. So we've gone from making about 30 creatives in a month and thinking that, my God, matlab itna kaam kar liya mahine mein, to about 300 without adding team size, but of course with huge amounts of adoption of tools, right? So whether you look at a CapCut or an Icon.me, in fact the tools themselves are changing so rapidly that you need to, as a founder, really be on top of the game to see what is the world using today. The sky is the limit in terms of what you can produce, and you can do it at an amazing professional quality.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when you were saying this thought came to our mind. We have Meta sitting with us, and we just had Google. So, हम ad बनाएंगे Vio पे और चलाएंगे Meta पे.
बिल्कुल सही है. I'm audible? Yeah. Sorry. No, I totally agree. That's a good idea.
Chalo, good. The good Shiprocket can bring 2 mammoths together and work together also. So that's nice. I think I want to also, there's a small component of all this, right? I wanted, because as I go and interact with D2C brands, and today also a lot of businesses are here, they are also contemplating, or sometimes they are trying to go and list themselves to a quick commerce marketplace. Very quickly from both of you, what are the tricks and what are the things to look out for a brand who's looking to go and sell on a quick commerce marketplace? Once you answer that question, I want to come back to also talking about our own capability, a brand to be able to go and sell through their own website, and how do they try and push that. So because I want to first talk about how brands are looking to sell on quick commerce and what are the tricks and trades of the.
So I think quick commerce में as she said, आपको छोटा बैग रखना है, and first of all test it with one location, 2 locations, because it's a cost heavy business. मतलब आपको सारा सामान रखना है. Imagine कितने dark stores होंगे, मतलब हजारों dark stores हैं. अब 1000 dark store में 2-2 pieces रखने हैं, तो मतलब that became a filthy quantity. So you have to make sure कि आप छोटे से स्टार्ट करो. यू सेंड 200-300 पीसेज इन वन लोकेशन, वहाँ से कितना पिक हो रहा है, देन यू कैन मेक इट लाइक दैट. सो मतलब क्विक कॉमर्स पे थोड़ी ये सारी चीज़ें ध्यान देनी चाहिए.
Anything else, Simran, which you think that's different from what Raj mentioned?
One, of course, your category should define that, right? So for food, obviously, it's a very over-indexed play on Q-commerce, because those are the categories which naturally people will need or want, we don't know, but they certainly seem to be buying from Q-com, right? So it may not be necessarily the only channel and the holy grail saying that if you're not on Q-com, then everything is over and all, because it's a very tedious process. It's a very long process to get on. It's not easy. And of course, the cost to serve that channel is also fairly high. Between the nature of margins, the logistics and the appointment-based deliveries, and the cost of being out of stock, it's a very high cost to pay. So it's not a magic pill. So, and I mean, ultimately, D2C brand ho, jahan pe consumer hai, you should be there.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I think one thing that I'm taking from what you said in your conversation right now and the one earlier also, is the brand's job is to make sure that they give an experience to the customer. The brand is able to do that best through their own social media handles and their own website. I think that's what you're trying to also say, that give that experience, let them buy from wherever they want to buy, as long as as a brand, your job is to be able to give them a great experience on your own website also. And they can choose to buy on Blinkit. They get a free order, it's okay, but you sell your product, well, it's fine. So I think that's an important learning. I think I want to move this conversation to now more around once you've got a customer, or you've got a lead, or you've got a customer who's now landed on your website. I want to focus more on conversion and retention and the tech we can use. I think I'll start with Gaurav and ask him, what are the things today, because the market itself is changing, the consumer behavior is changing, what are the things which, as per you, in the last quarter, 2 quarters, what has changed in the customer's behavior which is influencing the conversion today? And from a Meta's eyes perspective, what should brands be doing today to make sure that the conversion is far better than what they were today, maybe 6 months ago, 3 months ago?
Yeah, thanks, Gaurav, for that. I think the first piece that I'd like to say has something dramatically changed in consumers. We don't know. What we definitely know is now we can measure that there's a big difference from what it all started off as and what is happening now. So I'll give you 3 clear-cut data-led examples from the meta world to say, listen, there is clear identification of need for speed from consumers. So I'll give you first example is that if you look at any site which gets uploaded, it takes 1 second slower than otherwise, there's 7% drop in conversion.
Oh, wow.
So 1 second slower, 7% drop in conversion. Second, if there's a brand which is essentially going to offer, express delivery, and this is a common across the world. Humans in America are acting like this, human beings in India are acting like this, human beings in Fiji are acting like this. So it's not particular behavior which is Indian. And that behavior is that if I have express delivery as one of the options, there is 15% higher conversion than a brand that does not. Everything else standardized for, right? The third piece is even very interesting. Now we heard about WhatsApp and messaging. Brands that respond to consumers within 5 minutes have 30% higher conversion within 5 minutes. Now, obviously at the scale that we're talking about,
Kapar or Beast Life and the like, where there's so many volume of conversions happening, you can obviously not respond to every customer in 5 minutes. That's where the AI engines start coming in to help and agents start becoming useful. So if I just do a multiplication for a baseline business, 7% improvement by just getting your wife, not your wife in 1 second, but your site up in 1 second, you'll multiply it by 30% conversion.
Sir.
And another 15% up, you can imagine that you have tremendous amount of chain values from just efficiency. And I can tell you that, is it a need or a want to your earlier question? When everything else is equal, and FMCG almost beyond a point becomes equal with time, differentiation is very difficult to keep up with across businesses. Yeah. Even in high technology like AI, it is difficult to have a unique selling proposition, right? So if everything else is equal, what becomes a differentiator is efficiency of the consumer engagement. And that is what we are seeing in data pretty rapidly across brands.
True, sir. True. And I think I can't not agree with या तो अपना response time हो या website response time हो, conversion चाहे wife की हो या order की हो, दोनों impact हो जाती है. If I respond like 1 second late to my wife, she says, yeah, where are you? So I need to.
Yeah, you have to answer in 2 rings. Okay.
So, I totally get it, sir. But thank you for sharing those 3 main points. But I would take the same question to the brands. I'm sure that some of these are, you're quite active to be able to solve those problems. But what are the other things, maybe some of these things that Gaurav has spoken about, you want to touch upon how your brand is taking this, Rajas, and what are you guys doing? What have you done recently, let's say?
So, retention is something where obviously 2 things works. One is your product has to be good, obviously, but other is how you're reaching out to your consumer. So, whenever I have a number, I have a WhatsApp number if a consumer is given me, या मैं तो मतलब उससे एक relationship build करता हूँ. So I try to build a relationship with him. मैं उसको birthday पे happy birthday भी बोलूँगा. मैं उसको जब भी मेरा कोई new launch होगा तो मैं new launch के बारे में बताऊँगा. So I try to build a good relationship with him so that he can purchase. So अभी recently 9th को हमने गौरव का, जो मेरे co-founder ने गौरव का birthday मनाया, and we launched a product which is a fermented protein. And we saw a spike, a great spike. We sold 1.3 crore worth of sales in that one day only. With this kind of a thing, कि वो एक relationship maintain कर रहे थे हम, and we cashed out in a day, जहाँ पे important है.
The day you called me.
The day I called you, कि orders निकलवा दो.
Understood. And Simran, anything that you want to share around the kind of technology or specific things that you've started doing around conversion and retention?
Yeah, I mean, the couple of examples come to my mind, right? So one, a simple insight that we picked up, because we use tools like Chattermiller and all to understand what are people saying in terms of reviews, not just for your own products, but also competition products. It gives you a lot of insights, right? From there, we were able to figure out that white cast, which you would think is a sunscreen problem, there was some feedback coming in of white cast happening on, let's say, a dishwash for us, right? So it was allowed us to kind of hone in very, very quickly into what could have been a batch code problem. And it allows you to go in and fix that, right? That's something that you would have totally missed. It would have shown up much later in some retention metric, and you may not have that point of time attributed it also to the fact that maybe you got it wrong,
and
right?
Did you use a tool to do that, as in to be able to capture that much?
Yeah, I mean, there are tools which are available which actually look at reviews.
Tell them about
so the tool that I use is Chattermiller, and there are others as well. I believe some people use Thematic. But doing this now and then, and again I'll repeat, right, doing it as a founder and talking about it actually makes everybody in the team sit up and take notice and say, okay, if she's on top of her game and she's like 43, then I think we should definitely be on top of our game, right? And that's something very essential, because the world is shifting so rapidly. You can genuinely do so much more. One person can today do so much more. Another example is that, fabric conditioner is one of our products, and typically fabric conditioner is used for woolen clothes, and woolen clothes obviously come out in the winter, and woolen clothes only come out in North India. So we used to only do the production in a certain manner and the pricing and all the campaign management around November, December, Jan, because that was considered to be the peak. Recently in our data we started seeing that it's picking up actually in the West right now. And that is because clothes are damp and clothes need to dry, and when they dry they have that damp smell if you're in a monsoony area, and therefore, you know, now that's an insight that we would have completely missed if we were not actually listening to the data in a very scientific way. So there's a limit to looking at your data, calling up customers, but these tools actually enable you to do this almost in real time, right? And reflect. So, I mean, these are two examples from my work life where I can say that it's, you know, as many tools as you can use, as much as on top of what's new, what's latest, what are D2C brands doing in, let's say, food, how is that applicable here, what are they doing in a different country, how is it applicable here, very, very useful. You'll figure out so many use cases for your own business, and the magic happens when you listen. It only happens when you listen.
It's quite interesting here. I think I've interacted with multiple brands, and I think this is one of the most insightful conversations that I've had with both of you to understand how do you get that data and how do you put that back into either creation of products or retention and conversion. But Gaurav, on specifically because all the brands will go and spend money on Meta, Google, etc. But when the customer actually is there, there's a lot of work that the brand has to do to make sure that the conversion happens once the traffic is coming in. How can Meta really help with the retention of the customer? Because both these brands, like both Raj's brand and also Kabaro, retention is the most important part. Repeat is retentions are the repeat important. I think because both these brands are used monthly or sometimes weekly in terms of replenishing their household. How can Meta help brands like these to be able to make sure that the retention is, because it's so frequent, as the retention is so frequent, and it's not like fashion, it's not like even electronics.
No, I think you know, the fact that you need to retain people is almost like the lifeblood of any business. Meta, for example, if you look at monthly actives to daily actives, that's the ratio that really matters for a platform. What drives the underneath behavior is pretty constant, right? So that's what you need to almost look for, is what is repeatable. There's no point in having there's a very interesting quote that if you hear, hoof steps behind you, in all probability it's a horse and not a zebra. And that's the thing about all these things. That what is common to this is what you need to find out. As far as Meta goes, right, a lot of our retention is also retention of advertisers. What drives advertiser retention is ROAS for every dollar spent. So let's say if you, in a global study, for every dollar spent on Meta, you get $3.71 back. If you're not, you can tweak your equation to get to that, and that's the minimum, right? That's the average of multiple advertisers. Now, what is driving it? What are the right things that a lot of advertisers are doing? The first thing is they are using AI which is native to the platform, which means native to Meta. How is AI native to Meta? How many people in the rooms have seen a reel today? A reel today? Just one person has seen a reel? Come on, okay. How many people have shared a reel? There's no shame in it. I mean,
I was seeing it through their pehle.
So the point is that sharing of reels is what is driving is the AI engine behind it, and how that works for advertisers is to serve a reel to the right person who's uncannily, out of 3.5 billion people, half of the world population on Meta every day, is looking for that similar behavior at a very large data set to serve that piece of ad to say, listen, this consumer is looking for natural products in home care, and will show a reel from Koparo to that consumer. So first is use the native tools. The second piece is to use the AI tool set for the logic that is. And the word that you should use along with AI is something called liquidity. And what is liquidity? Liquidity is give it liquidity of surface. For example, you don't know whether she'll convert on Facebook or on Instagram or on WhatsApp. Let the system decide. So if you're on Meta, use Advantage Plus Suite, which allows you to use these platforms very extensively. Second is give it liquidity of budget. For example, as in Unilever many years back, I had to literally decide, okay, this ad campaign, this is what we'll do, and this is the money we'll put on this creative. The system decides it automatically now for you. So budget is almost liquidized in a way. And the third piece, creative. You have thousands of creators, put all those 1,000 creatives in the system, let it decide which one will convert best for that user. So native tool sets to use. The second thing that is very powerfully used and should be used is funnels, that allow you to use exact like the audiences Raj is talking about. For example, custom audiences. Audiences that have always come to you and bought to you. For example, Shiprocket. We are working now closely with Shiprocket and we'll build that relationship as we go along. If you want to just target return to order consumers who do not do RTO as make a separate cohort, by nature, you'll get better ROI on that investment. Today you can push that data into Meta.
I know.
To get to that.
You want to talk about that partnership? As in, I actually came to know about it yesterday. You want to talk about that partnership briefly?
I will right after this. And third piece is that if you really look at building communities, Raj gave a fantastic on Beast Life. If you have a community, WhatsApp is a great place to talk about community. Why does it? Conditioners. I've spent a lot of time trying to build conditioners as a category. One of the biggest pieces is how do you use a conditioner, and conditioner across categories. Hair conditioners, how do you use them? People don't know it. How do you use fabric conditioner? They don't know it. How do you use a food conditioner? They don't know it. So conditioner as a category. So you can build those communities on WhatsApp. So that's how you can use the Meta platforms to get the outcomes for retention as a start point. On the second point, the relationship, we're going to work very closely as a partner and agency, as almost like Shiprocket will be a close agency partner working with us to help your thousands of people who use Shiprocket to get better ROI on their media investment. So become a full loop service literally. So we're looking forward to building that.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think that's going to be an interesting partnership and a very exciting one too. One thing that I took from that was the whole liquidity you mentioned, right? I didn't know that was the word for it. But, I used to, my experience, I used to run some part of marketing 5 years ago when we were building out some components of Shiprocket, and I started recently doing it when I started doing Quick. I used to have a conversation with the marketing guy, now I have another conversation with the marketing guy. But the first time I went to the meeting, I said, yaar, what are you doing to make sure that conversion बढ़े? मतलब कि हमने बता दिया Meta को. But भाई, they were like, 5 years ago when I used to do it, there was several components to it, right? Now it's largely taken away that those components which will take time and effort, optimization, all that has gone away. And I think that it's largely dumb proof for that marketing guy. Now what he's really putting his effort on is how to design the campaign. What is he learning from the customer outside the campaign because of the campaign? So I think the mind is going in the right space rather than actually running and changing different ad copies or changing different ad campaigns into ye kam chal raha hai, wo zyada chal raha hai, etc. Ye targeting alag chal raha hai. So very interesting. I think the market from a marketing perspective or digital marketing deployment perspective also moved ahead. But thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for this interesting conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you so much. Lovely meeting. And thank you, Raj and Simran.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A little energy harms no one in the room. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us here. Time for me to move on to our next session, wherein we're going to learn how AI is shaping the future of product journeys in the most dynamic way. Joining us here on stage, we have Ms. Ragini Verma, Chief Business Officer at Find. Can I request you all to please give it up as I invite her here on stage? Okay, I see energy coming from this side. What about everyone out there? Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much.
All the very best, looking forward.
Yes. Hi everyone, good afternoon. And today I have just 10 minutes. Shiprocket has told me not to make it too much or too less. So I'm going to be speaking about how you can actually create your fashion brand after this session, literally in 10 minutes. The first question, is this not working? The clicker is not working. It's not working. Okay. So we start with a question, and I know it's lunchtime and I know you guys are all sleepy, but I start with a question, and the question is, whoever answers actually gets a prize. What do you think is the share of India in global textiles and apparel business? Anyone out here? Guys, don't sleep, come on, you can give a wrong answer, that's okay. Sorry? Close. Anyone else? We hope to become that, but we are not. No. It's 3.9%. We are the 6th largest exporter in textiles. Do we like coming 6th as India? I'm hoping not. We want to be the #1 partner when it comes to exporting textiles, right? What are the problems that retailers are facing? And before I come to this, I would actually like to talk about India's opportunity to becoming the powerhouse of textile business, right? The Indian government is doing a lot in terms of infrastructure, in terms of ensuring that a lot of brands like us become the chosen partner for global buyers out there, right? The problem with retailers right now and brands, especially fashion, is that we are moving extremely slow. Brands cannot afford to move slow. You know, we have all heard of quick commerce. We know the jazz about quick commerce, but we also need to understand, you need to go where your consumers are. And your consumers are now Gen Z and millennials. Though we have cracked the code for millennials, we have not cracked the code for Gen Z yet. What do Gen Z want? Gone are the times when you're launching 3 collections in a year, and there is a summer-winter or summer-autumn and autumn-winter. Those days are absolutely gone. What you need to do right now is go where your consumers are and actually drop collections on the go, which is literally in 21 days if you stick with me for the next 10 minutes. How is AI creating an engine, and how is Fine's AI sourcing cloud actually going to help you do that? Now there is a 3 loop. Think of it as making biryani, right? I'm hoping we all love biryani out here. So when you make a biryani, you have your ingredients ready. That's the first thing. Now nobody wants a mango biryani, right? So mango nahi dal payenge. So design and plan your collection. The second part of it, in which we are going to use AI, is make and move your collection in terms of how fast are the manufacturers making your collection, low MOQs, great fabrics, great trims, and then serve it on a platter, which is essentially going to the customer and also ensuring that your products are ready for the next launch. How is Fine helping? The first thing that we need to do is trend spotting. Now you want to open a brand, and you're going to tell me, hey, okay, I want to open a brand. I want to make a collection for women's wear. I want to make a collection which is quite luxury. I want to make a collection which is very succession. So I said, okay, fine. We are going to do at Fine, do all trend spotting for you. What does that mean? We all have heard of Labubus out here. Yes, can you make a noise for that? Yes, okay, a lot of head nods from all the girls, great. So we have made, we know of Labubus, we know of Prada Kolhapuris. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to spot trends, and we are going to actually tell you what is going to be trending in 2026 and 2027. What happens is you hire 5-6 people, they are doing trend spotting for you, they are doing research, they are scaling, scoring Pinterest, Instagram, social listening. You don't need people for this anymore. With Fine's AI sourcing cloud, you can actually do this in your computer. You will be giving a report, you will be given a report according to your brand ethos and your brand guidelines. Which means that, again, to the example that I took, if you want to create a collection for women's wear, it is going to be very, very easy. We are actually going to tell you the colors which we are trending. And since you all have joined me today, I'm going to let out a little bit secret. The color for 2026 is teal. So please remember it whenever you guys are making your next collection, right? So we do the trend spotting for you. After trend spotting, we do the mood board creation. Now again, you're hiring interns, you're hiring designers, they're going on Pinterest, they're scouting magazines, they are cutting up pictures, and they're putting that, hey, this is going to be the mood board. What if I tell you, according to your brand ethos, your brand guidelines, and your brand relevance, we can actually create a mood board for you, right? Now this is what we did. There are 2 mood boards, as you can see here. The left side, you can see a classic chic collection developed for women's wear who love pink and whites, mostly for office goers. You can see a beach baby collection, and this was actually done for a brand in children's wear. This was not selected, but hence it is here. They wanted a beach baby theme, nautical theme. We told them what the colors are going to be, what your mood board is going to be, and how you can actually take it to your consumers. Post this, artwork generation. Ragini, that's all okay. I know that aapne mood board kar diya, trend spotting kar diya. We have various tools. Artwork kaise karenge? How do you design? Now typically people are going to say, मुझे ज़्यादा print चाहिए, मुझे कम print चाहिए, मुझे logo left side में चाहिए, मुझे logo right side में चाहिए. Imagine doing everything not on call, not on Excel, not on your iPad, but in a software which is Fine's Design Studio, which can actually show you multiple designs literally hundreds of them in 3 days as opposed to 30 or 40 of them in 30 days, right? So this is the prompt that we generated, again taking the same mood board that we did. We wrote a prompt. The next question is going to be, ये तो हम ChatGPT से भी कर सकते हैं. Of course कर सकते हो, but ChatGPT doesn't know your mood board, your brand ethos and your brand guidelines, right? So here what we are doing is we have created a design, and you can keep changing the design as in how you feel. You don't like the palm tree, you can remove it. You want more ships, you can do that. So imagine having hundreds of designs, and this is what we did for a children's brand. They wanted 140 designs in 3 days. We gave them 180. Out of them, 90 were selected, which is actually in post-production right now. So that's the beauty of using AI in your retail business. Okay, design ho gaya. How do we see how is it going to look on a body, the silhouette, the feel? We have 2D and 3D line sheets. Now in 2D and 3D line sheets, you can actually see how that garment is looking, how the silhouette is, what is going to be the collar, what is going to be the color. Now again, the same design that we generated, you can actually see it on the mannequin, right? Post this, we created a women's wear, kids wear. You can change the collar, you can change the cuffs according to how you feel is better for your guidelines, right? Ingredients are ready. Now we need to give the recipe to the sous chef. We need to tell him ki ab ye bana do. But this is where manufacturers, Find has an extensive manufacturers which are vetted by Find. So low MOQs, fabrics, trims, buttons, colors, everything organized at one place. So you actually don't need to go again and do everything manually. Your manufacturers get this sheet, you give them the recipe and say them, ye aap bana do, right? And here you can see the neck, the width, the armhole, everything is written according to how you would want your manufacturer or your vendors to process this garment. And you are going to tell me, nahi Ragini, I don't want the metal spherical button, I want Baruch buttons. Can be done. Easy, you just have to write it down, you just have to change it on the platform and it will be changed. What do we do? Designing is done. How do we make it move? As I mentioned, Find has an extensive resource of vendor partners who can do your manufacturing for you. Across fabrics, across trims, all you need to do is start. Like you just need to ensure that you want to start a brand. You can be the next Rare Rabbit, you can be the next Snitch, nobody's absolutely stopping you. I'll give you another secret. Now you want to tell me, I want to sell before I make. Is that possible? Of course it is. How is that going to happen? What you're going to do is, you already have your designs ready, right? You know how your structure of your garment is going to look. You can now use Find's AI PIM solution where it is also going to write your product description, it is going to write your collar type, all the attributes that you need to even upload on different marketplaces. It is then also going to do an AI photo shoot for you. So imagine dropping your garments to your consumers before actually launching it. No sampling, no post-production, just gauging the interest of your consumers. This is the top that we saw. This is the garment that we saw. This is Find's AI photo shoot. We were not running behind any children out there, asking them to, hey, please ruko or photo shoot karao. This was all done via Find's AI photo shoot. The t-shirt, according to the brand guidelines of what they wanted. We have different ethnicities, different models. You can tell us the age that you want, the size that you want. We recently did a photo shoot for ASOS on Agio. It is actually live. So you can go and sort of see that. So this is also done. Imagine dropping your collection before it's launched. Unheard of. This is an AI photo shoot visual that was given to us. Now the image that you see was actually from a DP of a website. We converted it to a video and then we converted it to lifestyle photo shoots. So again, no child was there in this photo shoot. It was done manually in our Mumbai office. Now, usually what used to take 10 to 15 days and be running over vendors and asking them, hey, mera product kahan hai, kab aap mujhe doge? It's actually live within 4 hours. That's the beauty of AI, and if you're still not embracing it, you're sort of losing it out there. So, okay, why should we be using Find AI Sourcing Cloud? Simply because it's going to reduce your costs, it's going to make you more efficient, it's going to make you launch your brand sooner and faster. So if you want to move faster, if you want to be where your consumers are, you need Find's AI photo shoot. Oh wow, I did it in 10 minutes. So I have something for you guys. Please scan this QR code if you are interested in understanding how does this work. And I just want to tell you guys just one last thing. From Kanjivaram to Khadi, India has literally everything when it comes to fabric. Now, all we need is a Made in India tag in almost all the garments that is being produced in India. Apna time aa gaya. Thank you so much. That's my time. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we take a quick moment and appreciate her for being here with us and of course for that wonderful session. I see that the next session has got everyone closer. Looks like everyone knows what's going in next. Do we? Yes, no, maybe. Can we get a hand mic, please? Thank you. Okay, yes. My next question was, looks like everyone knows who's going to join us next. Yes, no, maybe. Okay, do we? Quick show of hands. We know who's coming on next. Okay. And quick show of hands if you don't know who's coming up next. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up, they say, in the words of Zig Ziglar, if people like you, they listen to you. If people like you, they listen to you. But if they trust you, they'll do business with you. One such perfect example of this trust is a personality who has certainly carved her own niche with her charm, with her versatility, with her enigma, with her poise. Any area, any arena she has stepped in, she has made her space there. Started her journey with the world of glamour by winning the title of Miss India in 1999. It is a moment of sheer pride for us to have her with us this afternoon to share her entrepreneurial journey. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the very talented, incredible Gul Panag. The founder of Maguche is here with us, and in this wonderful conversation we are being joined by Mr. Akshay Gulati, CEO International Shipping at Shiprocket. So we're going to hear some great life lessons, some business lessons, some raw stories. All the very best to both of you.
Thank you so much, and Gul, a very warm welcome to Shiprocket SHIVIR. Thank you so much for making time to speak with us today. I'm sure the audience is really excited. It's one of the highlights of the day.
Thank you, Akshay, and thank you very much, ma'am, for the very kind words.
So firstly, I hope everyone has their bellies full. We've had lunch served downstairs, and is ready for this exciting session with Gul. It's clearly been a highlight for me because I've seen you both on television, obviously Miss India being one of the early days where Indian acting, Indian fashion was going to a world stage. But what really intrigued me when I kind of delved deeper into your career and your life, Gul, is that you have a history of reinventing yourself, right? Whether it was winning Miss India, getting into cinema, being a leading actor, then advocacy, and now entrepreneurship with a really cool concept called Magucho. What is it that keeps you so inspired and motivated to keep on reinventing yourself?
I see reinvention as an extension of being curious and constantly trying to grow and challenge myself as a person. So for me, being part of the Miss India pageant and then pivoting to cinema, learning how to fly, going to law school, getting my master's, all of that really was challenging myself and growing. So I never saw evolution or rather reinvention as something linear. I see it as growing and as challenging myself to be in places that push the envelope constantly.
Wow, that is truly inspiring because while it sounds easy to say, right? I didn't even know about law school, for example. I'm sure that it's a lot because you're already established in a particular field. You're dealing with the challenges of day-to-day succeeding in that field, and then saying, you know what, I want to develop this other facet of my life or personality. But as you've gone through these challenges, what are the tricks or the things that have really helped you as you've gone from, let's say, modeling to acting, or the common threads that have really helped you succeed in each and every part of this journey?
I think there are some things that are intrinsically common in being an actor, which is probably how a lot of people recognize me, and being an entrepreneur. But there are also certain things that are very different. So to address the common things, both are heavily reliant on gut instinct, intuition, and pattern recognition. But beyond that, as an actor, I pick a script or a role basis how it will benefit me in my strategic vision, whether it's a story I want to be a part of. As an entrepreneur, my question is to myself, that is this going to solve a problem in the real world? Do I have the grit and the force and the people to execute it? And I think you learn a lot of lessons. You know, the entertainment industry is a great boot camp. It teaches you resilience. You're constantly auditioning, sometimes for a role, but oftentimes for relevance. Criticism is always public. And then very quickly you realize that you must assess, do this amalgamation of all that you have to learn and see what you can do with it. You realize that a setback is feedback, not a verdict, right? We've all heard this and read this in multiple books. So one of the things that I've really learned is constantly pushing the envelope and surrounding yourself with people who remind you of who you are, because you forget in difficult times. You forget that you're incredible, brilliant, resilient, and many things. Because when challenges stare you in the face, you want people out there to remind you, tum ho kya, tum kaun se khet ki mooli ho.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so true and it resonates so much. You know, last night we were at this, doing the setup of this event till almost past midnight, and Sal and I were driving home, and we were just reminiscing about, you know, when Shivir started and the scale it's got to today. And we were asking ourselves, are we still as excited as we are about Shiprocket? Is it because of the scale? And we said, no, it's the people, right? Because those people are the ones who remind you where you came from, where you want to go, and honestly, that doesn't change. So absolutely resonate with that, and I think what you've said today is really true for a lot of the SMB founders here as they're thinking about taking their business to the next stage, to the next level. It is about being grounded in what got you here, but also then being able to look forward, because what got you here may not necessarily get you there, but never forget what got you here, because that's what Sahil and I say, that's probably a very key element of success. Let's talk about Magucho, because that's obviously am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, well, it's an acronym and a trademark compulsion, because anything you want to try and trademark, they throw back at you, right? So it's an acronym for make a good choice. But before I come to Magucho, I want to take a moment to talk about everything that didn't work up until now. So oftentimes, and this is something I actually learned from Sahil as well. Is Sahil here? I don't see him.
I think he's just in a media interaction.
So the thing is, people on the outside see the story that is working or appears to have worked. But behind Magucho is a long journey entrepreneurially. My first entrepreneurial venture was actually during the dot-com phase, 24 something years ago. Wow. Utilizing low-hanging fruit for anybody who is a public figure, and it could be an actor or it could be a sports personality, that people reach out to you for your ability to amplify, and then they bring you on board in some kind of capacity, either a sweat deal or a part sweat, part equity deal, right? Part cash deal. And I realized very quickly that learning on the job, getting shortchanged, not seeing that sweat equity ever materialize despite good exits, you learn a lot of lessons. And also the lowest hanging fruit for anybody in the movie business as an actor to pivot to entrepreneurship is always producing. So in that sense, you know, I turned producer about 12 years ago. So I have been producing things, and there has been an entrepreneurial side in the movie business that I have pursued. But coming to Magucho, Magucho is make a good choice. It's an ambitious, audacious attempt at creating a lifestyle ecosystem where there is everyday magic bundled with rare experiences, adventures, the luxury of just getting away without the price tag of luxury. So a quality controlled, vetted platform where partners come to offer a little bit more, not necessarily
little bit more expensive, but a little bit more for people who are tired of the mundane. So we curate, aggregate, put together stuff as diverse as skydiving and paragliding, but as grounded as pottery, clay masterclass, Rakhi is around the corner, crochet making masterclass. With, you can do Rakhi through crochet. I make my Rakhis every time. I mean, my brother gives me a big check every Rakhi, so I might as well justify it with some effort rather than just buying something, right? So my point here is, it is the culmination where all my different worlds, from experiences and adventure and master classes and learning and challenges and growth, and most importantly, Akshay, people-to-people connections come together in this increasingly over-connected world. We are not realizing, but we're actually replacing human connect with a machine-filtered connect. And that's sending us on a very scary path.
No, absolutely. When I heard about Magucho, for example, today I'm spending so much effort trying to figure out how to do real things, which should be easy, by the way. It should not just be going out and experiencing, should not be going to a mall or a movie, and that's your only option.
But exactly. Right? Everything today is just every weekend, mall, movie, food, which is great, but there are little windows of time, and we're live actually across multiple metros in the country. There are interesting things happening in your backyard that you would never know about.
Absolutely.
Where are you going to find them? And also, are those places going to offer the kind of quality and experience you're looking for? I mean, there are a lot of listings available. I mean, there's TripAdvisor and other platforms, but they're like a B2B connect. Yeah. They connect you and they leave you to figure out your own act. You could go there. The experience may not be like what it was advertised. Absolutely. So we put our skin in the game by adding curation to it and say, okay, you know what, we vouch for the quality control as well as the overall experience.
No, absolutely. I think curation is a really important part of it, because either you go through 10 bad experiences and you figure out, this is the one platform or the one website where it works. You would rather not go through those 10 bad experiences. So, Gul, moving on to more of the part that we were talking about in terms of the journey that you've had, what do you think is the most important shift in mind space you need to make when you go from a profession where you're at the pinnacle, you're at very, very successful, to doing something where you're starting out essentially from ground zero again? What do you think is the most important characteristic that a founder needs to have to be able to make that shift? Because if you've been at the top of your profession, it comes with a certain amount of baggage.
I think anybody who is moderately successful at what they do end up in a comfort zone. And to get out of it and make a start from scratch is challenging. The mindset shift really is to firstly be agile. I think if you're agile, the switch is easier. And the second thing is not to always have it all together, right? Nobody has the answer as an entrepreneur on day one. People pivot, people shift, they completely move into different lines of businesses, right? So entrepreneurship is essentially finding what you're there to solve, and then the solution is actually like building a parachute after you jump out of the plane. If you wait for the perfect parachute to then get out of the plane, you might as well wait for the plane to land.
Absolutely.
So figuring it out, especially with a lot of women, right? We wait to be perfectly qualified, perfectly poised to take that leap. Nobody is ever going to be completely ready, completely poised, or completely qualified with the right solution to go to market. You have to start. You have to keep moving. You have to not quit. And you've just got to be ready to get up and start again and not take things personally. No setback is permanent. It's just feedback for you to move on.
That's a great mindset to have, by the way, and I think it sounds easy, but I think it's been years of hard work and training to be able to get there. And lastly, one thing, Gul, that I would like to end our discussion today with is advice that you have for the young SMB founders here. As they're thinking about their next venture, they're thinking about growing their current venture, and generally thinking about, for example, risk. Because I'm sure when you looked at Magucho, there were lots of other options or ideas that were there. So if you could just tell us a little bit about how you evaluated the opportunity in terms of why you wanted to do it. It could have been a personal reason, could have been a purely, professional reason, saying that I actually think this is the biggest opportunity out there. How did you go about it, and what advice would you give to the founders out here who are looking to either start something new or take their business to the next stage?
I think the first question that we all must answer is, why are we doing this? Which will usually have two parts, right? The personal passion angle, because I want to do this, it's something I believe in, and two, because it's solving a problem. So the first question being, why am I doing this? Once that question has been answered, I think then it's really about, firstly, finding the right people. We spoke about this, you spoke about this, but I think it bears repetition. Making sure you have the right people. An idea is a great idea. There are millions of great ideas. But do we have the strength and the endurance to execute the idea? And what one learns, and in my personal capacity as well, what one learns is there's nothing greater than being agile. There's nothing better than being focused on the fact that, look, change is the only thing that's constant. You're always in fight or flight, right? And you've got to always move to the next pivot or the next venture or the next iteration of your original business plan. Simply because that's who we are in our DNA. As far as our DNA goes, we are still in the jungle as hunter-gatherers. We've become settlers. We're in this air-conditioned room, with these fantastic chairs and comfortable seating. But where are we really? We haven't evolved in the last 18,000 odd years to a place where we're anything more than what we were as hunter-gatherers. And what that teaches you and reminds you is, you don't know what's going to happen the next moment. So being married to an idea is probably a great place to be, unless it holds you back from evolving that idea, fine-tuning that idea. My only advice here would be to believe in yourself, surround yourself with people who believe in you, and go all out. Keep moving. If it's a shuffle, it's fine. But don't quit on an idea unless and until you feel you have exhausted every single aspect of that particular idea's potential.
Thank you so much, Gul. I think that is very valuable advice for everybody here. And I'm going to borrow a couple of your lines and reuse them in the multiple interactions I have. It was truly inspirational. And thank you once again for taking time today with us.
Thank you, Akshay, for having me. And thank you for being such a patient audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think this deserves the biggest cheer. Come on, everyone. It was wonderful to have you as a part of Shiprocket SHIVIR. We are extremely delighted that you could take some time out from your busy schedule and joining us here in the capital city. We wish you a great evening ahead. We wish you a great day ahead. Looking forward to see you very soon. Thank you. Thank you. And before you leave, I don't know if that truly resonates with you, but someone said that if you have your heart in your business and business in your heart, it grows. Do you feel the same? Thank you so much. Well, moving on, before we move on to our next segment, can I request you all once again to please have your eyes at the LED for a small audio visual, which is a Shunya video. Could we please have the video, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Hope all of you enjoyed the video as much as the team of Shiprocket did. Next up, straight away to our next panel discussion. We're going to have on stage a wonderful set of panelists who are going to discuss the aspects of rethinking last mile for the now economy, the good, the risks, and the moment that defines the founder journey. We heard it from her. Now we're going to hear it from the movers, the builders, and the problem solvers about a future that's smarter and, of course, that is going to deep dive into smarter deliveries. Please put your hands together as I invite up here on stage Mr. Dipanjan Banerjee, Chief Commercial Officer, Blue Dart. Mr. Prahash Chandra, Co-founder and CBO, Shadowfax. Mani Bhushan, Chief Business Officer at eCart. Kishore Lanka, Director, India Operations, Amazon Shipping. And at the helm of this wonderful conversation, moderating this, we're going to have Mr. Atul Mehta, CEO Domestic Shipping at Shiprocket. Thank you. It's basically all the leaders and all the pioneers of shipping industry, logistics coming together to discuss and share how technology, networks, and operations are going to come together to meet the needs of now or never economy. All the very best, looking forward.
Awesome. So most of the time when we talk about e-commerce, we talk about what? Like we talk about capabilities, we talked about a lot of launches, we talk about brands, we talk about categories, we talk about segments, we talk about regions. That's what we're talking about when we're talking growth. But behind that growth, there's an infrastructure. There's the silent partners which are making it happen, ensuring e-commerce happens. And what we have amongst us are those people, the champions, who are making it happen day in, day out. Delighted to have all of you here today. What we're going to talk about is how the game is changing, what's next, and what can sellers across the country and e-commerce players expect. But before that, let's start by getting a bit into the journey of how we have come till here. I'll start with you, Dipanjan. Blue Dart, a reliable partner, a lot of people associate with, the name rings a bell of emotion with everyone. But D2C has its own challenges, right? The demands of the D2C brands, etc. How is Blue Dart leveraging technology to create an edge and be the reliable partner and the ever reliable partner for everyone?
Hey, Atul, thank you. Great question to start off the discussion. It's a question often asked to me. We are a 41-year-old brand, high with legacy. How do you adapt to what is new? And I always start with answering in one phrase. For us logistics players, it is important to keep the main thing the main thing. I think first and foremost, we should not forget that we are in the business of picking up and delivering shipments. I think 70-80% of what we do is that. Technology is a great enabler, and over the last decade, it has only enabled companies to do it better, with better cost, with better efficiency, and it has made life simple for the brands as well as for logistic companies. I think there is a part of technology that you can see in logistics companies. There is a part in technology that you cannot see. There is ample amount of technology that all of us must be using that gets efficiencies in every leg that we do. And the industry has evolved. For example, specifically for the D2C, if you think the way the first mile used to operate, the way to last mile used to operate, how we used to pick up, how used to deliver, everything has changed in the last 10 years. It's almost paperless today. People don't like, even in the first mile, we don't pick up on paper. Even the last mile, nobody likes paper. There is typically behavior shaping in every part of last mile FE management or delivery boy management that we do. So it has changed. From a logistics perspective, it has changed.
And it's been, like I think, like you rightly said, it touches every point. On the console, can I have the mic volume being high for all the speakers. And can I request somebody from the Shiver team to just get the doors closed? Yeah, it's a bit distracting. Moving on to you, Praj. Shiprocket has built a unique, should I say, a multimodal business, like started with reverse, you're doing hyperlocal, you're doing national logistics. How do you manage operational complexity and scale, and again the technology stack across these three? Like, how do you go about doing it? And just give us a sneak preview into how you are able to create that.
Yeah, you know, we were just discussing it pre-session also. At heart, we're just doing one thing. And that's been our mission ever since we launched. And at the very core, we're simply wanting to enable commerce in India in whatever format arrives. We started with hyperlocal-led deliveries. We added network logistics into play. In many ways, we're trying to predict what is going to happen in the logistics industry and trying to build it for sellers, for customers, for brands, and so on and so forth. At heart, it's just a single product in that sense, hence. But if you look back, there's a lot of stuff we've made which has sort of remained at the core of what we do. We were doing food deliveries before you had Swiggy, Zomato come in. We helped a lot of those entities also build their businesses as they went along. The first thing I personally also did was actually deliver a food shipment from, not a shipment really, but a food delivery from a McDonald's store to a customer here in Kalkaji. As years progressed, we've built a lot of further products on top of it. We had reverse logistics. You had closed box pickups happening for the longest of times, and then we felt that there needs to be some format of a change there. Our FEs can do more. We introduced quality-based checkups while we are picking up shipments. It's something very unique. We also do mobility. It's pretty rare for logistics companies to also delve into that. Over the last few years, I remember, I think quick commerce and speed is doing quite a bit of rounds these days. And in 2019, when most of the companies were launching, we were fortunate enough to be at their doorstep, helping them build from bottom up. I very clearly remember with one of the large quick commerce players, the first model they started in was to check whether Kiranas can enable 10-minute deliveries or not. And that's what we started off with essentially. It didn't quite work out at that point in time because you never had that inventory guarantee with a Kirana or the confirmation of a product actually being there. So it eventually evolved into a dark store and dark store-led model. But with so many experiments and so many failures, we also built sort of a value-added services niche in our business. And all of it, at the end of the day, all it's doing is trying to help evolve commerce in India. If I were to sum it up in some way, we just want to build what is going to happen in commerce in 10 years today. That's at the heart of what we want to do. That's sort of a non-stop innovation, experimentation job that we have on our hands.
No, that's commendable, and I think I can vouch for it. The speed of experimentation and trying out new stuff, which we have been able to co-create, has been amazing, and that reflects in the DNA potentially of how you have been building as well. Moving on to you, Mani. E-cart and its complex logistics at a national scale, and not only for direct commerce, like a big captive customer base of Flipkart, and the customers are getting more and more demanding. So my question is a segue into two, right? How do you continuously keep innovating to meet the needs of the customers and also balance the requirements between what a Flipkart order will require and a D2C order will require? That's a question which everyone keeps asking. I thought I'll ask on behalf of everyone to you, Mani, today.
So nice question. But before that, you know what? I have seen, so I in a similar session 14 years back, right? Okay, I made a presentation and talked about supply chain not being just the back-end function and becoming the front-end function. And so it has become. And we have seen supply chain actually powering all kind of commerce. We talked about digital commerce, but essentially all kind of commerce getting powered by the supply chain. Now coming back to the scale of e-cart, what we manage, right? Okay, so see, I think we have immense scale, right? And that's the truth. But what we do well is that we are able to use technology and use processes. But beyond that, we are able to motivate such a large workforce who works with us to drive whatever the customer needs at the last mile, right? Okay, it's about controlled flexibility, what we say. We have, and we flex really well, right? Okay, so we can flex 3x, 4x quite easily because you see the events which keeps on happening. Now coming back to the second part of the question which you asked, right? Okay, so see, for us, a end customer is an end customer, right? Be it for Flipkart, be it for any D2C brands, and we treat them equally. And we actually lay lots of importance of ensuring that the order gets delivered, right? Okay, and hence cost for delivered shipment becomes one of the important metrics what we track, right? Okay, and we have various programs to ensure we do it well. Obviously, technology has helped. Obviously, for example, address drop, using WhatsApp as a channel, etc., helps the last mile. We enable lots of things at the last mile to ensure the same experience which we give it for everybody equally. We don't differentiate between what we carry for one brand versus other brand.
No, interesting. No, thanks. Moving on to you, Kishore. Amazon is globally recognized as a benchmark in supply chain and logistics. What drove Amazon internally to say, let's extend this externally for orders which are not happening on the marketplace? And also, how's the journey been? Like, it's challenging to extend something which you have built for a particular use case to another use case. How are you going about doing that?
Thanks, Atul. I think the first portion was more the genesis of sellers asking us, how can we use the same channels to fulfill for orders not on Amazon? And way back into our story in the United States, I think that's where Merchant Fulfill Network had come in, MFN orders. But then very soon we recognized that, hey, if we build a couple of primitives that will help people build their own experiences for their customers, you have truly democratized the parts of supply chain that can be used by everyone. And going by that, it started with, say, multi-channel fulfillment or easy ship, even if you're selling on Amazon. Not selling on Amazon, you could do an MCF, you could do an Amazon shipping, now Amazon freight and cargo. All of these extensions, the idea behind them is to build those primitives so that people can use a network that was built at scale to operate for a common customer experience, like Mani has called out, but at the desire and requirements of each of the sellers and customer cohorts. So that's the mental model behind it. Why do we want to do it? Because this is an ecosystem that adds a lot of network externalities to it as more and more sellers and buyers join the ecosystem. So we believe it's not just value adding to people who are using it as external to Amazon's ecosystem, but even it's going to add value to people inside Amazon ecosystem, just like AWS did very early in those places. The second part of the problem is very interesting, because when you build a North Star customer experience, learned over the years, and then you realize, hey, the immediate requirements of the market are slightly different. For example, in Amazon, contact is considered a defect. If someone had to contact you after placing an order, it's a defect. You're supposed to just give it.
Yeah.
And that story evolved in the last number of years in understanding where the customer is, what kind of address it is, what kind of delivery times work the best, and then your network is wired towards delivering it closer to that experience. I wouldn't say there wouldn't be exceptions. But then when you see the market, there are a lot of requirements that came as, hey, P0s, I would want an OTP for delivery. I would want now an OTP for reject. Imagine someone ordering 5 packages a day, 5, 6 are 30 numbers you need to give on phone. Then we realized, hey, these were all made as exception management mechanisms. So, and they're required. It's not that they're not required. But the fact that you need to balance them out to give the right customer experience, I think is the biggest challenge to solve. So using intelligence to say, when do we trigger what mechanisms? How do we balance out a smooth customer experience vis-a-vis a risk factor in delivery? I think that's the place where we're getting in. So some of the things like verified address is coming soon, or quick checkout solutions are coming soon, which can help, again, give those options back to the sellers and the customers to use them the way they want.
While you're talking, I was remembering initial conversations a long back I was having with Abhinav on, and I was explaining, and we talked about NDR in the morning, and I was explaining there's an NDR workflow required, and Abhinav was coming very strongly from, why do you need to reach out? Like, that's a defect. I was like, no, in direct commerce, you will need to, and maybe that's what you need to evolve to. But no, thanks for that. I think we'll now segue into the second part, which is, I think, Mani, you briefly touched upon, so we'll start from you. How has the expectation of consumers / customers evolved over the last 2-3 years, right? Logistics from a cost center, has it become an experience center? What have you seen, observed trends on what's happening in the last mile, how do you call it, delivery experience space?
Yeah, Atul, I think, so the first thing I'd like to talk about here is flexibility, right? Okay. So there are two parts of the entire delivery chain. One is the seller, one is the customer, right? Okay. And I'll talk about from the seller. The expectation of flexibility. I'll give an example. I was in chat with one of the furniture retailers who runs his own brand.com website. And he said, I don't want my order returned, right? Okay. So what you do is that if the order fails, if the customer is not wanting it, if it is damaged or whatever, you are not able to deliver it, you keep it there. In a couple of days, I'll find you another customer to deliver it at the another location, right? Okay, now that's the expectation. It's a real expectation because for him, the order returned is something which is a lost sale, even it can get damaged further, right? Okay, so increased flexibility. On the consumer side, I personally go for deliveries every year to just experience the delivery ecosystem, how does it work, what challenges they face. And once I was delivering a few months back, there was a consumer who got that OFT message. Obviously, everything is masked. And that she was leaving her home, catching a train. And she probably expected that she will not receive the order that day. It was probably Diwali time or something, and she wanted to get that order, but she has given up. She had given up on that. But just before she had to leave home, she got the message that the order is out for delivery, and she had her cab waiting. She told me, I want the order 5 kilometers away from my home because I'll be on my way. I cannot afford to miss my train. Can you deliver it? Now, obviously, we could not exchange numbers. I said, it's difficult to do. You just send me a message that you want to deliver. So I was somehow able to get her order prioritized in the list. I went 5 kilometers away from the point it was supposed to get delivered. Obviously, I had to ensure that I'm delivering it to the right person, so obviously it was delivered through OTP and all. We took a picture just to be sure. But the point I'm trying to, both from the consumer side, there's a need for increased flexibility, right? Okay, I am not here right now. Can you deliver it to another location? It becomes a nightmare for the delivery partner at the last mile, and somehow we have to figure a better technology solution to it. The second part, apart from flexibility, which I am seeing right now, especially with young founders coming in, young consumers across the country, is the need for sustainability. Most of the guys, it's not only the global MNCs which will say that, okay, I need a sustainable delivery solution, right? Okay, why are you delivering in a plastic, right? Okay, it's essentially the sellers and the consumers both are saying that, okay, I need a sustainable solution, and they are ready to pay a premium for it. So these are the two major shifts which I see in the last mile logistics.
I think both getting more demanding. I like the sustainability point. Maybe it will evolve to one-day delivery where you aggregate in a society. I don't know, like maybe for some. Dipanjan, what's your views? Like you are also, I think that was multiple.
I wanted to ask Mani whether the customer paid for the extra 5 kilometers that Mani traveled or not.
That's a tough one.
Okay, I think Mani covered the consignee. I think, Atul, what has happened is, and e-commerce is not a new thing, and neither is B2C deliveries for Blue Dart. Blue Dart has been doing B2C deliveries from the day zero. Correct. If we deliver a card, a passport to somebody, that was also B2C. B2C is necessarily not e-commerce. So we've been dealing with consignees from day zero. But what has changed particularly, and I hope my colleagues agree here, is there has been a lot of clarity of models in the last 3-4 years. Today, consumers know what they exactly want. They have a horizon of product, speed, size, where is the delivery happening, what kind of features do they want. And they are very well informed over the last 7-8 years. Today, founders or their offices or their supply chain heads typically know what to ask from a logistics provider. The experimentation phase is kind of still there for newer things. But people know my product is speed. My product is affordable. My product is a 3 kilo shipment. What can you do about it? my consignee profile is generally this, are you good at this? So they typically know what to talk to a logistics provider. Models are also blurring. So if you think there would be a different supply chain guy talking to you for B2C earlier, B2B earlier. Today it's very omni. Today, typically if you talk to brands, somebody would try to stitch a lot of models. So that is another big change. So we cannot think omnidirectional. When we talk to a brand, we do not talk omnidirectional, none of us should. Because if you talk omnidirectional, then eventually if you look at from a individual isolated networks, he'll always incur lower P&L than expected. That's the second thing. I think to cater to all that, speed has been one of our fortes always, and we have been investing always ahead of the curve in speed, and today I think it is a non-negotiable attribute of a supply chain. If you talk about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever is the model. But typically if you think about the theme, everybody is looking to serve. Previously they used to call the Amazon experience by AWS was started, Ship with Amazon was started. Typically every D2C brand wants to say that how do I take an order today and deliver or promise somebody like a Prime.
Yeah.
How does somebody come to my checkout place and see at 7 p.m. in the evening, and if I have the packing capability, how do I ensure that I can tell him that you will get it by 12 o'clock? And that's something that we are working on, which maybe we'll cover in the later part of the discussion. That is what we want to enable.
Got it. No, I like the point on saying today the conversations are more modular. There's no like omni approach, right? The need of a small parcel will be very different from a heavy parcel to very different from a fast parcel, and there are solutions evolving around that. Prahash, your views, same question. Like what have you seen the evolution in the last 3 odd years?
At least in our 10 years, I can very simply say that the importance of logistics in last mile has dramatically changed. Pehle kya hota tha, it was like the end credit scene in a movie. You don't want to watch it. You just walk off. Abhi kya hai ki it's not the movie, of course. The movie is the product that you've ordered, but it is the producer's name or some other hero's name that you at least have to see before you enter. If you see the last 5 years, the largest growth in commerce, online commerce in India has happened across 2 segments. One is social commerce and the other is quick commerce. Quick commerce is almost already 25% of total e-commerce with most estimates, and both have been pinned on very different aspects, and that are the biggest things that have changed. A, the importance of speed, which Dipanjan of course mentioned, on consumer behavior. It's for the first time that large of an industry has been created out of nothing, and it's already 20-25% of all commerce. And the other axis is on cost. I think a lot of work has happened on logistics cost itself per se, which has made very affordable deliveries accessible to a lot of pin codes which otherwise did not get it earlier. Those 2, from my perspective, are the largest changes that have happened. Now, of course, there are some other nuances, and logistics is not really limited to speed. Now, whether it is 10 minutes, same-day delivery, and so on. As a next wave, what is the last 2 to 3 years, what has further happened is essentially there is an immense importance of not just delivering, not just picking up, but doing more than that. आपको बस सामान अभी ड्रॉप नहीं करना है. Now there is talk of try and buy. Can you bring the store to the customer?
Correct.
Now, it's only a single delivery partner, but the expectation is that store आ सकता है कि नहीं, try and buy हो सकता है कि नहीं, can I do exchange, can I get a cash refund back? Typically speaking, refunds only go to your bank account. Can you get a cash refund back? Perhaps India needs it, because a lot of people order in cash, but they don't get their money back in cash.
Correct.
So that's the other last axis which is there. That is still being worked on, and there is more to go in that axis. But I think with a lot of verticalized commerce players are also coming, we will see more and more of such things happening, and probably we'll get to that later as well.
Interesting. I think both the segues which you mentioned, interesting thoughts on what logistics holds for us as an ecosystem enabler and for all the sellers and the other partners. Kishore, do you want to add something to this?
No, I think I plus one to all the things. There are 2 aspects that have come in addition to these. One is on the experience side. the expectation is the supply chains get regenerative, which means they correct automatically for errors, right? They should have a level of exception management built in. Don't expect me to call you and tell you each time where am I, or each time when did I need it, kind of stuff. So solutions that actually understand the needs of the customer, especially when exceptions happen, will come to the core. And the second aspect that I've seen is safety, because there is a safety and sustainability, like Mani has called out, but safety more than it. More than ever, people are really connected and concerned about the safety of the person delivering, right? So you see people saying, hey, it's raining, we'll be slightly slower, but we are safer on the road. Because the collective responsibility of ensuring the ecosystem is sustainable and safe, I think the awareness levels have increased, and it's no longer an option, but a requirement that we have to do it safely and sustainably.
Interesting. No, thanks for that, Kishore. I'll come on to the last question of the evening for this panel. See, you have, in a lot of ways, you have shaped the capabilities that we are able to offer on Shiprocket. You are the backbone on top of which we are able to offer same-day delivery, hyperlocal, national shipping, air, reverse, and a lot more. And I'm sure a lot of sellers would want to hear from you what's coming next. What can we expect in the next 6, 12, 24 months as new capabilities which you are going to be launching and make accessible for the sellers? Dipanshan.
Okay. There are 5 things, Atul. There are many things, but I want to highlight 5 things that we are doing which will definitely help this community, all of us sitting here. Number 1, we are significantly enhancing our RVP and exchange capabilities. We already do great exchange today for electronics. We are trying to enhance our fashion capabilities. That will be 1. Second, we typically have invested into airlines, so I want to bring to the D2C world a warehouse in the sky to deliver by 12 o'clock next day from 8 cities into 15 cities. That's going to come very soon. We want to fine-tune their orders that goes into Amazon, Flipkart warehouses or dark stores, or which is typically an appointment-based delivery. There is some work happening there. Fourth, and an important one, a lot of people want to go global. We do global logistics today in an express format. We are going to soon come up in the next 6 to 8 months with an e-commerce deferred product for cross-border, which we'll partner with you.
I'm making note.
Yep.
Of everything. Fresh, but amazing, exciting.
I guess we've been working quite a lot on aspects related to speed already. So of course, we do a fairly aggressive format of same-day delivery. There's a lot of zonal next-day deliveries we're doing today. We've also been enabling a lot of brands localize and diversify their inventory, which is essentially to say where do they keep their products so that they can reach the customers faster, because it's not just about delivering faster. If you can predict and actually get shipments more closer to the consumer, effective delivery timelines automatically come down. So we've been helping a lot of people do regional storage, predicting where to keep how much inventory and so on. What we're also doing is, there's a lot of brands and sellers we're helping enable 1-hour and 2-hour commerce. The good spread we have today across all of the metros. So speed and speed related access is one, but largely a lot of our other initiatives, which I feel are also quite interesting, are to do with control. See, typically, and that goes back to the theme I was talking about, typically speaking, as a consumer or as a seller or as a brand, you have very little control on how a delivery or a pickup happens, typically speaking. Products and features which allow you to get that control back, which can probably allow for situations where customers are about to leave and OFD happening, prevent such situations from happening. Those are the kind of ideas we're trying to work on. Now, what does that translate into action? If sellers want more control, if customers want more control, there are things such as slotted delivery. In some sense, a 10-minute delivery is also having more control because you know when the order is going to come precisely. If there is a specific aspect you need, you want to open the product before you take it. You want to try 10 products before you take it. You want the delivery partner to do fitments together before you take it, and so on and so forth. anything and everything that is to do with control, you will see a lot of more of that happen. And hence, that is where a lot of feedback between the communities is very, very crucial, so that you build the right products and you fail at the right products as well while arriving at the correct product which you eventually wanted to make. So there's a lot of work that is going to happen across these two themes. I think sellers and
So exciting
other brands will see
times.
more of.
Yeah, I think you're going to spoil a lot of consumers. Like I heard, like try and buy. I know these are important. I think it's also important that as marketplaces offer it, we are able to offer it for our direct commerce merchants so that they can offer the best-in-class experience for their consumers when somebody is shopping on .com.
Now, spoiling everyone is the future.
Yeah. Money.
Yeah, I think more or less similar, but to answer your question, Deepajan, I remember, see, the girl had ordered a phone for the mobile and for a mother, and she was from Kanpur, and she actually tried to tip me, right? Okay, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that for increased flexibility, she was ready to pay more.
Yeah, yeah.
So what we are trying to do is that, see, we believe that for the value you bring to the table, there's somebody who is willing to pay for it, right? Okay, so for us, we see lots of value in speed. Now, how do you solve for speed? So we can talk about faster timelines, hyperlocal, etc., but on an overall commerce scale, and when I talk commerce, I mean not only digital commerce, but also the offline retail as well. So we have 21 warehouses from where we have launched our community warehouse services. And we have seen sellers who own those community warehouses have a higher checkout conversion than most of the other sellers. And then they see that, okay, I'm in 3 warehouses, I want to be in 6 warehouses across the country. Now, last peak season sale, when there was this brand sale which happened probably in January for our brands, we were doing the end-to-end solution. And brand had inventory which was coming from the factory. Brand had obviously storage solution with us, and brand was also using for their brand.com orders. Somehow the inventory got delayed manufacture. We were the B2B partner. We actually got the inventory very, very fast, almost made it a flow-through kind of an operation, where the inventory got in, it got inventorized, order got picked, packed, and got shipped. Right, okay, now, this is the value which you are bringing to the table for the inventory which probably would not have got into the selling platform at all, right? Okay, so the second value which we want to talk about, and we really, one is there are lots of returns which happens, right? Okay, and people use products, send it back. So we have one of the best refurbishment solutions in the country, right? Okay, now here also consumers are willing to pay, say that, okay, if you are able to refurbish it, make it a fresh, and say that, okay, we open it, if it's a very high emotional purchase for you, we'll open it for you at the doorstep. I think you please have a look into it. If you like the product, keep it, and since it's a product which they have ordered with lots of emotion, they keep it. So some of these things, I think, are kind of adding lots of value to the end consumers, and most of the things would also be there. So also what we are also saying that is, say, you get into a warehouse, you have the inventory, and you have lots of promotions running online, etc. You use lots of online channels for promotion. Still you are not getting orders. We help in that way as well. We help you kind of generate demand in the relevant consumer mind as well. So there are many things which will come as we kind of scaling, because all of these things are almost live for our parent group, which will also start getting available for most of the D2C brands in the country.
Awesome. Just to summarize, I think we are getting faster deliveries, quicker deliveries, standing appointments across all marketplaces done, very custom solutioning around try and buy, very innovative open box, and potential customized deliveries for everyone. Like the point, like we talked about in the first half of the session, how AI is going to make abandoned cart personalized, NDR personalized. I think it's upon us to ensure that we make deliveries personalized. Somebody wants it here, there. Obviously, you charge a premium, but you make that happen. Kishore, what on top of all this? What can we expect more from Amazon?
One is, I'm surprised all are the same almost. So, but there are 2 areas I think we'll be investing more. One is getting the verified addresses right, because we believe that's one of the starting points to solve from the customer doorstep. So you would see abilities where at manifest you will get a verified address tag, and eventually the risks associated with that delivery. So you can set the thresholds of your COD or prepaid and accordingly taken. The second aspect is if you move further up in the value chain, and he said
The multi-channel fulfillment is going to go at scale. And he said, the multi-channel fulfillment is going to go at scale. So people have the abilities to inventory closer to their demands and then get the speeds without having to fly, like the shop that Dipanjan has called out. The third piece is something interesting is happening on the Amazon cargo front. So very soon, we fly like Blue Dart does, routes in India. So we're going to also bridge a few Southeast Asian countries into India. So sellers who are wanting to get these inventories faster will have dedicated and guaranteed upliftment, which gets more controllership onto their inventory supply chains. So nice. Like I think a lot coming, and key takeaway for me, I can see the operations team also sitting there. A lot of stuff coming over the next 1.5 years. But I want, sorry.
So I just want to ask Atul, after whatever you have got from the panel here, are the target for your sales people and the operations people increasing? So
yeah, operations definitely. Sales is de-linked. Like I do want to, like I'm saying, even as a consumer, I get excited. Like I shop a lot on D2C. And I think as I hear saying, I'll get it by 12, right? There can be an innovative solution. I'm willing to pay a premium. If somebody is going to, like I'm running late and somebody can in transit give me that stuff, stock it closer to my place, etc. That's a consumer is a delight. And if it says a consumer delight, it's delight for our merchants because they are eventually serving consumers like us. With that, we come to an end. But before we go, I do want all of you to give a huge round of applause, guys, for the panel. Like I said, we talk a lot about e-commerce, but e-commerce happens a lot after the order has been placed and it has been delivered, and the other silent partners, the infrastructure layer, which is making it happen. So a round of applause again for you guys, and thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you so much for such a great panel discussion. We're definitely looking forward to some big things which are on the way. Okay, a quick little announcement before we move on to our next session. But first of all, before that, I'd like to see a quick show of hands. How many of you have managed to have your lunch? Yes? Okay. How many of you have not managed to have your lunch? So, little heads up, we're going to close the lunch in the next 20-30 odd minutes. In case you'd like to go and grab your lunch, please feel free to do so. But of course, the sessions will continue. And for the next session, I'm going to invite up here on stage someone who has dedicated his career to making trust scalable. We have on stage founder and CEO at EarthBridge, Mr. Ajay Trehan. Can I request you to please join us on stage to take the next session ahead? Can you please welcome him with a little energy out there?
Can I just leave it here? No, I'm good. Okay. Thank you. I need the slide clicker, please. So, hi, good afternoon, Shivir. So after a very interesting discussion with Gul and a very, very exhilarating panel discussion, this is going to be slightly different, slightly serious, and a different kind of conversation. And I like to make, I'll try my best to make the most of it and make it really useful for you. My name is Ajay Trehan. I'm the founder and chief executive of EarthBridge. For the last 20 years, we've been solving the trust and authentication problem in this industry. And you know, what I've basically understood is, you know, there's something that we don't really talk about in most panels, in most events, but that's one factor which has a significant impact on our growth as mid-sized organizations or small companies. And that element is trust, or put more accurately, it's lack of trust. Having been a startup founder myself 3 times over and built 3 organizations, I know what it means to build a company and scale it up. And as I interacted with many of you outside, I could see the passion and excitement in building what you guys are building. So what we're building here is practically the future of this country and a lot of very interesting brands and products. But what I like to kind of submit is, if you could pause for 7 minutes and just understand, what will it take for you to build your brand in a secure and a safe way. As founders, of course, our prime thing is to grow fast. And when we are growing fast, we really assume a lot of things. We assume that the resume that has come to us is genuine. We assume that the vendor we are working with is actually the right vendor to do business with. We assume that the distributor or the partner who's working with us is the right guy. But more often, and we somewhere also assume that, we'll take care of this in future, or our systems will handle this. But I have known, and for a lot of organizations, over 3,000 organizations who've done business with us, that probably is not the right way to figure the problem out. If trust has to be solved for, trust has to be solved for right at the outset and right at the beginning. Just presenting some horror stories for, just to kind of set the context. What you see here are real news clippings of what happened with some small businesses. And we obviously hear about large businesses going under or completely going bankrupt because of a fraud or a lack of trust or somewhere a major data hack. But what you see here are news clippings of very small businesses. Businesses that literally wound up overnight because of absolutely one small error committed by somebody. Now one can argue that, I own a single outlet business and, how could this impact me? Then bear with me when I tell you that one of the first kind of clients of or the whole, the whole, way of putting the trust together is a very complicated thing. And over 20 years of building this business, I understand the complexity, we understand the costs associated, and we understand that it impacts your credibility. I talk to so many small business owners, and normally organizations tell me that, I can do this later because I can't afford it today. Or it's too complex for me to handle. So over a period of time, as we build this business, we've gone on a mission to make this whole process of enabling trust and managing this whole, trust accuracy problem for you in a very, very simple and seamless manner. Just to give you another perspective of how it can impact from a cost standpoint, or what's the financial impact of not doing it right the first time. Here is some global data for the data lovers in this room. This is some real data. In fact, what will be contextual for me to tell you also is that out of the 5 brands that were sitting in the panel discussion a few minutes back, 4 out of those 5 brands are actually supported by a auth bridge for almost all of their authentication needs. We do a lot of back-end work, and we stay quietly in the back rooms, but we help and make sure that these brands grow in a very, very secure manner. I'll give you an example of 2 or 3 of the largest cab aggregation businesses in this country. On one side, a business starting up with absolutely no care for trust and security, throwing all caution to the air, to another business which looked at trust and security of its customers very, very closely right from the day one. Today is the largest brand in the cab aggregation space in India, and the second brand that I just mentioned just doesn't exist. You don't even know the name of the brand anymore. And that happened largely because of the basic elements that they didn't have in place as they built their business. Now, the costs, I'm sure you kind of looked at the numbers yourself, but these are real numbers. These are real research reports over a period of time to tell you how your brand, how your business could be impacted by a lack of trust, in the business, in the core processes of your business. look at the partner side of the business, almost 52% of the companies we talked to have had one or the other kind of financial fraud that has impacted them. Almost 50% of the stock shrinkage that happens in the e-commerce world, which is either happening at the warehouse or in the production, either in the production areas or warehouse, or eventually during the transit phase, happens because of people and people-related issues. The remaining 50% is attributed to either a partner being unscrupulous or some of the other process errors. So when 50% of your problems as a small business owner are attributed to lack of a trust kind of infrastructure around your people and your hiring processes, that speaks very, very highly about the importance. So we are a bit like a traffic signal. We'll kind of ask you to pause your business for a while, just wait, watch your processes and then move on. That's the role we play. And that's what I encourage all of you sitting here to kind of spend some time with us and my team in the growth lounge downstairs to understand how we can help you make your life a little better. I also started as an entrepreneur, as I mentioned. I mean, it's been my third journey in starting up businesses. I realized very early in one of my early startups, even as a founder at that stage, that, you know, and I learned it the hard way, unfortunately, through fake resumes. I have been called to a police station personally with an FIR lodged against the company because of a wrong partner we ended up doing business with. Somebody who was very well known in the industry we were doing business in was caught carrying official stamps of the Commissioner of Police Mumbai. You know, that's the kind of fraud we see even in very institutional organizations. But for me, when we hit and when we had personal experiences of fraud, personal experiences of break of trust, I personally did not want to put a patch to it. I wanted to make sure that as an organization, we set up a trust infrastructure that helps organizations like you grow faster. So we took that as a mission on ourselves, on how we can simplify trust in the, for organizations like you who are scaling. Till about 5 years back, this whole business, this whole process of enabling trust was a very manual, very paper-driven, very time-consuming process, and that could impact the kind of work the kind of speed that you as founders would want. Not today. As you will probably, and some of you might have seen already in our growth lounge, it typically takes us a few seconds to verify an employee and a few seconds to verify any other company, whether it's your vendor or a distributor. Typically, like I gave some data in the earlier slides, in our own experience also, in some of the e-commerce platforms we've done businesses with, marketplaces, factories, etc., in the blue-collar space or the gig workman, typically we find about anywhere between 4 to 8% people with criminal records. Now that's a very, very large number, and imagine, if you're a 5-people company and one of the persons who's working for you, at your office, at your outlet, is a criminal and is being looked for and is being hunted by police from some other state. You won't even get to know till you have run the person and his data through a system like one of Othbridge. So what I keep telling my customers is that before you do anything with anybody in the external ecosystem, or before you allow a partner, a distributor, or an employee to become a part of your system, make them a part of our system first. Let them go through our processes once, within a few seconds. We don't want to make your life difficult at all. In fact, for some of the brands you just heard, speaking in the last panel discussion, we screen their delivery boys, first mile and last mile, about 25 to 30,000 people every day, with a typical conversion time of about a few seconds. So nobody actually stops for screening in the whole Oxbridge workflows today. So it's as simple as that. What we do bring on the table is, of course, the whole range. You know, it may or may not be relevant for many of the organizations here, but screening right from white-collar employees to blue-collar to gig workers to even keeping your employees screened on an ongoing basis. For example, one of the largest pharmaceutical brands in the country makes sure that all of its people in multiple critical functions are constantly checked for their litigation and crime records, not only at the time of their being hired, but on an ongoing basis. Because an employee could have got involved in something, something of criminal or litigious nature, even subsequent to his being a part of your organization. So we can become a natural partner of choice in such kind of requirements. We work with organizations like yours. In fact, out of the clients we do business with, almost 50% of the customers we do business with are very, very small organizations. These are organizations who could be hiring just about 5 to 10 people a year. And they still reach out to us to make sure that the people who are being hired are actually genuine. Many of these organizations would have done business with distributors for kind of 20 years. A small publishing house, a small business which has distributors which they've been doing business for the last 2 generations. But they still today, over a period of time as the business of the distributor also passes its ownership from one set of owners to another, the backgrounds of people change, the kind of stuff they've been involved in changes, and you may like to be absolutely sure that you're not doing business with somebody who could impact your brand, your reputation, and your way of doing business. So whether it is third parties, due diligence, as I mentioned, or it's ongoing risk watch, even on your vendors and distributors. One of the largest steel manufacturing companies in India are doing business with close to 20,000 vendors in India. Had a shock of their life when we told them that one of the vendor companies they were doing business with, one of the board members were on CBI's most wanted list. Now that impacted them significantly because that was one of their critical vendors. Now, these kind of situations are situations that we try to kind of work, with our client organizations to make sure that they don't encounter similar challenges. So how we do this is through a very, very powerful stack of data. So there are close to about 200 different authentication APIs or capabilities that actually get together to solve that problem for you within a few seconds, depending on the nature of problem you're trying to solve. Whether it is ownership, whether it is how your partner is filing taxes, etc. All of that is authenticated within a few seconds to make sure that that it falls in line with your own value system. We do millions and millions of this authentication on a daily basis. We operate, and we are an made in Bharat company which today does business in 190 countries. So pretty much built the business like you have, but we made sure that at every step of our growth, we paused, we made sure that whatever we were doing was right to ensure that we won't kind of, get into zones that could land us in reputational or, fiduciary trouble. All of this is digital, like you see it happening on the screens right now with very simple documents getting uploaded, documents being checked within a few seconds and verified. And you can see this live in our growth lounge. You can see a very similar kind of authentication being done instantly even for third parties. So these are challenges we've kind of solved for close to about 3,000 organizations in India, including some of the biggest names. What we do is sector agnostic. What we do is industry agnostic. It doesn't matter what business are you in. I can tell you from my experience that unless and until you put a caution, a ring of caution around your business, sooner or later you will have something or the other impact you. Like I showed data to you, about 52%, 59% of the businesses we've surveyed over a period of time have had one or the other kind of financial or reputational fraud that has impacted their growth in one way or another significantly. So you can see a lot of this live downstairs in the Growth Lounge. I'm sure some of you have already visited there. We had a small masterclass also downstairs. So do spend some time. You can run some live data if you have some names handy, and we can help you understand how somebody like us could really help you do your business much better. So look forward to seeing you at the Growth Lounge. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here, of course, for that knowledgeable and insightful presentation. Okay, once again, reiterating the fact that we're going to shut down the lunch in the next couple of minutes. In case you'd like to spare some moment, have your lunch, please feel free to do so. And we're talking about AI commerce, we're talking about India's e-commerce industry. If anyone can tell me what is the number that we are currently standing right now in terms of the India's e-commerce industry. If any one of you can tell me, even a closer number would do wonders. How many? Yes. How many? No. In terms of the US $1 billion, where are we standing right now? 100? More than 100? Okay. Anyone else can give me any number within like 10 seconds and not using Google for that? 100 and? That is the correct answer, and it is of course projected to go up to $345 billion in the next couple of years by 2030. Coming back to our next topic, I am going to invite up here on stage Head of Seller Marketing at Amazon, Mr. Mayank Jain. Please put your hands together as he is going to talk about how Amazon empowers sellers to grow with smart, tech-driven solutions and robust business support. I think this is going to be a dream discussion for many sellers out here, and what juice we extract from this conversation is going to be very interesting. So everyone, can we all put hands together? All the very best. We're looking forward. You know, that's the kind of energy. Twice I've announced people to have lunch, but nobody wants to move. This is the power of Shiprocket SHIVIR 2025. You guys are fantastic. And you won't believe I've not even had a single thing since morning, but you guys have given me so much energy that I don't want to eat right now. You guys are fantastic. I'd like to cheer for all of you out there. Come on, everyone. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see all of you here. I'm Mayank and I head seller marketing at Amazon, and it's glad to see a lot of familiar faces all around. So yeah, let's talk about our approach to business growth and how we are empowering sellers along the way, right? Okay. The digital revolution in India is democratizing commerce like never before across all demographics, breaking barriers of geography, language, and economic status. Over 65% of digital commerce and economic commerce now comes from tier 2 cities and beyond, shifting the economic power from metros to India's heartland. Let me now tell you how we at Amazon are transforming the Indian retail landscape, creating value for both consumers and sellers. Enhancing accessibility for diverse consumers is the first thing that we do, right? Amazon enables local language shopping in 7+ Indian languages with voice and visual search features for less tech-savvy users. Amazon in rural areas provide guided assistance through local entrepreneurs, making e-commerce accessible to first-time users. Prioritizing convenience through technological innovation. Amazon's mobile-first platform offers seamless shipping and real-time product demos via Amazon Live and videos. Comprehensive last-mile delivery network covers all deliverable PIN codes in India, reaching even remote locations. That is a staggering 99.3% of the PIN codes in India. Ensuring affordability and supporting local economies next, right? On this, there are 3.5 lakh plus local shops across 344 cities that sell on Amazon, while programs like Karigar and Saheli empower artisans and women entrepreneurs. Flexible payment options including EMI and pay later services make big ticket purchases accessible, especially in smaller towns. Now transition to reimagining retail brands, Firstly, brands must reimagine their approach by blending digital innovation with local relevance, from vernacular interfaces to hyper-local fulfillment networks, ensuring equal access across India. A decade ago, access defined choice. Today, technology has democratized commerce, empowering a shopper in remote Kashmir with the same selection and convenience as someone in South Mumbai. The future of Bharat's shopping is not a binary between digital or physical, it's the seamless integration of both. Okay, let's talk about technology's role. What is at the center of all of this? At the heart of this transformation is, of course, technology, like I just spoke about, right? And today, I want to share how we are bringing the most cutting-edge AI and technology to you, our sellers in India. Yeah. Okay. So I think let's first talk about the GenAI-based listing, right? So we've been innovating to help you in all aspects of your business on Amazon, from making listings easy, getting expert advice, showcasing your products to customers, fulfilling orders, and once you've succeeded in India, technology to help you succeed on Amazon across the world. Let me get started with detail pages. A well-crafted detail page is the most important weapon for you to succeed online. This is how customers understand about your product. After all, जो अच्छा दिखता है वो बिकता है. We've taken wisdom from this into the digital age. Let us take a look at what constitutes a best-in-class detail page. A compelling product title, incredible images, comprehensive, precise product details, an engaging product description. Customers love these details to decide on purchase decision. But the feedback from our selling partners has been, we understand customers love it, but e-commerce listings need many attributes, and that takes a lot of time. I have to spend time, spend money to create every listing. Thousands of products and variations. How do I keep crafting these listings? I have to keep engaging agencies to do my images and creatives, and if my agency gets it wrong, my listing is removed. All very valid concerns. So let's talk about the AI-powered listing experience. Filling templates with so many details is all in the past. Just give us an image, some description, or the URLs of your website. Imagine you want to list this t-shirt. Just give us this image and our incredible AI will extract all the details from the image. Fill 50 to 70% of the attributes, create shopping optimized title and product details using all the data on Amazon on what customers like. Not only that, our AI will automatically also sharpen your image and remove backgrounds. So now all you have to do is review the work our AI has done for you and the listing gets published. Globally, more than 2 lakh sellers are already using this product. Reducing manual effort by 50% makes listing process 2x times faster. Great increase in sales because of more optimized listings. Our AI-powered seller assistant, beyond creating compelling product listings, sellers consistently express one fundamental need: expert guidance. जब भी मैं आप लोगों से मिलता हूं, एक बहुत कॉमन रिक्वेस्ट आता है, कोई एक्सपर्ट दे दीजिए बिजनेस में हेल्प करने के लिए, चाहे अकाउंट मैनेजर हो, सेलर सपोर्ट हो या कोई एक्सटर्नल पार्टनर, बट एक एक्सपर्ट लगता है हो तो बिजनेस में बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी. तो ये रिक्वेस्ट आई बीन हियरिंग दिस अगेन एंड अगेन, राइट? So I want to introduce to you our state-of-the-art AI-powered selling assistant codenamed Project Amelia. Our selling assistant provides you with deeply personalized answers and advice in real time, combining its deep knowledge of Amazon and your specific business. Imagine asking it about your businesses or how to prepare for Diwali. This AI-powered assistant gives you personalized advice based on your account and performance. It is available 24/7 and it saves time spent in diagnosing problems and helps you grow your business. We shared how AI is revolutionizing e-commerce from intelligent listing creation to personalized business guidance through Project Amelia. But technology is only powerful when put into action. The question isn't whether to start, it's how fast can you begin. So scan this code, fill up the form, and unlock exclusive benefits at Amazon booth. Visit us at the Amazon booth now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. With this, coming to another very interesting session. In fact, one of the most awaited sessions of the day. We all know Shiprocket as a powerhouse in shipping and logistics. But today, we shall get an insight, an exclusive first look at some exciting new products and innovations that certainly is going to empower brands to go beyond logistics and create even more deeper impact. Calling up here on stage, please put your hands together for CEO International Shipping, Mr. Akshay Gulati. Can we have you on stage, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, you're going to give me some special credit here. Every time you come on stage, I'm creating so much energy. Come on, everybody, give it up for Mr. Akshay Gulati.
Thank you guys. It's there because, I love what I do. And I think all of us are here because we're very passionate about what we do. And, this segment that we're talking about, Shiprocket, not just shipping, is something that's close to my heart. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have ship in our name. I think that's a great thing. But everyone thinks of us as a shipping platform. Call us as an aggregator, call a platform. People only think about that. And this whole segment is something that I'm going to be doing not just today, but over the course of the year. Because every time I go into meetings in Shiprocket, because obviously I run a very narrow part of Shiprocket, which is on the international side, I go into broader meetings. At least once every 15-20 days, I come about thinking, yaar, mujhe pata hi nahi ki hum ye bhi karte hain. And if I'm sitting inside the ecosystem and thinking I'm sure that we're not doing a good enough job of telling everybody all the cool stuff that we're doing, except for some of the customers who are using it. So the idea with the not just shipping segment is to tell you all about cool stuff that we are doing. Obviously today is SHIVIR, so we're talking about some really big things that we're doing, but sometimes a lot of the innovation is not just in big product launches, but it's also in some of the more nuanced things that we develop. And for this segment, I want to call up Praful, who leads product. He's the CPO for Shiprocket, and he's kind of instrumental in building most of this stuff. So Praful, first we're going to talk about a product that we started. You've been instrumental in developing this called Virtual Try-On. We'll do a quick video about the product. And, I'd like you to talk about, is this just something that you and Sahil do for fun, or is actually any real-world application? So let's see what we do, sure, and then tell me who's going to actually use this product.
Sure.
Okay. So guys, can you think of a shipping platform doing that? That's what we do. We may have ship in our name, we're not just shipping. So Praful, tell me how this is going to change how our customers sell.
Yeah, like to be completely honest, this is something that started off as an experiment with the possibility of AI making it much more possible. To be honest, guys, virtual try-on is not something new. It's been happening for a long period of time in e-commerce. Just that the effectiveness of it has become so much superior to what it used to be. It actually feels like you're trying on something. The demo that we just saw is just for a simple use case of saying, hey, can I try on a shade of lipstick and how do I look on it? And this is going to extend very quickly to practically trying on a t-shirt, a jeans, recommendations going along with it. And for the next demo, you'll see how all of this is tied together. The overall, like just to take Akshay's point forward, Shiprocket more than shipping, where this is one of the initiatives we are trying to do for growth in general and say how can we increase orders and conversion at the top of the funnel for our merchants to help them drive business growth.
Thanks, Praful. I think it's great. Is Gaurav here? No. Gaurav, I think may have been out for. Gaurav is right there. So this actually he showed me in a meeting. It's probably one of my best days last month at Shiprocket because I just came away completely wowed. And they've done it for one client and it's going to become a product. So guys, keep giving us your feedback because what we might do specifically for you could very well translate into a product level feature that we build within the ecosystem. I'm going to cover one more product very quickly before we go on to the next discussions. This is, I think, our personal shopper product, right?
Yeah, just a small credit. I don't know if people are familiar. There's a demo video by a popular platform that ended up selling plants through a personal shopping experience. Not to Indianize though, and we thought why don't we make it extremely India first, Bharat first, and we ended up selling a shirt. We're going to see that here.
Okay, I'm going to try. Thankfully the first click didn't work, so you've got to say that. Hopefully this click does work. Harvey, come on man, make it work.
हेलो, मुझे ब्लू कलर की फुल स्लीव शर्ट चाहिए 1000 रुपए से कम की।
ठीक है, आपके लिए कुछ अच्छे ब्लू कलर की फुल स्लीव शर्ट्स देखता हूँ जो 1000 रुपए से कम में हो। क्या आपको
ये तीसरी वाली जो शर्ट है सी ब्लू सॉलिड फुल स्लीव्स, ये अच्छी लग रही है, इसके बारे में और बताओ। बढ़िया पसंद है।
ये इंडो कॉटन का सी ब्लू सॉलिड फुल स्लीव शर्ट बहुत ही बढ़िया क्वालिटी और स्टाइलिश डिजाइन के साथ है। मूल कीमत 2499 रुपए है, लेकिन अभी सिर्फ 700 रुपए में मिल रहा है। इतनी बड़ी छूट फिर नहीं मिलेगी। चाहिए तो मैं आपकी मदद कर सकता हूं इसे वर्चुअली ट्राई करने में।
क्या आप इस पे और डिस्काउंट दे सकते हैं?
ठीक है, देखता हूं क्या और कुछ बेहतर किया जा सकता है आपके लिए। You've got a 20% discount on your selected item. Happy shopping and enjoy your savings.
इसे मेरी कार्ट में ऐड कर दीजिए।
बिल्कुल, अभी आपके लिए सी ब्लू सॉलिड फुल स्लीव शर्ट को कार्ट में जोड़ रहा हूँ। ये प्रोडक्ट आपके कार्ट में ऐड कर दिया गया है।
Great, now check out.
All right, I'll get your order ready for checkout now.
So guys, the idea today was just to showcase 2 new products we've built, and you know the theme is very clear. We are Shiprocket, but we are a lot more than shipping. We're here about your seller success. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Next up, we are living in the world of social media where they say if you are not online, you don't exist. The time span, the attention span has reduced, and I think it's reducing every second, from 60 seconds to 30 seconds to 20 seconds. Even the seconds are becoming milliseconds now. Now we're going to talk about from noise to noticed how AI is rewriting the rules of modern marketing. To talk about the same, I'm going to invite up here on stage our panelists, some fantastic and brilliant minds who are redefining how brands connect with the audiences today. Please put your hands together for Vani Gupta Dandia, Managing Partner, Cherry Peach Plum Growth Partners. Thank you so much for joining us here this wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Ladies do deserve a little energy, right? Thank you. Mr. Suresh Bansal, founder DCG Pack, can I request you to please join us here on stage? Even the gentlemen do. Thank you. Ramashish Bhome, co-founder AdBox, joining us here on stage as our next panelist. And moderating this wonderful set of panelists, we have someone who knows exactly what it takes to build impact at scale, none other than the very talented, ambition, vision CEO, checkout and at Shiprocket, Mr. Gaurav Mangla. Can we have you on stage? All the very best.
Hi. You can take it. Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. So you have seen the magic that we are trying to create from last 1.5 years, since everyone is chasing what efficiencies can we bring into our business models, how we can innovate, how we can stay ahead of the curve, and especially let's focus on the marketing domain once again for now. So we have a very esteemed panel. Let's hear from the industry experts how AI is shaping the marketing world actually in the real world at scale. So let's start with Vani. So Vani, you are advising wide variety of brands of different scale. How exactly do you see a shift of AI into their execution, or AI actually taking jobs, or AI is a necessity, or how exactly those brands are using AI into their marketing flow?
So Gaurav, thank you for that question. There's been a lot of talk about how AI is taking jobs. AI may kill creativity or may kill creative jobs. But for a lot of us, especially those in the business world, in the marketing and advertising world, we're seeing that everybody is using AI, everybody is using the same prompts. We just saw this presentation made by Mayank from Amazon, where he's talking about this black polyester t-shirt, for example. Now, there may be a zillion brands. I can't make out the difference between a black polyester t-shirt, let's say of a Mango, versus a Zara or an H&M or a Snitch or any other brand, right? Now, if I am the brand manager for, let's say, Zara, and I'm using AI to create an ad for this black polyester t-shirt, my prompt, if my prompt itself is not different from the prompt that the Mango brand manager is giving, then how is my advertising going to be different? Then every ad itself is going to start looking the same, right? Yeah. Which means AI might give us creativity that's on the fly. It might give us films that look absolutely perfect in titch. It might give us very cost-efficient work, but you still need human creativity. You need sharper human insights to be able to give AI the right prompts. You cannot replace. I've heard investors saying, oh, we're doing all of our marketing using AI. That's great. But AI is still only a tool. AI cannot replace human thinking. You've still got to know what is the unique insight that I have on my consumer, what is the unique brand asset that I have uniquely created for my brand, my black polyester t-shirt. That product may be undifferentiated, but your brand, what makes it a brand is for you as a brand manager, for you as a business owner to figure. That you cannot give to AI. So AI cannot replace creativity. AI can help. AI is a tool actually that uses, refined repetition, refined assimilation to give you something which might look perfect to you. But I think as we go along, as AI is used more and more, the value of imperfection will increase. The value of using something unique to your brand, unique to your consumer, will be far more appreciated. So I can say a lot more, but I can't hijack this panel.
No, thanks a lot, Vani. So art is here to stay. The scientific layer, the execution layer is which can be fueled up by AI and can be made much more efficient. So the thing is, as Warren Buffett says, always invest in lovable asset. Art is the lovable asset for now, and AI will add value over art. It will not replace art as of now. So moving on to Saurabh sir. Hi. Sir, would you enlighten the entire audience here, who wants to, understand how packaging plays a role? It's the first touch point with the buyer for any brand. So what can be added on the packaging, all this talk about smart packaging, green packaging, or, any other innovation, any trend that you are seeing or any evolution?
Great question, Gaurav. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. We are a packaging company for 20 years now, and we have served almost 60,000 customers and delivered over billion packaging products. And that's a lot, and every day we come across a lot of brands, largely D2C brands. We serve hundreds of them. So what we see very clearly, that packaging is no more just a protector of a product. It is not a shipping instrument just to save you from shipping and take the parcel to the customer. I think this is the greatest storyteller. This is the first statement of your brand. This is the first touch point of your brand in the hands of the customer. I think this is a 3D brand design basically. So packaging has evolved so much now that there is a design aspect, there is a printing, innovations which are happening, and then there is a technology being added to the packaging, so the customers can have a higher and higher and better experience and engagement with your brand. So just to take you through 3 components of the packaging. First is the design part. We run an innovation and design center in-house, and we do a lot of design, and we use AI power and everything else. But nowadays, each and every brand is trying to make sure that there is a brand statement or there is an unboxing experience which they can create when your parcel or product reaches in the hand of a customer. So to do that, you have to innovate your packaging design. You have to use different color schemes, different technologies which are available all over now. And if your customer can see that the parcel which arrives to him is very thoughtful, very beautiful, very aesthetically good looking, then I think he has already set his mind that he is going to see a product from a brand which is a superior quality, which is a premium quality. So you make a statement to your customer. Your good packaging design is basically a silent salesperson. This will sell it for you. This is where you set the mindset of your customer when you ship your parcel to the customer. In the design side, there are beautiful new patterns have come up. There are new styles have come up. It is no more a simple box. It is no more a simple jar. It is no more a simple can. It is now with the use of technology, you can design very different kind of packaging, and design is so much important to making a D2C brand successful. The second part is the printing. Gone are the days when you have to wait for months and run 10,000 lot or 20,000 lot or 50,000 lot to try your product. Nowadays with the digital printing, this has become absolutely easy. Digital technology has revolutionized the printing process. You can do 500 pieces, 300 pieces, 100 packs, try it quickly, learn from the market, redo it, tweak it again, and then again introduce it again. You can do 10 times, 15 times, 20 times until you have absolutely perfected your product to the customers. So digital printing is giving a lot of way to do your trials. Along with that, we see a dynamic, colors are available now. A lot more different colors are available. We also see the spot UV coating is another very beautiful piece, beautiful technology which can make your brand stand apart. Apart from printing technology, we see the technology being used now. So the QR code and the NFC, which is the near field communication technology. These are tags which can be incorporated in your packaging. So QR code can now, a customer when he scans or he will touch it with his phone, he will get a real-time information about the product, what is inside, what are the components inside, what is the specifications of your product, how to recycle this product, or what is the sustainability angle to the product. This can also take your physical product to the digital world. You can connect immediately on a cell phone by scanning a code that, where this product was manufactured, how it was manufactured, what are the uses of this, is this authentic product? You can in fact on the spot scan the product and say, and find it from a mobile application that this is a real, original, genuine product and it is not a fake product. So technology is playing a big role nowadays and it's a big storyteller. And a lot many more things on packaging, but I will leave it to the next question.
Thanks a lot. So innovate in digitization and, innovate backward thinking. Packaging is the first impression of your brand in front of your consumer. So let's move on to Ramashish. So Ramashish, you are at the front line of this entire, digital marketing, the execution layer for any brand. How do you see AI shaping up there? Is it actually, creating ads faster, strategize faster, choosing the platform? What are the key components, and can you walk us through different components of using AI into ad execution?
Sure. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Gaurav, for having AdBoss here in Shivir for the second time. It's a lovely event. Coming back to the topic, how AI has helped us as an agency and also helping our brand partners is, I definitely think AI is something that has helped us increase our efficiency a lot more. But at the same time, I also feel the same, that it's not going to replace the human element in it, the creativity element in it. The only thing that it does for us is, if someone were to do 10 things at a time, now that person can do 100 things at the same time with equal efficiency, with equal results, right? So for example, we have creative strategists in our team. We have media buyers in our team who used to think about creatives. They still do. It's not that they have stopped thinking about what kind of pain points to address, what are the solution statements that we need to address in the ads for a brand partner. What it does is, the AI layer, how it helps is that it helps us think a lot more on that part and not focus on the smaller things which can be automated, right? So let's say I am a brand, or I am a media buyer running an ad for a brand. The optimization part, that is something that needs to be repeatable, right? So that's how we are solving it. We have solved the part which is repeatable. Now the media buyer or the person who is working on that brand or who is working on that account has more time to think about what kind of offers the brand should run, what kind of pricing strategy the brand should have, what kind of next product launches that the brand should have. So these are something that a brand or a media buyer should focus 90% of their time. The rest 10% is something that they were spending more time, but now that time is reduced, right? So I think that's how AI is helping us, not only in terms of optimization, in terms of creating assets, but in terms of creativity also. Let's say some people here are in Shivir for various reasons, right? Some people are there for they want to see a big event first time in their life. Second, they want to connect with brand partners. Third would be someone wants to connect with agency partners. Fourth would be they want to know what kind of products Shiprocket is launching nowadays, right? So they have 3-4 variations or 3-4 motivations to come here. AI has helped us find those motivations quickly, right, and act on it. We were taking time to understand the motivations. They're actually helping us understand the motivation faster and then make creatives and then make my brand move faster. So that's how, if I had to say it in a single line, it has helped us unlock those motivations quicker and faster, but still that human element still remains as to how to make that image, how to make that video,
or how to make a pricing strategy. So yes, definitely it's a big addition for anyone in the industry, not only an agency, not only a brand, and it's here to stay for long.
Yeah, that's truly insightful and really great to have all of you share all those thoughts and deep insights about the market. Just to end this session, I would like to, ask each one of you, what advice would you like to give to the budding entrepreneurs? As there might be a mix of people attending this event, some would be thinking to starting up, some have already started, and some are at a mid stage, like distinguishing between a lifestyle brand or a, scaling that brand to next level. So would be
now. There are many other brands, by the way, even in the Indian ecosystem that are making films entirely using AI. Even in the Indian ecosystem that are making films entirely using AI. The prompt, however, requires human thinking. In Liquid Death also, it's a great film. A lot of us will be talking about the film, but the brand itself, the product itself has become incidental. Now, as business owners, what is my first objective? My first objective is the product must sell and the brand must be recalled. That responsibility lies on me as the business owner. How I use AI in order to deliver on the right objective is still my responsibility. So AI can only help. AI can be a tool that has to be intelligently used. Like Debashish said, AI can be used in order to cut the number of resources. Now I don't need as many, film producers. I don't need a copywriter perhaps. I still need the power of creativity. So my one advice would be, yes, use AI, but use AI intelligently. It will compel us to be more creative, to be able to stand out in a world where all of us are going to start using AI. All of the startup brands, for example, you see in the skincare cosmetic world. I mean, I teach at Ashoka University, and I see my Ashoka students. You should see the kind of presentations they make, the kind of ads they make using AI. When they make their presentations, when they make their advertising, it is beautiful. It's aesthetically beautiful because they're much better at using AI tools than, dinosaurs like us. But you cannot replace or overemphasize the value of creative insight, of the consumer insight. So in a way, I think AI will force us to go back to the basics of marketing, the basics of what drives human emotion. That onus, that responsibility still lies on us.
Yeah. Thank you, Vani. Saurabh sir, next to you.
Okay, so basically we are an SME company, and most of the audience sitting here are SME founders and organizations, small companies. I will tell you how we implemented the AI, and that I think 70% of this should be applicable to most of you. Okay. So when we thought about implementing AI at DCG Pack last year, first thing I did is that I wanted to educate myself about AI. So I picked up a course from ISV, which is a leadership role on AI, for 20 weeks. And for the next 20 weeks, each week I studied, I spent time, I learned about the AI and from one of the very good organizations, so that, because there are so many courses, so many things are available, but I want to do it for a founder level AI course, so that it is not a technology only, it is a business side also. Through this course, I learned two things. One is, AI can be used for productivity improvement, faster processing, reducing manpower somewhere. So all those are efficiency gains which you can get through the AI. However, there is the other part of the AI, which is, can you transform your business model by using the AI? When we were going through the AI and I was listening to all these lessons from ISB, we actually came out with 2 or 3 absolutely brand new business models in the packaging industry, where we can say that it is all because of the AI which we learned. One was, can we reuse the packaging second time, third time, and create a circular economy and save at least 30% cost on packaging for my customers. It's a one business model. Can we rent a packaging? So we call it rent pack. Can we rent a packaging that you only pay when you use it and then return it back? There's another business model which we created. Third business model which we created is PaaS, packing as a service, that you don't buy packaging, you don't create PO, you don't do GRN, don't count, don't worry about the stock out. We will bring man, machine and material, pack your parcels, and you pay me only per parcel rate and end of the game. That's it. So you can do a business transformation. When we started implementing AI in DCG Pack, we divided the projects into two parts. One is customer-facing projects, other is process-facing projects. Okay? Customer-facing is, can I do marketing campaigns through the AI? Can I do customer insights using AI? So we develop AI agent which can profile my customers, which can do deep dive. It is not limited only to geography, age and gender. It is now can tell us behavior. It can tell us, what state he is from. And it can pull up information from LinkedIn, and then he can, give us a deep dive into the customer profile. Then can we do marketing campaigns through, AI? Can there be an AI chat box which can receive the chats from the customer and give answers automatically? Then we implemented the AI voice agent, which can now interact just like you saw in a very natural voice to the customers. And then on the process side, we automated the collection from our customers automatically. So all the collections can be automated. Order processing can be automated. There's so much, and there are little pieces which help your organization to become smarter, better, and more efficient. I think this is what we did it, and maybe, that could be one of the ways. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Suresh sir, for the lovely insight. And adding on here that, now people who start up or, who are in the mid stage of starting up, especially the non-tech people, they can communicate very well to the tech people. They can understand very well how they are bringing all those sprints, planning, the roadmap, everything. AI helps you a lot. You can literally design your thinking, have a prototype of it, and then talk with those people so that, you are able to communicate and get things faster, and at least you are informed about what is happening or not. So thanks a lot. Now moving on to Ramashish. So Ramashish, what ideas like you can throw for people who want to start up in the MarTech domain? So MarTech domain is, like a lot of people think, a lot of things have been happening over time. There have been traditional things, there are new age things. Like almost 4 out of 10 people are starting in that domain. What unique you can propose people to think about?
So first is one very generic advice, whether it's AI or non-AI, but it's still related to AI, is adaptability, right? For any business, whether you are starting or you are doing it for last few years, adapting to newer changes is something that should be in your blood, right? It should not be forced. It should be there in your DNA. Whatever comes today is AI, tomorrow something else comes up. It's definitely going to help. The faster, so someone said me that faster execution is, there's no better mode than having a faster execution, right? So faster execution is better adaptability, faster adaptability. The better you adapt, the faster you adapt, you stay ahead of the game against your competitors. And yes, of course, I'll tell you one story that I wanted to share with all of you, how AI has actually helped us. So there was one teammate who was a media buyer, who was a hardcore media buyer in our company. He joined us back, he left, he worked 3 years, he left, he joined us back. He has a different role right now. He's from a non-coding background, perfectly non-coding. He was in, there's no link to coding in his life ever. Now he has developed the entire AI ads automation, ads optimization part within a span of 6 months. So that's how crazy AI is right now. And it's very impactful. It's not only how it can help a company or a agency or a brand. It's actually, if you are on a personal level also, even if you are an employee, if you don't want to have a company of your own, and it's absolutely right, even if you don't want to have a company of your own, but it also helps you on a personal level. He has entirely transformed himself, his background from a hardcore media buyer to a software teammate. He develops all our AI agents. He developed a tool called Creative Pulse, where we automate the entire creative deployment, right? So that's how powerful AI is, and I think, as I said, there's nothing better than faster execution and faster adaptability. So yeah, that will be my 2 cents for everyone here.
Yeah, faster
Gaurav, I just want to add, while we're talking about, we're only talking about the benefits of AI, there is one bit of caution that must be exercised when we use AI for creativity in particular. I was speaking with a friend of mine, she's working with a big ad agency, and she was telling me some of the big accounts that she's working on are paranoid, surprisingly, are paranoid about using AI. And the reason for that is that internationally, there are a lot of celebrated copy infringement legal cases against companies. Because what is AI doing? Actually, AI is creating out of the existing. You see, so for example, if in my film, I'm using, let's say, a monster-like creature, and that monster-like creature bears surprising resemblance to Shrek, I don't want Disney coming after me. So you've got to be very careful in using AI. I think copyright infringement, lawyers, I think, could be making a lot of money in this age. And you have to be careful about using AI. You can't still replace human creativity for content that's generated by AI. I mean, giving prompts with human intelligence can't be overemphasized enough.
Yeah, thank you, Vani. Like sincerely, data privacy, copyright infringement is the next problem which needs to be solved, and AI safe can be the next coming wave also. So thanks a lot, panelists, for enlightening everyone with your deep insights. Yeah, hopefully people are taking good inputs from here and they will execute those. And like Ramashi said, faster execution, faster adaptability. We have been adopting to a lot in last 1 year only. Like every 1 or 2 months there is something happening, some event happening. But still, India is doing really well and we are also moving on fairly well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Gaurav. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, requesting you to please come together for a good photo opportunity. We're moving on, another very enticing panel discussion. We have the new D2C battleground, winning in the age of artificial intelligence. I'm now going to invite up here on stage Mr. Himanshu Adlakar, founder Winston, as a first panelist. So by the time we set up the stage, I will once again request you all to please have your eyes on the screen as we'd like to showcase Shrine video once again. For those of you who've just walked in or missed to see the video, can we please have the video? Thank you. All right, please put your hands together as I invite up here on stage Himanshu Adlaka, founder Winston, as our first panelist. It's only when we see the face we get the energy. Come on everyone, please give it up for Mr. Himanshu Adlaka. Mr. Aditya Agarwal, co-founder and CEO, PETA, joining us here on stage. Mr. Sameer Rajani, CEO, Diodap. Chitranshu Mahant, co-founder, Playbook. And steering this discussion, we're going to have someone who understands the operation and scaling challenges these brands face, Mr. Atul Mehta, CEO, Domestic Shipping at Shiprocket. Before I give you all the stage, we're talking about, can we cut the music please? Thank you. We're talking about AI that certainly can do everything. Atul, I need your attention. Please settle down. Please make yourself comfortable. You're talking about AI and everything that AI can do. We've seen that AI can literally do anything. Make us dance, make us sing, make us do anything. But what AI cannot do is establish the true and real emotion, the true human connection that we are establishing right now here at Shiprocket SHIVIR. Quickly, before I give the stage to all our panelists up here on stage, we're very excited, I want you all to just do things with me. When I say name, everyone says ooh. Okay, what do we say? With a lot of energy. We say ooh, and when I say clap, we all clap. So we see they do it better or you do it better. I have a feeling they're going to do it better, but let's give it a try. Everyone make ooh. Not bad. Everyone clap. Name ooh. Clap. Name ooh. Clap. Name ooh. Name clap. Fantastic. All the very best.
Thank you for that energizer. I think, again, a very special session. I think, I'm sure, and like, this is the third edition, we do something called Yatra also, and in the audience, people have told me, the rest of the stuff is fine. We want to hear real stories. We want to hear from people who have been on a journey we are on. We want to hear from them on how they went about building a brand which they have. So today we have 4 stalwarts here who are at different levels of their journey on building their own e-commerce business, quite distinct categories. So it's going to be an amazing session filled with learning on the challenges, how they figured out the opportunity and how they went about that. So with that, let me start with Aditya. I understand Peter was born out of a college passion project. It was a college project, which we all do, sometimes diligently, sometimes not so diligently. Clearly you did it very diligently because you're running a business out of a college project. Why don't you tell the audience of how that happened, and for somebody who's at that stage of thinking about a business, how do you get from there to here, being on Shark Tank and now building a very scalable business?
Right. Thanks, Atul, for this panel. And, interestingly, as Atul mentioned, Petal did not start as a brand. It started as a college project for us. So let's say 5 years back, if I was here, I think I wouldn't have been here also, but let's say if I was pitching Petal to anyone, I would have been pitching in a way that, we are students from college, we are working with artisans, who are making beautiful products. So please help us buy their products, right? But fast forward to now, if you ask me or anyone at Petal to talk about Petal, I think the pitch would be more like that, we are building a brand for brass, copper and bronze products that are great for your health, as well as they are great for our artisans because they are handcrafted and we are promoting India's only UNESCO listed craft form, right? So I think for us, that was the transition that was there, right? Where the idea before, while it was a college project, was just thinking about the artisans who work with us, and after becoming a college project, the idea was how can we impact the consumers as well who are using our products, because to be very honest, as long as the money is not there, the consumers are not there, we won't be able to impact our artisans, right? And the artisans are not going to make products for us because they like us, right? So that is also there, and interestingly, that's why the name Petal also stands for Punjabi Thathera Art Legacy. So Thathera are the group of artisans who make these products, and Pital, of course, is the Hindi name for brass, which is a very important part of what we sell. So yeah, I think that was the start of it, and that's why we have been very rooted to help these artisans make their products. We could see a lot of opportunity and potential in what they were making. Interestingly, while we started, the artisans were just earning 2,000 rupees a month, right? Fast forward to now, the average income of some of these artisans is more than 60,000 rupees a month.
Wow.
With 5 of our artisans actually earning more than me, 2 lakh rupees a month each, right? So that's what Pital stands for, and a lot of times that's why we say that we are not a D2C company, we are actually a T2C company, which is Thathera to consumers, and that's what the goal is.
But amazing, but tell me one thing, like, straight out of college, you're not going to start a traditional job and you're saying, I'm going to build a business around this. When did that realization happen and what triggered that?
I think, COVID was a game changer for us, right? COVID tha, so we had to come back to our home. Our college entire last semesters were online, right? And that is when I remember when the placement season had started, I remember having an interview, and there I had my phone where I was checking the messages that were coming on a Pital group about ki order aaya hai, isko aise fulfill karna, etc., etc. And that actually was the realization. I thought, yaar, naturally my focus is going there, not on a company that has come to offer me 25 lakhs per annum as a college placement. So that was the main point. And I went to my parents. I told them that give me 2 years, let me try doing this. If it doesn't work out, I am still getting a job today, I can get a job 2 years later as well. So coming from a business background, business family, my parents were fine with the idea of me doing a business. They were fine, acha hai ki job nahi kar raha, etc., etc. But they were not fine with the idea of me doing a Pital ka business. Yeah. Because a lot of people used to say ki, acha, SRCC se bhi padh ke thali chammach kyun bechne, right? So that was there. But yeah, I think I just told them, give me 2 years, trust me, if things will work out, they'll work out and we'll do it.
Follow the heart with what your conviction is, and we are seeing the result of that happening for all of you here. Moving on to you, Chitranshu. Like, you didn't start directly from college. You worked for a few years, but then you said, let me build something which competes with what? The likes of Microsoft and Google. I am going to create my own operating system. Again, crazy idea. How did that come about?
Firstly, thank you. Thank you for Shiprocket team for this panel, for such a wonderful, day to day. So many great sessions. So at Primebook, we have built this new category of laptops which are powered by our own proprietary operating system, Prime OS. The thought of starting a laptop company, and that too with an own operating system, was that we saw a gap in the market. Essentially, if you see, India is a very price-sensitive country, and naturally, a 20,000 price point laptop should have, spread like a wildfire, just like smartphone market did. But it did not. The reason being that this category of 20,000 price point laptop, the traditional laptop, they were very slow. The product itself was very, low rated, no consumer was loving it. And that gap in the market helped us take a decision that, I sit with a lot of engineers, right? And we think anything is possible. I think I was young and foolish to think of deciding something, competing against Microsoft, Google, building our own complete stack of technology. So to fulfill that gap, we actually started the brand Primebook. Initially, we started like a Microsoft like GTM, we built the operating system. We reached out to almost all local Indian OEMs like Microsoft, Max, Lava, Intex. But for good, none of them picked it up. This was 2020-21. And then, the moment came, we realized, okay, from a Microsoft like GTM, can we try Apple like GTM, where we build the whole stack? The hardware is ours, the operating system is ours, App Store, browser, the application, inbuilt application is ours. And that's when we saw, the product getting accepted, and we are selling on Amazon, Flipkart, and scaling, yeah.
That's nice. Like, I like the statement, you need to be foolish to sometimes take a punt, but that it all works out if you have conviction. Moving on to you, Samir. Like you have built Deodab with an unapologetic focus on price first value, right? You have been building for Bharat even before this term was popular, right? When did you realize that, okay, there is a mode which I can create here and serve the Bharat audience, price conscious audience, and serve it efficiently and at that scale?
I think it's a good compliment when we say that, Deodab and the price. So that's a good brand we have built up so far. It all started as an Amazon seller. We were typically selling on Amazon, and we've realized to sell on Amazon, you have to beat the price. You have to compete with other people. And while selling, we've realized that we can, start drop shipping, we can reach to the direct customers and all. The problem was, it's very difficult to touch Indian buyer. Typically Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore buyer. So we realized, let's ignore them. Direct Bharat पे focus करते हैं, पैसा भी है और convince भी easy हो जाते हैं वहाँ पे buyer. So I believe recently मैंने Mr. Beast का एक interview देखा था. उसने he said that there's a purple cow effect. So those of you who don't know the purple cow effect, उसमें होता क्या है कि if you're going by a car, you see a normal cow, you'll ignore it. The moment you imagine there's a purple color cow, you like stop and see, oh, what's that? So at Deodab, what we did is that on e-commerce, everything is at 200, 300, 500. We said, यार ये normal cow है. हम 9 रुपए में कुछ बेचते हैं, 2 रुपए में कुछ बेचते हैं. And then we created this hype कि यार on Deodab you find something as low as 2 rupees, 5 rupees. And that was our purple cow. And people loved it, and rather Bharat loved it. And then our core next funnel is that if people start buying from us, then they'll sell with us. So they'll do a drop shipping. So our funnel is building up. They start as a buyer to us, then they resell our product, and that's how we are growing.
But amazing, I think you hear the 3 stories, and we'll come to the 4th one also. People products, yes, tradition. We want to buy Chrome, like a laptop which is affordable, and then like you want the local, unique, innovative, value products to be available on e-commerce, and at one destination you have it there. Himanshu, you are not less crazy. In fact, you took a bet on saying, I'll bring beauty gadgets into India, right, and build a brand around it. Even more crazier. How did that come about? Like, what was going through your mind? And just tell us about the initial days.
Thank you, Atul, first, for having me on this panel. So, I come from a typical traditional business family where I've always seen my grandfather and father purely being into offline space and building brands, as in building brands like building someone else's brand. Like he has been a distributor from past 35 years for a brand LG. Everyone knows what LG is. Yeah. So my idea was when I entered into the business, so first I wanted to learn. I did my MBA with my dad. No MBA school I've gone. So to understand how that dhanda works in this Bharat, but typically. So once I was through it, the idea was to build the brand, and majority of the time I had spent with Philips because my love was personal care from day one. My personal care, not skincare and hair care, that something else, like appliances typically, because we have been into the electronic space from past 50 years. So that was in the blood. So kuch karna hai to electronics mein karna hai. And then the COVID gave us time to understand, though we knew how to procure, how to get the things done, but COVID gave us actually time to understand. And in India, personal case was typically around trimmers, right, hair straighteners, or you can say skin care, all the cosmetics and everything. No one was really focusing on the beauty appliances, right? And when we saw it, and we saw a lot of creators, macro and top level creators, going to Korea, going to US, going to Hong Kong, and bringing up products, way expensive products in India, and using them and telling it to the consumers. Because COVID ke time pe, even a woman was going from one room to the other, they wanted to do a makeup and go. So appliances was also getting that room. So, and no other brand was doing. And we knew how to build this market, to get the products, how to get the product developed. The only problem was that those products were typically at a price point of 25,000 to 50,000. India mein boss koi lene nahi, matlab 25,000 ka product, no one will buy it. So the idea was to how to we can create that product, with some technology which is not available in India, still not available, we are trying to figure it out, and develop a product which can fit into the price segment where India is accepting it, where the price point lies is 1500 to what 3000 rupees. Isse upar karna hai, then you are called premium. Correct. Right. So that is where we came in. We launched few products in the skincare. People started liking it, and now we have luckily built a community where we like when you talk about where on the website it looks very tough to bring into a consumer for a beauty tech. Right. Now we build a community where we are talked about a relationship with the people now. So this is where the industry is.
Awesome, Himanshu. And I think, again, like for anyone who's questioned on whatever you're building, saying, this is tough. You know, how can you build a business in beauty gadgets? You have like a living example of how, like I think the key point, and if I were just to summarize across the four of them, it's about your conviction and your belief. Because yes, there's a value of an idea, but more than that, there's the value of the execution which comes from the conviction and the belief which you have in your own abilities. And we have four very distinct businesses, not built the traditional way, in a very different way, fairly successful. And that's, I think, something for all of you to take back from here with. Okay, so today is the AI edition, right? So I'm going to ask you, how are you using AI? Like, so we have talked about AI helping in operations, day-to-day management, etc. But how are you using or thinking of using AI in stuff outside that, like whether it is brand's identity, story, or anything else over and above, like what everyone has seen so far? Go with Aditya, we'll start with you.
Sure. So, you know, I think in our case, we look at AI, like we looked at AI primarily to make us more efficient and, you know, whatever we were doing, just do it a bit better, quickly, and, you know, access the information better. Interestingly, you know, we have been using AI in very different ways which are personalized for our business as well. Like, for example, we have been scaling a lot in the international markets recently, right? So, and in the US, the knowledge and awareness about Ayurveda is huge. So now, interestingly, while we were there, we are now working with a platform, which is like a, and again, another thing around Ayurveda is that as much as there are people, you know, who want to practice Ayurveda, there's at the same time a lot of lack of exact knowledge around Ayurveda, right? And the same thing happens with our products. So I think in our case as well, both the consumers, as well as both the consumers, you know, who are in general not aware about people, and the consumers who are very hardcore into brass and copper, a lot of times they start, you know, not utilizing the products better because of lack of knowledge. So there's a very interesting AI platform that has come up in the US, which doesn't work like just your normal chat GPT, etc., but actually takes the inputs of hundreds of Ayurvedic experts, builds it together, and it's like a platform where you can go ask questions based on your Vat, Pitta, Kapha, and, you know, ask that this is a problem I have, what should I do, what should I buy? And then it recommends products. You know that, okay, if you have this problem, then maybe you should try using a copper bottle for drinking water in the morning for better digestion. So, you know, getting us live on that platform and making sure that our customers were being aware about this right product, etc., gave us a huge boost. Like, I think right now, almost $10,000 to $15,000 of sales on a monthly level come through us from that platform, right? So, there's a direct connection there. Another thing that we have done and which we are doing a lot is creating those AI chatbots for giving that education. Because in our case, customers spend a lot of time, right? Like before buying a $100, $200 product, right? They want to just make sure that everything they want is, you know, perfect. Like especially the consumers that we deal with, they have a lot of questions. How do you clean it? Correct. How should you use it? What is the heating point? You know, what sort of recipes you can make? So we have made a very interesting bot that also recommends you, you know, different recipes that you can make, you know, how to use the product the best way, etc. So we're also using it on a daily basis, trying different innovative ways to do it rather than, you know, the alternative would have been me hiring someone, you know, who's explaining, or an Ayurvedic expert giving the option to call them, etc. But considering that we are dealing in markets which are in different time zones, right? Some of this has become very interesting for us.
And that doesn't scale also. Like, you know, you want, like, you almost want a me bot. Right, you want, like, you have a story to tell. You can tell everyone why you should buy people. and you want somebody to be able to do it as efficiently, if not better, right? And then like just the AI models can do that so well, it's amazing. I'd also like to invite Akash. Akash, come on, Akash from Plix. Can we have a round of applause for him? Co-founder, CEO. Akash, while you settle down, question for you. You can, yeah. Question for you. We've heard the initial stories from all of them, right? You started Plix, I think 23, 24-year-old, right?
Yeah, about then, yeah.
Right, and no background.
No, nothing.
Tell us how. I have a lot of questions on when did you realize Plix is a big brand now, right? Like I think a lot of consumers, it has like it's part of the lifestyle of a lot of consumers, at least. How did that happen? Why did you decide you want to do this? When did you realize that it's going to be a big one?
Yeah, no, appreciate it. India's a massive, massive market, right? Even 10 years ago, it was massive. And I saw many white spaces, as a lot of you are seeing probably today. After a lot of consumer brands are built, there's still so many white spaces in India. And that's sort of where the journey began. I was following a plant-based lifestyle. I saw nothing in India really catering to this need, and I wanted to build products for myself. Doing that, we launched protein powders, we launched effervescence, and now we just have started multiplying the TAM. And I think that really works for consumer brands here, and that's what I'm really passionate about. This is the why. There's so much opportunity, there's so much white space in India, and there are just so many hungry customers looking for something new, and that's what my passion is, to really deliver value and deliver great product here.
No, but rewind, like we want to hear about the story. Yeah, the first 1 year when you were...
Oh, it was really bad. Really bad. I set up a desk in my living room. I had a laptop, went on internshala, got a couple interns to work for me. From there, moved into like a 200 square foot office. I was doing everything from going to the Amazon warehouse, delivering products in my little Creta I think I had at the time.
What convinced you to keep pushing?
I don't know. I think I was a little crazy. I honestly think I was a little crazy.
We talked about it already. Right? You need to be a bit crazy.
You have to be a little crazy. You have to love what you do. You have to strike the perfect balance between being over passionate and super passionate about what you're building and what the real market is. But no, I think I was just crazy, and I think the Indian market really, really is a very rewarding market. So if anyone has an idea, like pursue it. It's a beautiful market to be operating in.
Awesome. Awesome. Coming back to what we were discussing on how we are applying AI in our businesses. Who wants to?
Rightly said that it's actually helping us to get the people being more efficient. Like there have been a lot of things there. People has been scraping into Excels and everything. AI helps them. But what we have built is now we are giving a good experience to the consumer through AI. For example, like we have a dedicated customer care service. Now we built a bot where like around 80% of the calls have started coming to us. So the AI is solving everything. Now we are teaching our AI on their own that how to resolve the problem. And there are small things that we do. Like usually we identify there are a lot of when a product goes to consumer, especially in the beauty care space where they don't know how to use the product. So whenever that product is being delivered to the consumer, within 10 minutes they will get a how to use video, and right away the AI agent will call them and train them how to use that product. So more being on efficient, we are using AI to train the consumers to how to use the product, and so that we don't get a lot of calls.
Nice. I think, yeah, like for a gadget offering, the education on how to use is critical, and getting it 100% right. You can't rely on a human because you can make mistakes, and being able to use something powered by AI is actually very useful. Chitranchu?
Actually, with AI, my thoughts are, firstly, from the founder perspective, first the cultural change has to happen in the company. If we talk about 0 to 1 of AI within the organization, the first step is the cultural change, firstly from the perspective of founder. Then the 0 to 1 would involve someone, in all the departments inside the company, set up the workflows. So we set up all the workflows, right? Then get a chief AI officer whose full-time job is to figure out what all workflows can be automized, like chat, both of them suggested, right? It's one of the workflow. Then second part of using AI within the company, especially in our case, because we do a lot of software engineering while coding our operating system. So what we have done is we have built, even before ChatGPT being ChatGPT, we started building on training AI engineers in-house. So if you will ask me today, I will say I have 20 human engineers and 5 AI engineers in my engineering team. So that's the second part of it. Third is, giving AI to the consumers, because we as a Primebook, as a laptop company, today we don't even know if this form factor is going to exist 5 years down the line. If there is going to be a UI UX in the operating...
I was about to say that. Why don't you build an OS which is only AI?
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thought of the company internally, how do we... So one of the things in that is, if you would have heard of operator browser. So basically, basically what we are building in Primebook right now is a browser which in one way has access to your cursor and to your keyboard. So whenever you are giving a prompt, it does the task on your behalf. So that's the browser we are building in Primebook right now. That's on the customer front. Now talking about the customer acquisition cost, so again it comes in one of the workflows where what we have done is we have built an analytics tool in the company. So basic job of a D2C company is to figure out the cohort and understand the reaction. So this figuring out the cohort and understanding the reaction part, this we are now automizing with AI internally. Yeah.
Thanks. I think you talked about the operator agent. That's very scary.
Yeah.
I saw some of the kids doing their homework.
Yeah.
Open the school portal, find the problem, find the solution, write the answer, submit. This is not how AI is supposed to help. But no, moving on to you, Sameer.
So I think for us, it has been pre-buzz of the AI world. We've been doing it. We were trying to use for copywriting and all. But for us, the product discovery is a very important thing, like what's trending today. So we might know Lababu is also trending, so we wanted to bring something similar to it. So how do we know what's trending? So we have used some scrapper tools which go around on Amazon, Alibaba, and try to figure out what's happening over there. We bring those products. So that's for a product discovery. For a logistic is a very challenge for us because we ship a lot of orders, and thanks to Shiprocket, which helps us a lot. For us, every pin code is very important. We don't know how and which pin code is today jam or which pin code is performing well. I think you guys have developed a very pretty tool. Tarun is here, Sumit is there. They've been helping us to understand that product very well. So for us, today if I have to ship something from Rajkot to Hyderabad, I don't know which courier partner to use. You have built up that so nicely, probably you name it AI, or what do you want to name it, you name that. That has been very helpful. Along with that, before AI being a buzzword, a tough job was because we are a very price sensitive company. Price first everywhere. So we have to minimize our costing. We cannot hire a content writers to write a lot of things. So we've been using copy.ai, Jasper and all. And that has helped us very well. And probably that's how it is.
No, thanks. More to Akash, like big brand, huge consumer franchisee. Like how, I'm sure you're using AI for some amount of storytelling, personalization at this scale. Why don't you share like how are you looking at it? What are you doing? And what are your plans to do over the next 6-12 months on the consumer space?
Yeah, no, so as a D2C brand...
Am I audible? Yeah.
There's a lot of AI. I'll just touch on a couple large buckets. So one on marketing, we are a heavy meta-focused advertising company, and in Meta we use a product called ASC. ASC is a complete AI targeting tool. So all of our audience targeting on the Meta platform, that's Facebook plus Instagram, is completely AI driven. We do not target people basis tier, gender, strata, anything. That's completely run by AI. Customer service, all of my agents now talk the same, sound the same, because they have AI, they have GPT that calibrates, fixes their grammatical errors, and that's super helpful. And then obviously on the logistics front, there's just so much going on, so much load mix changes that we're seeing every day, so many data points that are being managed dynamically. Inventory, that's another big bucket. Dynamically sending goods from one FC to another. So there's a lot happening on the back end, and I think it's an enabling tool, and brands like Shiprocket are really helping companies like us incorporate it and run it very seamlessly.
No, thanks. And I think for the larger audience, I think if there's one takeaway, that's like, AI is not only a buzzword, there are brands which are doing it, like maybe something, like even if I exclude the shipping one, which is what Shiprocket is doing, but even outside that, everyone is using AI in some shape, form, and hence if you're running your business, figure out which part, even if it's small now, gets bigger later. It's a tool you can't ignore, and bring it into your workflow as we go. Moving on to the last one, Akash, you touched upon Meta, and my next question is, I'm sure something close to everyone's heart. There's one word which everyone is scared of, which is called CAC, Customer Acquisition Cost. And everyone has their journey, right? You start with a very high CAC, and then you discover some trade secrets as you scale, because of which you are able to bring that down. I'll urge you to be honest and share with the audience here the essence of your learning over years of running business. On if you have to share something with people on CAC and how to run marketing, meta marketing, Google marketing, channels, which one to target, what would that be? We'll start with you, Himanshu. Unveiling the trade secrets.
This is like a pain point that you've triggered. So with, let's say, whether it is Facebook or Google, so like amount of money that every brand is spending right now, the CAC is increasing. Like this has been the worst part, and we have seen this trend from last 1 year. Every month on month we are increasing our sales, but the CAC is also increasing. So now from past few months, what we have identified that we are not really doing the acquisition part, right? We are more to, we call it a relationship first scaling that we do. And where we have built a community where people are talking about, so just not, we have limited our spends. Like on Facebook, if you talk about, we have already, from scaling, we have come down to 1/3 of what we were spending. And we have started focusing on the community that we built through the influencers or through the affiliate marketing or different type of AI tools that we'll be using. So the CAC has definitely come down, and now when people talk about the product, the kind of engagement that we are doing with the top level creators or the celebrity endorsement to do, so that has helped us to come down. And we coming from where it's not a skincare, we are giving a product with which we are giving a 1-year replacement warranty. So the consumer will not come back, at least before 1 year. And if the service is bad, and if you're not giving an experience to them, they're never coming back. Still, we have a repeat ratio of 20-22%, and just because people are coming back to buy the next product they want to experience. So this is what we have been working.
So you're saying, focus on acquisition, but quality of acquisition and how you're acquiring and what, like, the conversation around it.
In fact, with the last question that is with the AI, we are able now, my team built up a tool with the help of an agency. Now, yesterday they showed me the demo, and that AI was telling us this should be the next product that you have to launch.
Wow.
Because already in Korea and Europe and Hong Kong, all of these countries, this is something which has been talked a lot about on the TikTok or TikToks of the world, and this is a product that you should start developing. So that has come down now.
Nice. Aditya?
Yeah, I think I would want to pick up a few stuff from what Himanshu said. We also do something similar, and a lot of understanding of what products to launch, what the consumers are demanding, and what has a lot of demand for consumers in different other platforms. Like even we were using an AI tool that crawled a lot of chef videos, other influencers videos to find out what kind of product were the consumers asking for, right? And so that we can deliver that, and the kind of sizes. Like for example, the other day, like in our category, the sizes matter a lot, right? Like let someone who might want to buy a 26 centimeter dosa tawa, right? If we have a 28 centimeter dosa tawa, they won't go for it, right? Because it might not fit in their stove, might collide with other products in the stove, right? So I think that understanding has helped us a lot. And other than that, I think for us, the best way that we look at reducing CAC is by doing a lot of brand building stuff, right? Because if we really want to sell a 5,000 rupees burtan to someone who buys a 1,000, 1,500 rupees, we need to show them that differentiator, build brand, not just talk about the products, but what the story of the brands is and what the history of the products are that we are selling. So I think that also helps.
No, thanks. Sudhanshu, is it equally a problem when in a category like yours, like CAC, Meta, selling laptops?
Actually, building the top of the funnel is expensive, definitely. Bottom, no doubt, you have your branded keywords. So essentially on Meta and Google, we have stopped top of the funnel building. Because in our case, the decision making happens in a period of 15 to 20 days. So the branding becomes a lot on affiliate platforms. We are there, but that's not a major platform for building the brand, and that helps us reduce the CAC one. Second is, when we started the company, we wanted to build a really fast laptop in 20,000 price point, and we did not know whom we were building it for. But because we are an operating system company, so we have a lot of data as to what all, with all the right permissions, into what all consumer are using. And that has helped us. So for example, we know undergrad preparing for government exam is a very beautiful TG for us. So we are pushing a lot on top of the funnel into blogs and channels in that cohort. So that's how we are reducing the CAC.
No, thanks. I think great insights, but I'm going to come to you, Akash, because I think very distinct offerings. I don't think any trade secrets have been revealed yet on when you are starting, year 2, year 3, year 1. How do you go about managing this thing called CAC? Akash, insights.
Yeah, I really believe that it is a lot easier to get a low CAC today than it ever was in the history of e-commerce. And the reason being, you can create so much content that speaks to so many different audiences. And you can churn out so much content because you have this massive influencer network in India today that's so cost effective. And then you can use these great influencers that have great hooks, great virality, put them on the Meta platform, spend advertising money behind it and boost it. On top of that, you have so many different channels today. Online, quick commerce, offline. Having breadth of distribution is incredibly important. And what we've realized is when you take content, you take great influencers, you create content, boost it on Meta, have great distribution. It doesn't matter where the sale is coming from, but net, if you calculate your total sales divided by total marketing, you'll see that CAC should be in your favor.
But tell me one thing, you also alluded to that. I keep hearing this, targeting is dead, content is king. Like it doesn't matter who you are targeting. 3 years back it was the targeting, what pixel, etc. Does it pan out? Like you talked about creative, like width of creatives. Have you seen that happening already?
Yeah, I think this applies across categories and across TAMs because I think the AI engine that Meta is running today is incredibly intelligent, and even if you're in a niche category, it knows who to send it to. Vis-a-vis, it's a much more dynamic model today versus having to put in inputs as we did as per assumptions. You'll be surprised. You'll have Plix as just an example. We sell way more in tier 2 than we sell in tier 1 in metros. And that's because content speaks to our customers. And content flows a lot cheaper in tier 2 than it flows in tier 1s. So a lot of hypotheses that we would have living in large metros about who our audiences, who our TGs, a lot of it gets busted when you let sort of the algorithms and people consume and you let India do the heavy lifting for you. We're moving into an era where it's a lot more fruitful with these engines doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you versus us coming up with our hypothesis.
So you're saying the capabilities of the ecosystem had become better. And it's interesting.
Samir, power of compounding.
Samir?
For us, to maintain CAC, we do two things. One is we every day bring new products. We keep finding new products, and that works very well for us. And that's a privilege we have because of dropshipping category. Second thing, we've been doing something new, which is original content. I think that is a way untapped market yet. The more we build up the regional content, be it a Marathi, Bhojpuri, Telugu, we're getting a good CAC over there. And we also started doing something new is that we are retargeting more on the people who have shown more interest on particular category of the videos. So that is optimizing for us, and retargeting is something which we are betting a lot on.
No, interesting, Samir, also talking about it, and I mentioned I've heard it multiple times. A key takeaway, content is more important than targeting now. And with so many AI tools, we had Gaurav Mangla showcasing how AI ad creator, how AI image creator can create content for you on the fly. As a sincere urge to you to bring that into your daily working so that you can leverage the capabilities which are there. A big thanks to the panel here. I want all of you to give a big round of applause, guys, to the people who are making it happen. We as Shiprocket can do stuff like this because they are the actual heroes, they are the entrepreneurs, they are building the D2C business, we are the background dancers making it happen. So a round of applause again for all of them, and a big thank you for coming here and sharing the insights with the larger audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. We really appreciate your presence, and thank you so much for being a part of such a great panel discussion. Thank you. Appreciate that once again. Okay, my quick question. By the time we clear up the stage, how many of you are here since like 9 a.m. in the morning? Whoa, the numbers are rolling. 10 a.m. Okay, the same numbers go up. How many of you are here since like 1 p.m.? Okay. But hats off to everyone who's been here with us since morning. This is the partnership that we've got from all of you. A big shout out to everyone who's here with us. Now moving on, we're talking about AI in shipping, logistics, we're talking about AI in other avenues of life. But how can we forget to discuss AI in banking? To talk about the same, I am now going to invite up here on stage Mr. Dhiman Thakkar, Head Internet Banking, ICICI Bank, to reveal the wonders that artificial intelligence has to offer in the banking arena. All the very best. सब बात कर लें और banking की बात ना हो, not fair.
So thank you so much for having me. Am I audible? Great. So I had a few slides, but I think I'm going to start with some sort of a story first before I explain this statement to you. You know, back in the day when I went to school and I used to wait at my school bus stop, there was this typing institute which used to train stenographers. And obviously for them, it was 100, 200 or 300 rupee fee that that person would charge. At the onset of computers, everybody thought that those institutes and those shops are going to get closed down. But this person actually added one more line of business wherein that person would train students into typing, because the thought process was, if your child can type fast, तो computer सीख गया है, right? Then when internet came in, he turned it into a cyber cafe, graduated to teaching software, computer software, and I'm sure today, if I go there, he would be running some courses in artificial intelligence, right? So that's essentially what is the core essence of this particular statement. Artificial intelligence, the way we see or we perceive at ICICI Bank, is something that will amplify the power of mankind and the human power that we have. And then it has to be obviously used very responsibly, right? Some of the things that I'm going to touch upon is the overall architecture of how AI is configured at the bank. If you see on the left-hand side, these are all the channels or the touch points through which customers reach out to us. And here in this case, it is actually the customer could also be an employee of the bank, right? And just the way the brain, the human brain, is connected to each and every part of your body, the artificial intelligence engine is central to any bank in this architecture. So on the left-hand side, you have various channels coming in. On the top, you'll see expert bots. Now, what do they mean? Let's say there are a set of customers who have a query on, let's say, payments, right? You get the subject matter expert, get the questions answered, and be done with it, right? Then there's some other query, then there's some other query. Similarly, it could be various queries related to data and analysis which an internal customer, a business manager may be asking, right? So then there are all these expert bots who get those answers done. Then there are these internal systems which you see on the right-hand side, which are on-prem, which we say available at the bank, or they could be external systems which are connected over the cloud, wherein all the data or information resides, which is essentially processed by this central brain using the various AI, ML algorithms to cater to what you see on the left and what you see on the top. Right? I'll touch upon these 7 points here, giving you some examples of how we currently use AI in ICICI Bank and what we perceive, what we want to use AI for at the bank, right? The first and second, if you see, a dynamic business rule engine and credit analysis statement, probably somebody who's running a business may have heard this. But typically what happens is when anybody applies for a loan, right, there are certain rules which are written. Has that person paid the EMIs on time? How long has he or she been paying EMIs? What is the quantum of EMIs? So on and so forth, right? If it's a business, then there are certain rules related to how well funded that business is, what is the average balance kept, what is the inventory like, and so on and so forth. So it's a pretty standard way of assessing somebody's creditworthiness, right? But what actually happens is when you assess somebody on just these parameters, you're not doing justice to that person. For example, there could be a case, and people like you and me could go through it. You have a credit card payment due, but God forbid you have a very serious emergency. Probably you have extended hospitalization. You miss a few payments, right? But you still have the capacity to pay. This doesn't take into account those sort of things, right? And similarly, there are various other aspects, internal as well as external, that may happen. So if you see the little man here, that's where we are at, where we're going from a deterministic model. We are, then from a deterministic model moving to a fact where there's a human doing credit assessment as well as AI. We're going to match the two because you can test a model over a period of time only when you see the repayment schedule of the person, right? So that's the true proof of the pudding. And once that happens at the performance evaluation stage, we then want to use artificial intelligence to do real-time credit assessment of people who we know and people who we don't know. Those will be new customers who will be coming to our fold, and we would be able to do real-time credit assessment and give them actual credit, what they are worth based on various parameters, right? Things like a credit analysis memo. It's a very complicated document. Our credit managers take probably a couple of days to prepare it, and in the end, it just tells you that whether this person is credit worthy or no, right? Now, these are the things which can be fast-tracked. When AI is used for this, the credit manager, rather than seeing data, can directly see the insights, right? Based on those insights, the decisioning becomes faster. The decisioning then gets fed back into the system so that AI model learns it better and the decisioning improves over a period of time. So this is something what we are doing on the credit side. This is something that we are exploring at the moment, which is a commonly coined term which is called vibe coding. Essentially what it does is through NLP, you just give an instruction of what kind of application you want built. Based on the kind of instructions that you give, the AI model then churns out the right user interface based on your brand colors, etc. helps you write the code or partially writes the code in such a way that you can just integrate it to the backend systems. You can do it for rapid prototyping before you actually do a sanity check on the code and then actually deploy for all your customers, right? So this is something that we are exploring for rapid prototyping internally. This is something new and we are quite hopeful because the way any application gets developed, especially in banking, goes through various security checks and so on and so forth, right? And it's a huge cycle in its own case. Voice channels is something, I was just listening to quite a few of the panelists here and the keynote speakers. While a lot has been spoken about this, one of the things that we are doing is, if I just take you back to December of 2022, the UPI services in India, okay, around 8 o'clock onwards in the evening, were not working the way they should, right? You know why? Because all of us were overbooking, or all of us were booking some sort of a food delivery on all the food delivery apps, right? And this is actually what happened. And why I remember this? Because I had a drink in my hand, and then there was an MS Teams call, and I had to attend that, right? So if there was AI, like a similar example, today a contact center volume can be easily managed if you put certain amount of predictive analysis, a time of the day, or a particular month of the year, and so on and so forth. But AI helps you add an external parameter. In this case, it was, let's say, 31st December, a lot of people ordering food, so on and so forth. It could be any other external parameter. It could be some geopolitical scenario, whatnot, right? This can actually help predict behavior in a much more accurate way, help us handle various sorts of call volumes, and I'm not saying call volumes will be handled by humans. It can also be handled by AI, but it is more of a predictive analysis which is more accurate in a way. Customer acquisition, we are very, what should I say, we are very quality focused based on the kind of customers who we want in our fold. And there are various gatekeeping that we do, right? Does a person have the right credit worthiness, the right credit history, so on and so forth. And for all these things, for a retail customer as well, we are using artificial intelligence especially to acquire new-to-bank customers. So while we have a straight-through processing online acquisition journey, but powered by artificial intelligence, we'll be able to do more justice to the customers or the potential individuals who want to become our customers and give them a better product, a better service right in the journey, right? So for example, the additional details part that you see, essentially what it does is, based on your assessment, it gives you a right choice of, let's say, credit cards if the person is buying a credit card from us. And if we are able to do it better, we will be able to give a more accurate credit card offering to the customers. Okay. MarTech, again, something which is in vogue, but at the same time very, very important as well. In MarTech, we have an entire MarTech suite wherein right from the customer segmentation, we are assessing what the customer does based on the kind of communication that we send to the customer. In real time, we are able to assess what the customer did after looking at a particular marketing communication. Did he or she come on our website? Did he or she look at the same product, or was it a whole new different product altogether? What kind of communication worked? Now, ideally, we would want to test 2 or 3 communications, right? But good MarTech solutions helps us actually do n number of marketing communication testing and find the right communication that really works. So at ICICI Bank, we call this n is equal to 1 marketing, wherein if I am able to reach a customer digitally at a personal level, just like my relationship manager has that interaction with the customer, right? If I'm able to reach at that level digitally, then I've attained nirvana, right? That's essentially what we are targeting here. fraud. I think that's one of the most important things which everybody is focusing on these days. And so far, I've not come across any instance where the fraudsters are using artificial intelligence. Probably they might be, not really sure. But at least banks like us and many of the large banks are. Now, essentially in fraud control, artificial intelligence plays a really, really important role because conventionally, fraud control and the management of fraud was rule-based, right? If you are transacting for the first time, you get asked 1,000 questions. If you are transacting again and again, you don't get many questions asked, right? People will call you and tell you that, hey, you know what, you have a fixed deposit which is maturing. Just give me your OTP and then there's money in your bank account, so on and so forth. Now, the way we are using artificial intelligence here is to the level where a person habitually types his or her password, habitually carries his or her phone while doing the Face ID recognition or entering the PIN, which is what we call the behavioral biometrics. In addition to that, at a transaction level, there is a lot of real-time monitoring which happens. Typically, senior citizens we've seen become very susceptible to fraudsters. Now, there is a rule typically which says that if you have added a pay where you want to send money and you added him or that pay for more than 24 hours, then you can send whatever amount to that person, right? But a senior citizen's account, suppose the money gets transferred hypothetically, let's say 11 o'clock in the night. Now that's an aberration in behavior, which is what the rule will not capture. The rule will capture, yes, it's a pay which has been added, money is getting transferred, transfer, right? But AI can actually learn real time in assessing these sort of changes in behavior, right? Changes in transactions. If rather than doing a 1 lakh rupee transactions, are the transactions getting split into 10,000 rupees, so on and so forth, right? So these are the kind of things that are happening in the fraud control space, as we go along. There's always a cat and mouse game, so I'm sure the fraudsters will pick up, but that's where we as bankers need to stay ahead, right? So this is essentially what I had in terms of what banks are doing in certain key areas, how they are using artificial intelligence, to give a better service to the customer and essentially give overall value. So thank you so much. I hope this was useful. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us here. Next up, we move on to our next panel discussion, the funding formula, what investors look for in D2C and commerce startup. Joining us here on stage, we're going to have a wonderful set of panelists. So our next session primarily will delve into topics such as what really catches an investor's eye when it comes to D2C and commerce startups, from scalability and market opportunity to tech innovation and beyond. Please put your hands together for our first panelist, Mr. Mohit Sadani, Managing Director at DEVC. Okay, I know it's going to be a little tricky for us to kind of bring in some energy, but if I can request you all to be with us, Mr. Sarthak Ahuja, Director, Niam Ventures. Mr. Rahul Tahliani, National Head, Multinational and New Age Economy, Yes Bank. Pleasure to have you, sir, with us. Mr. Rohit Sood, Partner, Bertelsmann India Investments. And of course, moderating this wonderful set of panelists, we have Mr. Vishesh Khurana, Advisor Strategy and Growth at Shiprocket. So now we're going to primarily understand what makes the investors say a big yes. Let's see what the real truth is behind saying that yes. All the very best.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you all of us for joining us, and interesting mix this time, because normally what we do is we all somehow always are friends with me. So I'll keep the questions kind of a little complicated. So Mohit, I'll start with you first. See, you have been yourself the founder first before you come to the other side of the table. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Because when you were a founder, you had a certain way of doing things. And you might also have a bias that my way was the right way. Has that changed as looking at companies? What are you looking for? How has your perspective changed on when you did things as a founder versus when you hire other founders and their way of doing things, specifically in D2C?
It's a great question, actually. So let me give some context. I started the Moms Company in 2017. We sold in 2021 at the sort of height of the COVID era. Handed over to the acquiring company over the next 2 years, and I became an angel investor, and now I'm at DVC. DVC is an early stage, sort of pre-seed, seed fund. We typically invest in companies when they are just getting started, or there's founders, and especially in the brand space, they have a brand and a few months at least of revenue. We work alongside angel investors. First round is typically $1 million, right? So very early in the life of a company. I think what's changed is I have basically realized that मुझे कुछ नहीं आता, right? And when I started this, it was in 2017, and I don't know how many of you remember, but Facebook groups was big. Instagram was just taking off, right? E-commerce. Like I had to go and explain to investors that D2C hota kya hai. That's it was a very different time. And I think from moving from a founder to an investor, I basically realized that every few months, the game completely changes in something as dynamic as D2C, right? So right now, for example, Facebook groups are completely irrelevant, but on Instagram, if you're not creating reels, also you are, right? So that has completely changed. E-commerce has changed. Quick commerce has come in and just created massive opportunities. So I think the whole game has changed. As an investor, what I tend to look for now is, because the landscape changes so quickly, how often do you as a founder change, right? So I will typically ask, okay, if you launched 1 year ago, what did you start with as your assumptions, and how has that changed? How has your team grown? How have your products evolved? How has your customer changed, and how have you reacted? So a lot of what I'm looking for at my stage is there is some revenue, there is some profitability, but really the speed at which you are learning and changing the business is in sync or faster than how the market is evolving. And if you can do that, then when I invest at my stage, which is a small amount, I can take a bet that, okay, over the next 4, 5, 10 years, you will still be relevant and be creating a large business.
That makes sense, and I agree. हमें कुछ नहीं आता है. That's the one thing I have also over time figured out. कि everything is changing so fast that we can't catch up. It's just accepting way. Sarthak, from your side, I think there is a lot of content around financial discipline, like what to do and how to manage that whole funds that come in. Typically, most of these founders are first time raising money, and a lot of things are experimental. What is your advice? How do you look at this financial discipline as a general theme? Like founders should follow a couple of big points.
Yeah, I think firstly what has changed drastically over the past 2 years is the fact that now CM2 positive is such a necessity even at the pre-seed stage, that essentially you can't say that I'm raising capital to spend on marketing. Essentially whatever capital you raise has to go into either team building or administrative expenses from a long-term perspective, just to be able to fuel growth. And I think what I've noticed is a lot of companies continue to create their financial MISs from a reporting to VC perspective. And now I feel at one point I used to say you need to look at it on a monthly basis. Now I say if you're not looking at it every Saturday evening from a weekly point of view, you've kind of missed the bus, because every week it's changing so rapidly that there's a huge difference between looking at it, say, 12 times a month and looking at it 52 times a month. And that's really what will make all the difference. So I think CM2 positivity is something absolutely which is relevant. Then even a lot of growth that we're seeing in brands on quick commerce, is it really profitable? What is the unit economics there? And I think the biggest challenge is, and this used to be a huge case for brands listed and selling on Amazon and Flipkart at one point, and even quick commerce at the point where they're getting Excel sheets and reconciliations are so delayed for 2 months that they don't know why certain deductions have happened. And I think that's a very big challenge anyone selling on quick commerce will have to plug ASAP. So that's my 2 cents.
No, fair. I think we'll come back to that, elaborating that on how. Like, that's a great advice, but let's go deeper into how can we do that. And from Rahul, I think from a bank's standpoint, is the underwriting policies have been designed for a very different kind of businesses, and D2Cs in general are different, and that's where the whole fintech ecosystem around it kind of developed. It's like, have the banks changed their view? How are banks looking at the D2C business in general, given they might be not as legacied old businesses, right? So some changes have come in, while even they might be 6 to 8 months old, but the metrics might justify a financing or structured financing or a different kind of product for them.
Sure. I think very apt question. We were also discussing earlier that so banking is in place for centuries now, okay? And even way the banks think, banks foresee, a traditional model has been developed in terms of you need to share your balance sheet, banks will evaluate the P&L, they will talk about the securities that you have to offer, your profitability in terms of what your numbers have been for last few years. But I'm afraid if the economy is changing, a lot of new economic clients are coming in, if we put the same lens and lend it, I think the banks will not be able to lend to even one of the startups, one of the new new age entities. So thankfully, all the banks, a lot of banks in fact, I will not say all the banks have diligently worked on it. They have ensured that they have specific policies for lending to startups, where they are going beyond balance sheet numbers. They are predominantly concentrating on few critical factors in terms of the promoter, the founder's pedigree, what is the unique solution a startup is bringing, what are the unique problems they are solving, their customer connect. But yeah, very importantly, at least in terms of the paths towards profitability and continuous revenue stream. This is one of the critical aspects that bank evaluate. A lot of banks have their own startup funding policy. That's good for industry, and I think so banks have become more and more proactive and more dynamic in adapting themselves towards the growing needs and started lending in startups and ecosystem.
Thank you. And coming to you, Rohit, you come typically later, while Mohit at the day we see would join in very, very early. Check sizes are large. You come in a later stage. At that point, and generally my perspective on D2C has been there is a cap, like on top. We have not seen anyone scaling beyond a certain valuation metric. How are you looking at when you come so late? Are the different metrics we are looking at, what kind of things change, and their way of operations when you enter on the cap table? Should that change or something like that?
So that's a great question. First of all, glad to be here. And thanks that you asked that, because I did want to give this disclaimer that investors at different stages, and in general all investors, would look at things very differently. And it would be a grave mistake to generalize, right? So as Vishesh said, we at Bertelsmann, we are in early growth fund, to simplify Series B, our checks are larger. We are running a large fund, so we are looking at different things purely for the maths involved. And hence for us, when we look at brand commerce, let me put it this way, because I'll get theoretical with D2C as well. For us, there are 2-3 things that need to match, right? First of all, obviously, to Mohit's point, team is super important, right? That, I think, never goes away at any stage. The founder's relationship with the problem and the solution, unique insights, how you're thinking about it, how you're building teams, how you're building distribution. I think that at every stage needs to evolve, as you said, and that is super important. Second, I would say is, at our stage, there is always data to look at, right? And there are customers to call to. I think one thing, again, that is common is customer love. And that is not very difficult to check. We speak to customers, we look at retention data, we look at wallet share in the category. There are so many things that you can look at. And that, I think brand you cannot build in 2-3 years, right? It's a loosely used word. But what you can build is customer love for your key products. You can build the team culture centered around that, and that will eventually lead to the brand down the road, hopefully. And that is where we focus our attention. The third thing I would say, I'll not go too deep, can dive into that, which is the late stage thing. See, for us, we are looking at very large outcomes for the math for our fund to work, right? So we would, while as much as we look at CM2 and CM3, we do look at growth, right? And the message that I would want to give to entrepreneurs, see, not every business is meant to raise a lot of capital, right? Unfortunately, it's getting better, but sometimes that's the message that goes across. In brand businesses, these are very high margin businesses. Unlike a lot of software businesses that we see, there is an opportunity over here to build large outcomes by raising less. May not even need to come to players like us or late stage. And I think at some point that financial acumen or how do I put this, this realization of what end game we are building towards can help a lot on how you need to structure your capital sources, your growth, where to go at, and can create a lot of value. We have seen many great products and businesses fail because they raised too much capital which was not needed, right? So that is a very important thing to keep an eye on, I would say.
Continuation to that, right? Two things. One is the customer life cycle you said. It changes with categories, right? Yeah. Specifically in D2C, the category defines the life cycle. Or certain categories might just be unit economics. The other one would be in terms of when, it's not unlike software businesses where you have contractual revenue. This has to be designed in a certain way where capital spent and the growth comes. It's a very fine balance. How do you justify that as you scale? Because as you keep scaling, after a certain point, those metrics don't kind of remain the same, what they were in the early, smaller number of orders.
No, so this is a perfect point. See, this is where I will go to my last point, right? So category actually is one of the biggest things. In fact, at our fund, we have biases towards and against categories for precisely this reason. Where you can create a lot of value, where defensibilities could be higher, where large outcomes are possible. We are wrong all the time, right? So it's not that we have figured all of this out, but definitely there is a bias towards that. If you look at our investments, we are there in Licious, we are there in Nat Habit, we are investing in a fruits and vegetable. If you look, there is one common pattern I can tell you, right? So given our focus on large markets and defensibility, we have tilted a lot towards categories where supply chains are very complex. All of these segments have their own processing and manufacturing. They all deal in perishable categories in some way or form. And that adds to the value of the product itself. So we definitely, as it comes to category, it will define a lot for us. If it's super competitive, the wedge is not clear, the market is, filled with different players, it's not that you can't build a great business. A great product and team will find its place. How big you go and what kind of people you take along with you on journey, that's the only difference. Like, otherwise you can always create a very lucrative business in all categories, let me put it this way.
Sorry, coming back, Mohit, when you do smaller checks, you end up building a large portfolio. But also when you do smaller checks, the founders will need a lot more involvement, mentorship, training. It's kind of becomes hard. How much time, how do you justify that involvement? Because one advantage, they also need a lot more involvement versus you also have a lot too many number of portfolio to manage at the same time. So how do you justify that process in early stage?
We have an interesting model where we actually work very closely with what we call collective members or angel investors. I started with DVC as that. And then in our pool, there's also Chakri from Country Delight, Shashank Whole Truth, Mosaic from, or Revant from Mosaic and so on, right? So we built people who we think can be the most helpful, right? So that's one part of it. We leverage them. Second is what you realize when you talk to especially founders in the early stages of building, right? Before Bertelsmann would come in, for example, a lot of the problems are repeated, right? Consistently, if I ask you across this, I can do a poll today and say, what are your top 3 problems? People are going to say, how do I manage money? How do I do my team? And my fundraise. right? These are the top 3 problems consistently for every brand. So as long as we can solve through events, playbooks, time spent with team members, I think that gives us a lot of leverage because we know what people are asking for. The answers become much more complex and nuanced once you get to a later stage. So our job, we think, is to make founders successful from our journey till when he cannot say no, right, for the next round. So that's our job. And as long as you focus on all the core metrics, like you said, help people with a little bit on brand, customer love, just opening doors, then founders are awesome. They can do all of it themselves. You just need to support them.
Fair point. This is one question I would actually direct towards both of you, Rahul and Sarthak. Tactically, what instrument, I think there's now a lot more options available, given over the last 5 years. Now, financing options available are a little bit more. You can go debts versus equity. Even at equity, what valuations, how do you justify a valuation in a category like this, where a lot of founders become obsessed with, I'm not diluting. From both sides, from a debt point of view, from an equity standpoint, what is your take on that? What is the right instrument at what time? How do you decide? Or maybe what is the template to follow? How to decide?
Mine is fairly straightforward. I would say if it's your first round, definitely try and go and you're raising less than 1 crore or say less than 2 crores. Definitely go for an unvalued round if you can. And the reason for that is initially you will also have a lot of family members participating. You will have friends participating. And they're essentially betting on you. When you don't really have any financial metrics, a lot of times you also don't want to give away, say, 18 to 20% of your equity just for about 2 crores because you think there is a lot more that you can do. So I think first round, I would just say do like a simple CCD or a convertible note, depending on, of course, if someone's putting in 25 lakhs or lesser, and give them, instead of signing off maybe a 20% discount, I would say go for like a 1.5% discount per month, so that if you're able to get to a reasonable valuation and a reasonable milestone within, say, 8-9 months, you're not really signing off 20% discount on the next round valuation. So I would say that seems to be most logical for me in the first round. For the second round, again, if you look at market benchmarks, I would say try and negotiate that you get the next 24 months of runway. If you can justify in your financial model to last you about 18 months, so plan that money would last you 24 months, but show it to the investor that it will last you about 18 months, so 18 to 24 months. And try and give away not more than 17%, 15 to 17%. If you can manage it, I think it's great. Of course, it varies based on whether you're D2C, whether you're fintech. Those industry benchmarks also come into play. But that's next, and I would say a CCPS again is most widely understood. And that's what I would recommend. What I ask people to be wary of is definitely things like CSOPs. And I think there was a time when that was really hot where Har Ghar...
This is something we need to explain. Let's go deeper.
Yeah, so I think community stock options is something that came about sometime during COVID and in the first round of Shark Tank, where there were ads to say that you can invest in a startup for as little as 5,000 rupees. But the idea was it wouldn't really go to the cap table. Whatever money you would give to the startup would actually show as revenue on their books. And they would say that it's these people, it's this community members who are actually pooling in money and giving and buying something like a subscription of this consumer startup. And tomorrow, if they want to buy, either they'll get it at a discount or some such. And so essentially money is coming not in the form of capital, it's coming in the form of revenue. And because the startup is loss making, it has a lot of input tax credit collected in the form of GST. So there is no cash outlay from a GST perspective. You're just utilizing your input tax credit to pay off the GST. And then the terms are actually quite draconian, where they would say if you have to return the money within the next 1 year, you would have to pay double. If you repay it within the next 24 months, you would have to pay 3 times. And even in our network of certain startups that we were working with, the founders are like, I really need this because I need a bridge round. And the round, there is a due diligence happening. It'll take 3 months for that to close. I'm quite desperate. I need this. And I was like, it just doesn't make sense. Don't go for it. But then, of course, we've all seen that there are actually cases where the registrar of companies, as well as the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, they came out with orders to say, this is quite a sham and you can't do all of this financial and accounting jugglery, trying to take capital as revenue and then repaying it in the form of expense, saying that this community actually promoted us offline and they spoke about us. Any such scheme which sounds too good to be true, just please be very wary of it. I see people who got desperate and did it.
So isn't that a way of Kickstarter? Kickstarter became big.
Yeah,
isn't
but
the same
the
model?
fact, no, that's a great question. The reason is that the reason it doesn't work in India is because you're really in spirit trying to go against the law. Because if the law says that, you know, you can't take more than 200 investors on your cap table as a...
But is the law wrong?
I don't think the law is wrong, because when you look at a geography like the US and a geography like India is actually very different. The reason I say that is because India, the regulator is trying to safeguard a lot of retail investors who don't really understand the risk of what they're doing with that 50,000, 30,000, 1 lakh that they would think of putting in a startup, thinking I'll get double the money in the next year, without really understanding or comprehending risk. So I think somewhere it's important for the regulator to come in, which is why even from an AIF licensing perspective, angel investor licensing perspective, there are conditions that an angel investor, if they invest through an AIF and put in a 5 lakh check, over a 3-year period, they need to invest a minimum of 25 lakh. And of course, we've seen cases where, you know, people have set up AIFs and gotten people to put in 5 lakhs in different startups, but then they don't have the pocket to invest 25 lakhs over the next 3 to 5 years. So I think these are certain regulatory things that people need to be very cautious of. So if your chartered accountant, your company secretary tells you that this is gray area, please try and be safe as much as possible, because as they say, it takes a lifetime to build a reputation and just a few seconds to you know, let it go down the drain. So I just say gray areas, please be very wary of.
Now, just continuation of the same topic.
So I want to touch upon relatively easier part, which is the banking lending perspective. And very specifically from Yes Bank perspective, what we have tried to do is we have tried to uncomplicate things. We have tried to keep it simple. We are doing more of a parameterized kind of a lending with set parameters, people who will fit into the criteria, because turnaround time is also critical. As I said, key parameters could be in terms of the both founder and investor pedigree. So investor would have certainly done one level of due diligence, and the kind of investor who has come in, we draw a lot of comfort from there. What is runway is very critical for us, because we don't want to fund the runway. That is not our core business. That is where I think other participants are well placed. So typically in terms of instrument that you asked about, we do mostly working capital kind of a funding, keeping track of the regular cash flows in terms of the profitability. One important factor that we see is how do we see the growth potential of a particular startup, and we would want to work work with the life cycle of the startup and ensure how do we help them in growing their businesses. So uncomplicated, parameterized kind of a lending with regular monitoring, cash flows, etc.
So one last question, which was, a founder actually asked me this. Personal guarantees in a venture funded system, when they approach debt, collateralized personal guarantees, and that becomes a little bit complicated when that angle comes in. While they need the debt, they are confident in their projections, but certain underwriting policies also involve personal guarantees from the founders and collaterals. Has that come across to you? What's happening on that front?
So in the startup world and lending to startups, at least I can speak about my bank, Yes Bank. We would have hardly done any case who would fit into this bare minimum criteria. We would have not taken even a hard collateral in even any of case, even a single case. That is very clear. We derive more comfort from the promoter, founders, and we don't take any personal guarantees for that. These are typically instruments which are used for more traditional manufacturing kind of entities, whereas I'm saying the criteria, parameters that we have is absolutely different. It may not include in most of the cases a promoter guarantee or a hard collateral per se.
Rohit, one thing that I have been thinking, I think D2C in general, we've seen this for over 7-8 years now. A couple of IPOs happened. There seems to be a market, like there's a cap on the top level valuation kind of thing. While we have traditional consumer CP brands and where we have seen businesses worth multi-billions and stuff. But on D2C, early D2C brands that even went public, there seems to be some kind of ceiling where it seems that even roll-up plays happen with multiple brands into a single entity. Something, where is the miss? Where is the gap? Is there a ceiling there? Why is this new age D2C not hitting and going far from that? D2C brands have gone offline, so they're doing everything that a traditional, old consumer brands did. So where is the gap?
Over here, I would be a little more optimistic. I would say that time will tell. I think it's been too short a window so far to make a judgment on where the ceiling lies. We took, I think, 15 or whatever, 20 years to get our first $30 billion company, right? I think India has not even generated a $100 billion VC-backed company. I think it will happen, definitely happen, right? I'm very optimistic. In fact, that's why we are doing this every day. We believe in India. We believe in what it can deliver. Whether D2C companies will, if you look at other, let's look at Manyavar, right? I think they did breach the 3 billion mark, right? And then came down. There are examples there. So I am very clear that there would be large outcomes. It may take longer to get there. It will depend on category. 100% to our earlier discussion. In some of our investments, we are very hopeful that we will be able to deliver big outcomes. I think it's only a matter of time. D2C has been very new. If you look at the, how this industry evolves over time in West or over here, first the e-commerce wave comes, then the vertical e-commerce wave comes, then the D2C picks up on the back of that. I think we are just in the early innings, to be honest. I think it's a matter of time till you see 5 billion, 10 billion outcomes in this way.
So, please.
I had my phone open because I was checking out Marico's stock price and valuation, as you said that. In the first 3 years, Marico went from 250 to 450 crores. And in the lifetime, it's grown 500x. So I would assume out of that 500x, let's say the first 30, 40x for new D2C brands have happened because they were in the private markets from seed to venture, which didn't exist before pre-IPO. But to what he said, the story is just getting started. Who's here to say 20, 30 years from now, these companies won't be 30, 40 times their size?
So now the continuation of that is what and timing from an exit standpoint. D2C brands have typically two options. Either sell to a large, already pre-existing listed conglomerate or go public. When to go public from a D2C brand point of view? Given how much value should we leave on the table, kind of is a big question there. How do you look at exits from, as an investor's point of view? Yours will be different. At early stage, you would look at it very differently. So just, if you can
at an early stage, we will typically enter when the company's valuation is 40, 50 crores, right? Around that mark. From our fund cycle perspective, which is true to us as investors, and this is not about the company. Right? Our fund cycle is we want to return money to our investors in about 5 years. Right? So we look at a 5, 6, 7, maybe a maximum 10-year horizon for our holding of equity. That could be in the 10 years, we would either sell to a larger fund in a later round, or we would sell to another company, right? If there is a company buyer, or if an IPO happens, then that happens, right? So I think the way you look at it is, especially in the private markets, whenever someone puts in money, buys some shares in your company, they are looking at exiting those or selling their shares in an 8 to 10 year horizon. It could be either an acquisition or it could be an IPO. Larger companies, if someone enters at a pre-IPO round, they will hold for much longer. Right? So it's really a question of at what stage does the investor come into your company and what is their time horizon.
So for you, when do you advise them from?
Your question is more about how should founders think about it, or how do we think about our
Obviously,
entry and exit?
it's a combined decision, right? From a captable point of view as a board, you will combine take the decision, but
Yeah, it could be slightly different, right? Because to Mohit's point, see, so we are in a privileged position again as background. You know, we are balance sheet investors. We do not have fund lives, right? And I don't think founders don't have fund life issues, right? It's the investors who have that issue. We have, you know, investing windows and so on and so forth. I think ideally, if you know, it's a synergistic relationship. This should not be a founder's problem, to be honest. Definitely, there is a responsibility to provide your investor an exit. You should be moving towards that path. You should be facilitating that. But you don't take such large calls because somebody's fund life is getting over, right? And hence, you know, I think India anyways is maturing the ecosystem even on the secondaries liquidity side. So these problems probably will fall away for companies that are performing well. Now, when to go public, I think there are a lot of factors in that, right? Now, definitely, conventional wisdom is that you should leave a lot of room for new people to coming into the company to create value. But at the same time, there is this undercurrent assumption, I think, that has crept in during this last decade of zero interest rates, that staying private forever is kind of a blessing for a founder, right? I don't know, I've heard mixed things. There is a lot of value that as a public company that you also get. There is some additional compliance nightmares that you can get into, but by and large, if you look at the best of the companies of our generation in the Valley, you look at the Amazons, the Googles, the everything, the Metas, like most of them have created 99% of their value after they went public, right? There's nothing wrong. And nobody stops you from being startupish, nimble. That's your culture, right? I don't think, you know, it's a strategic question at a point in time when you are thinking about it. But if you, in my view, if you took a long enough window, I don't think this is the make or break for the company, and investors and founders should together, for each specific case, should come together and solve for it, is what I would say.
One thing another is large-scale branding activities like sponsorships, celebrities, getting brand ambassadors, which involve significant amount of capital. I have seen cases on my side where they spend about 35–40% of their raised capital on one brand sponsorship deal. How do you look at this, and what is the advice you would give in that front? When to do that is right, and how to do that is more important.
Yeah, so I think very interesting, because I'll just take a case study of a friend who, who started Moxie. I think it's a hair care brand, and we go back to college together, and she started sometime last year. So the brand is as old as a year and a half, and they're at about upwards of 5 crore MRR at the moment. And the largest amount of unlock, and what I've been surprised by is that over the past 1 month, no matter which city I'm going to, I'm just generally in conversation, checking with people, and I just mentioned Moxie, and I'm quite surprised to see that practically every person I'm speaking with knows about the brand. So I was generally sitting with the founder, Nikita, and figuring out how they've cracked it. And it's all based on user-generated content and, authenticity on social media. So I think which has really enabled building the kind of user trust, a lot of repeat rates, shareability on the back of social media, that today you don't really need a very big name. So I would say maybe when you're that big and you're raising hundreds of crores, these days even all celebrities have their own family offices, and they're constantly looking for deals where they rather take equity than cash upfront, because they have enough cash and then they don't even know where to invest that money. So I think one can be smart enough to just split it across cash and equity when it comes to brand ambassadors. And another brand that I was speaking with 2 days ago is this one called Arva, around egg freezing and IVF. And I think they took egg freezing as a nice GTM to get to IVF later on. The brand loyalty amongst women between, say, 27 to 32 is just nuts on a social media page which has just close to about 30–40,000 followers. So I think there are many more creative ways of doing it today.
No, thank you, and thank you everyone. I think I've been told my time was up a while ago. So yeah, so we'll have to wrap it up here, and thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, another 20 seconds for us to begin with the last and one of the most awaited sessions of this evening. But can I give you a quick 20, 30 seconds to settle down? Fantastic. We've enjoyed this day being the part of Shiprocket SHIVIR 2025. We've made the most of every moment, every session that came on stage. We've made it alive. Now time for us to move on, one of the most engaging sessions of this evening, one of the most awaited sessions of this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that people don't remember what you say. People don't remember what you say. However, they remember how you make them feel. Selling, simple to say, it is a transfer of feelings. Someone who has transformed an entire industry is going to join us here on stage. We've all seen him shining in on the television as one of the sharks. The man behind John Jacobs, Lenskart Foundation. We are going to be joined by this personality in the next couple of seconds. Before I welcome him on stage, I will request you all to please have your eyes on the screen as we'd like to showcase the Shunya video before we call the guest up here on stage. Can we please have the video? Hope you enjoyed the show video once again. Now, I think it is time for me to take my steps behind and introduce on stage someone, of course, who needs no introduction, someone who has built an entire legacy, built an entire community, who has truly redefined and defined what it is to build a community which involves passion, people, and purpose. I think you all know it is time for us to invite up here on stage. Please give it up for Mr. Piyush Bansal. And joining him alongside we have Mr. Sahil Goyal, MD and CEO, Shiprocket. Come on, everybody!
Thank you so much, Piyush, for joining us today. I think the crowd is, you can see that everyone's very, very excited. You know, in many ways, you're the OG D2C shark.
That's my introduction now.
Yeah, and then you're also the OG mentor to even us. I was joking with Piyush, 2-3 months into the formation of Shiprocket. It used to be called Cart Rocket back then. I remember going to their Okhla office, you know, and waiting to like sort of meet him. We were that time like 2 people in the company, Gautam and I, and we were about to outsource our entire tech. And he said, "Ki pagal ho gaye ho kya? Tum SaaS company bana rahe ho? How can you outsource?" So I'm saying, I now it sounds stupid, but back in the day, you know, you've been sort of a great mentor to us, and then now your journey has been nothing short of phenomenal, Piyush. I loved kind of observing, rooting from the sidelines. But tell me, in your early, like, first couple of years of Lenskart, what were you obsessed about in that first 1 or 2 years, right? I'm sure that for founders in the audience, that insight will be very, very helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Sahil. Great audience. Looks like I've not been on stage for a long time. With AI happening, I think everyone has to move faster. So I've been busy with work. But we started 14 years back. Sounds like yesterday. Honestly, I wasn't so excited about building a business for a very long time. It wasn't something that I always looked at, and my family looked at business as the less earning option. Right? They were always like, कि job करोगे तो अच्छे पैसे बनेंगे, ये business करके you are only digging the grave. So money was not the motivation anyways for me. But I think the larger picture, at least for me and some of us, we have to do something impactful. And constant desire was to do something which has not been done before. And also something which is going to be extremely difficult. If it was easy, then it was like, then anyone else can do it. And I think because of luck or destiny, we stumbled upon the problem of vision care in India and globally. And it kind of felt like that, why is nobody solving it, you know? And for some time it looked a little bit unbelievable, ki why is no one solving it? But I think there are problems in the world which are out there, jo hamari aankhon ke samne hai, but nobody is really trying to solve those because we feel they are unsolvable, or we kind of gravitate towards things that everybody else is working on, what is hot in the market. At least I can tell you, eyeglasses and vision care was not hot in the market, right? It was far from hot. You know, I'll tell you a very funny story. My co-founder Amit, who you know, uski shaadi karani thi, he had a girlfriend, and live in कर रहा था वो, and तो उसके father-in-law से हम मिलने गए impress करने की भाई मान जाओ, because they were different caste or something. So he rejected, saying कि यार मैं चश्मे बेचने वाले से शादी नहीं कराऊंगा. So that was how not sexy our category was. But I think what motivated us was that the problem is very large, right? And even today it is super large. कि 500 million लोग हैं इंडिया में जिनको चश्मे की जरूरत है पर पहनते ही नहीं है. And why is nobody solving it? And I think that was the motivator that kept it going, and I started very early, so there was not much to lose. So I think maybe if that is the motivation, it makes it more interesting, and then you have to be lucky.
So I think, you know, having purpose or a mission, I think is important to go the long kind of road. And I think about luck, right? What do you think about luck? Don't you think it's, I mean, I know it's there's no right answer, but what is your view on that? Do you think it happens to everybody equally, or it happens to the more prepared or the hard worker?
Yeah, I may have different, I don't think it happens to the hard worker always. I'm not saying that you don't need to work hard, by the way. You're born with certain luck, and sometimes, yeah, it's philosophical. You have to be lucky, I would say. And if you're not lucky, then you keep trying hard. But sometimes I would definitely say there are things that happen which I cannot take credit for. You know, like finding my co-founder Amit I was lucky, right? And some of the other team members, I found Sumit, who used to work in Luxottica. Now, when things need to happen, then you end up finding those people. So yeah, there is a certain amount of luck that is associated. I don't think if you're not going to work hard, you will still be lucky. But yeah, if you're working hard, you still need to be lucky.
No, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Tell me, Piyush, today Lenskart is one of the most loved brands in India. You've built a full stack, plus kind of business, all the way from manufacturing to distribution, retail, offline, omni-channel, technology, export, right? And being present in countries. You've done a lot of stuff on tech innovation. I remember the bus, right, that would come home to break that sort of touch and feel barrier. So very, very innovative as a company. But tell me, like, this is today, right? And over your 14-year journey, and as, again, sort of advice to the founders in the room, how do you prioritize and how do you pick those bets, basically, कि, you know, कब क्या करना है, कि अच्छा मैं किस scale पे आके फिर manufacturing, मतलब, you know, क्यों manufacturing करूँ? Should I continue to contract it out? Like, how did you make some of those bets? And it can be gut, etc., whatever. And what can, you know, some of the lessons that people can learn from that for their businesses?
See, I think it's a great question because different people choose it differently. For me, I think, and for us, there are certain truths that do not change. They were same 14 years back, they are same today. And I think many great companies, you'll see they talk about the same things. I think you constantly have to understand that, you know, at the end of the day, people who are buying from you, why they are buying, you need to understand this well. And I don't think you can just go ask Sahil, tum hamare chashme kyun kharidte ho? It's not going to be as easy an answer. Because what he may tell you may not be what you want to know. You want to go deeper. And then people who are not buying, if you ask them ki kyun nahi kharid rahe ho aap, so the answers you may get are also not that straightforward. कोई बोलेगा मुझे महंगे लगते हैं, कोई बोलेगा सस्ते लगते हैं, कोई बोलेगा मुझे ब्रांड नहीं पसंद है. So it's important to keep asking this question repeatedly every day for maybe next 10 years also for us. Why people who are buying and why people who are not buying. And I think it's an observational journey more than a questioning journey. Of course, you could do surveys and you could do bunch of things, but observing people and what they are doing and what they are feeling is an important task. And if you can keep doing it, the answers keep coming to you. And so whether we take example of opening a store, which today is called omni-channel, came from that because we were asking people on the website why you are not buying. And people said we want to try. Now in this, the only thing is you may not always be the cool brand and the cool company because everything that your customers may need may not necessarily drive the highest valuation or maybe the buzzword of the town. So you have to choose a path. Are you going to do what everybody else is doing? Or who's your primary consumer? Is it your shareholders? Is it your employees? Is it the media? Or is it your customer? So if you can center everything around your customer and leave everything else, then you have a very clear narrative in the company that this is what we want to do and this is how we'll take our decisions. Even when we were getting into manufacturing, I think there was a lot of discussion, yaar, abhi tum online company ho, omni-channel company ho, where manufacturing is not important. Then somebody will say, India mein if you are manufacturing, then it will always be expensive than China. I mean, we are manufacturing in India. You could take it for the word, but you can try also, and it is cheaper than China. So I overall feel that if you can just stay focused, stay humble, to the ground, focus on your customer, and keep taking decisions, not worry about what is hot, don't worry about keeping the media happy and getting the next news, and not try it. And you know, investors also sometimes like, you know, because they sit on so many boards, they like to give you very great ideas. but may not be valid for one company, may not be valid for you. So I think the truth is you really have to find your own path and journey on a first principle basis, right? The second I would say is the other belief that I've had and I still continue to have is that technology has a role to play in solving this problem of why people are buying and why people who are not buying. जो नहीं खरीद रहे उनका solution बनाने में या जो खरीद रहे हैं उनका solution बनाने में technology plays a significant role if you want to build something which is A, scalable and B, delivers a great experience. राइट ये दो चीजें बहुत जरूरी है. तो या तो अगर आप बिना टेक के वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हो तो शायद वो स्केल करना मुश्किल होगा, और अगर स्केल हो भी जाएगा तो मे नॉट नेसेसरली when you are serving 10 customers you are able to deliver good experience. When you serve 1,000 it becomes difficult, when you serve 1,000,000 it becomes difficult. So technology, I think in today's environment even more now with AI, but I always feel is a great sort of, you know, आँख बंद करके, at least for us, कि आँख बंद करके whatever, if I had $1 I would invest there. Now what to use that dollar for is to solve a problem, is all right. And I think it's true for even D2C companies. It's not, you know, a technology, I don't mean opening a website, you know, that's the easiest technology. It could be answering emails on time, it could be answering customer queries on time, it could be, you know, delivering your orders faster. It doesn't have to be technology that is seen by customers. And the third thing I would say is that customers, like you have to be 10x. There is no limit to how much delight you can give to a customer, right? You can't say, like in our category, we didn't really have benchmarks. Right? ऐसा नहीं है कि we could say, this is what other player is doing. So you literally say, how do I get my customer so delighted that they will talk about it to a few more people? And this also you can do it over 14 years and the next 28 years. There is no better way to build a business. There is no better way to feel satisfied about your job. Right? And I think there a little bit of emotion also helps. You know, when we sell, जब हमने अभी recently, I'll give you examples of early days also and now. When we started selling rimless glasses, वो rimless glasses में lens chip हो जाता है. But we said, यार नहीं, we have to give something which is unbreakable, even if customers don't pay for it. And then recently, this is maybe 10 years back, and recently when we launched kids as a core category, we decided that on this category we will not make as much money. We want kids to have high quality lenses, but we will not be able to charge more. And even a market like Singapore, we will give 2 glasses for $50. So I think that delight and that emotion and passion goes a long way. It is not always about profits, it's not always about revenue. You need to feel that empathy for the customer. So I would say just these 3 things, you keep doing it, whether it is manufacturing, omnichannel, sab answer usi ke andar hai.
No, it's a great framework or North Star, Piyush, and I'm just recapping, right, just for people. So I think one, having mission, passion, purpose, and something which is not sort of, see, money will not motivate on a day-to-day basis. I don't think any of us go into work thinking that I'm going, well, some might be, and unfortunately, but going to work thinking that you want to do it for making money, right? Most of us hopefully want to live for something bigger than that, whether it's impact or scale or whatever it is, right? And the second one is, I think, just summing up as customer obsession, to say that, look, keep listening to customers, and then one is listening, but two is reacting. And he's saying there, like, focus less on trends and hype and buzzwords, etc., but just be honest to yourself and to your business. Listen to customers, be obsessed with them, and then react basis what they ask for. Literally let them drive your company's roadmap, and they will be happy and they will love you, right? I think that's the kind of learning here. So there is no secret formula. It's just like, it's literally as simple as listening and acting. Tell me, Piyush, you were early in, you know, I remember the VTO, you know, you were building multiple tech. I think ultimately you bought the company and you kind of made it, like you said, invested in technology. Now with AI, so much is happening around us. tell me what that means for Lenskart in two ways. One, what it means inside Lenskart, right, for you and the Lenskart team. And two, what does it mean for Lenskart's customers?
So I think, look, as the DNA of the company, we think technology first in any solution, problem-solving solution. And AI definitely makes it a lot more exciting for us because for us that journey is kind of the base is built. And we kind of feel ki chalo, now we have superpower to do things which we could not maybe earlier only imagining. But AI ki journey abhi nahi shuru hui. I think we started the AI journey very early in the company, whether it was deciding where to open stores or it is deciding whether this product is good to ship or the virtual try-on facial recommendation AI use ho raha tha. But abhi ek interesting moment hai. I think I have not seen this in the last 10 years, if you ask me. And it requires, and we are also learning, I think it will require a reset of thought process. And which is why people like me become a little bit problematic because abhi hamare paas 10-15 saal ka jo experience hai, wo hamara sabse bada enemy hai. Which is why, you know, a 24-year-old is at an advantage to a 40-year-old, right? Because you don't have that baggage. You can start thinking mobile phone without having the baggage of desktop. And I think in this AI world, the challenge for us and the learning for us is how quickly we steer the ship as you know, in large companies to a new thinking. And it is very tough because you have teams, you have processes now to rethink everything. वो कहते हैं ना, घर को repair करना is very tough. Refurnishing a house is tough. Building it ground up is always easier. तो हमारे लिए वो challenge है. I think we stand to get disrupted. And disruption will come from the ground up. But what AI is able to do, it blows my mind away when I look at what our teams are doing. But I am thinking, क्या कोई बाहर और भी कुछ कर रहा होगा? I mean, I think whether it is suggesting you a right pair of glasses, and you not having to talk to someone, or to figure out what is the right merchandise to go anywhere, to, you know, of course, basic, jo repetitive jobs hain, usme to you can bring quality. But there is a lot more that AI will be able to do. So, I think आप लोगों को जो लोग अभी start कर रहे हैं उनको तो problem नहीं होगी, हमको है, right? We have to literally control all delete करके सब कुछ erase करके, you know, we have to start again, and that's never easy, right? No matter how conscious you are, we have a baggage, which is why we have to promote now new people to lead and to think. And sit like a wall in the room, just as an investor and saying, हाँ, make sense करो, right? अगर हम अपना दिमाग लगाएंगे तो भी fail हो जाएंगे. But it is an area to invest. It's a big opportunity. I think growth of the companies will change. I think it will be important in every sphere. It is very exciting. Like I am drinking, breathing AI all day. हम तो पूरी team को इतने बड़े रूम में बुला के AI master class करा रहे हैं. We are definitely investing. Acquiring a lot of AI companies right now. I've always found acquisition as a good way to speed up on technology, not the first time. I like small, beautiful teams which are building tech, and that has always enhanced the tech capability at Lenskart.
Superb. Thank you so much for sharing that, and takes you know, a lot of self-introspection to know that, you know, especially the whole 40-25 thing, I'm there too. So I relate. And you're right. It is baggage. It is unlearning almost. So I do think that anybody who is in that age group, as a younger person, right, actually has a huge advantage.
And I would encourage everybody to spend a decent amount of time on it. Like just play with it. It is not just for people who are coding.
Correct.
You can write code now with AI. So everybody should spend time on it.
No, absolutely. I think it's essential. It's like a new way of doing everything. It's not just for, you know, like he said, not for coding, or it's for any and everything. Like you can do anything from improving your catalog to, like, you know, anything that you do in your business. Ultimately, this will be there, right? Anything
it's going to change. I think in the next 5 years, a lot of businesses will change completely. A lot of new players will be born. God knows what all will happen. So a lot of opportunity for everybody.
Are there exciting AI launches that Lenskart consumers should expect in the coming months and quarters?
Yeah, I think kuch to karna padega, right? I think there is a lot that we are doing in our glasses. These are phonic that I am wearing, so we are trying to make it conversational AI there. We are trying to launch assistant for you to be able to choose glasses, better facial recommendation. Stores mein we are making a lot of changes. Yeah, मैंने तो थोड़ा सा different ही goal ले लिया है कि everything has to be driven through this. Because I have a phobia कि हम कहीं पीछे, because like I said, we are at a disadvantage.
Same, we have the same FOMO, by the way.
Yeah, so I have
extra काम करना पड़ रहा है.
Yeah, so lot that is happening, and I'm hoping more would come. But again, I would caution people here and to us also that don't do it for the sake of doing it. Right? If you think there is a problem that we have been trying to solve for ages, and we have not been able to solve, and right now our brain tells us ki unsolvable hai, maybe now we go back to the drawing board and say, we tried it 4 times, we failed, but 5th time maybe we will not fail because now we have this new superpower which could have the solution for it. But don't start from the technology, start with the problem and pick up all the 4 or 5 problems that your customers are facing. That same principle. And start from there. Like for example, at Lenskart, maybe you could say, you make me try glasses online, but I don't know whether they will fit me well or the size of it. Now at some point we may say, ये unsolvable problem है, इतनी हद तक solve हो सकता है. But today we could go back and say, can I think of solving it in a very, very different way? Right? So I think that is what is required. We should not get obsessed with AI. At the end of the day, it is a means to an end. It is not the end.
Yeah, it's a tool. It's a way to do things. Right?
It's a way to do things.
It's like internet or like a smartphone.
Yes.
So to say that, I will or won't use it makes no sense, right?
Yes.
I mean, if it is a tool, then you're going to use it.
Yes.
As long as it makes you get better. You won't use it because it's a tool and available, right? So I think that's great. And you mentioned something earlier about navigating a big ship versus let's say, a speedy motorboat, right? Motorboat, to फटाफट zoom करके, it can turn around, it can pivot, it can do many things. But जैसे multiple decks, multiple people, multiple layers start to happen. How do you then, and by the way, we struggle with this or think about this a lot ourselves as well, right? You have one part of the business, it's like growing more steadily, more maturely, but you still want to continuously keep breaking things, innovating, and keep building the next big thing, right? How do you balance that? At your organization, have you tried different things that worked for this cause at different times that no longer work as you became bigger? Are there any learnings like that?
See, firstly, organizations, whether small, big, large, we have to understand is about people, right? Largely, it's not about buildings, it's not about machinery, it's about people. So no matter how early you are in your journey or how late in your journey, eventually what differentiates a company is how we work together and what type of teams we are building, what kind of people we are onboarding. If a customer is unhappy, it's not about finding the right solution. How many people are feeling the pain of it in the company? How many people will step up and go solve that problem? And so with every, failures continue, at least in my journey, we have had to change course multiple times, if that's the question you were answering, right? And a lot of times I decide something, we decide something, and next day morning I could come up and say, boss, I think I was wrong and we need to do something. So I think today, how to do this in an ongoingly is to build organization and people around you, right? I think most of the companies that I see where they get struggle or saturated, they feel saturated कि मैं अभी और नहीं बढ़ रहा हूँ. It's largely people, because we have to understand that unless I am the stupidest person in this room, at least in our company, the company is not going to grow beyond a point. So we need to surround ourselves with smart people. We need to surround ourselves with people who are willing to take initiative and willing to take risk. And then we are willing to surround ourselves with people who are willing to learn and change. If all of these happen in whatever form of sauce mix that you want to do, then things can propel. And change is kinda in today's environment with AI even faster, without AI also, is your time. I genuinely feel so that the answer to your question lies on an organization's ability to react and the pace at which it reacts and the pace at which it innovates, doing more things. Are you able to do more things? Iska answer बहुत tough है. I have seen our own organization innovate very fast. I have seen our own organization slow down. And when it slows down, the answer is not कि suddenly अभी 4 लोग और लगा देंगे तो हो जाएगा. The answer is maybe get everybody out in a hall like this and talk to them and understand what is innovating and maybe charge them up again to take risk. But this is the most complex science. It gets more and more complex. It keeps me excited at work. Understanding people, understanding organizations, and it's maybe, I would say, just like the category and the business you are building, my philosophy has been don't look at what others are doing. I don't think you can build organizations by saying, "Acha, is company mein to ye hota hai, this is the right way." And a lot of times when you hire people from outside, they feel that this is the right way. I don't think there is a right way. I think your way is the right way as long as you feel that it is important. You know, companies are very, very fragile. At the end of the day, we are humans, we get emotional. I'm also not saying a company where every employee is happy is the best company. Then, you know, मेरे को तो लगता है 99% of the companies in the world are mediocre. There are only 1% of the companies which break it at every stage, whether you are an early stage, whether you are mid stage, late stage, there's only 1% of the company. So if only 1% of the companies break it, how can you use example of other companies to make your decisions? Because जो भी आप benchmarks लोगे, वो ज़्यादातर तो 99% में से आएंगे. Correct. So we should not obsess about what other people think and what other people do. The important thing is to do, the important thing is speed. I am obsessive about speed. We need to make mistakes, we need to try fast, we need to make decisions fast, we need to fail fast. And for different companies, I'm not saying the same would be true for Apple, and they have their own philosophy. But for us, and I think in India particularly, you gotta keep the large or the small machine rolling. 100%. You know, everything needs to happen as of next minute.
No, absolutely. I think can't agree more, Piyush. We've been similarly driving the cry for speed at Shiprocket. You know, we've been AI is only pushing that further because it's actually making you 10, 20, 50 times faster at many things, right? Piyush, one last question before we wrap up for the day. What is the one lesson that you think you learned the hard way and that you think will be beneficial for founders to maybe learn from you, on the show, standing on your shoulders to learn?
Many. I have made so many mistakes that the count is very large. See, I would say two. One is, and maybe I'll give you with example that, sometimes we did things a certain way, and maybe I'll give example. Though, हमारी company में ना पहले everybody was aligned to a net promoter score number. That if this happens, then revenue matters, then EBITDA matters. Uske bina we would qualify ourselves as a non-performing company. Yeah. Nobody takes bonuses, nothing. And it was a very non-popular belief. And I would say literally 99% of the company used to hate me for this. Because सबका थोड़ा पैसे कम बनते थे because of this, right? Because it is very difficult to achieve a high customer sat score beyond a certain point. And I think we kept on it for 4-5 years, and then at some point I gave in because I gave in to what the 99% belief was, going to from my previous analogy. And then I saw over the next 2-3 years that whole Lenskart impact of customer delight was dipping. And these are slow changes. And then when I met, sometime later I met a company who I had a great admiration for. And I was just meeting some of them and I asked them, "Yaar, what makes you do so well?" And they told me, "Yaar, in our company, if our customer experience scores are not met, nothing else matters." And I was like, shit, we were there. But just because 99% of the other people did not believe in it, we dropped our own good belief and look where we have got. And we kind of got it back again, up. So I think I would say that sometimes we have to believe in ourselves a little bit more than we do, and we have to not get carried away with popularity and what is common. Uncommon is usually better than common, at least my learning has been, if I have to put it in. If you are doing something different, most likely you are doing it right. Because the law of gravity takes things away towards non-right for the long term. So that is one thing that I've learned repeatedly. The other thing I would say is that as you grow, your allocation of time, I kind of grossly got it wrong after a certain scale. In terms of where I was spending time. I think earlier I used to just be in the stores. Then as company grew, it was a lot about tech, and then God knows what I was doing in the middle. I was just doing reviews. And ye review ke baad ye review, or ye numbers, Excel, and nice presentations. And then at some point, when I went to the ground, I realized that what I see in the room is not what I see on the ground. And maybe it's not because of anybody's malintent or anything, but so you have to allocate your time as much on the ground as much as you allocate it in the room. So, and I think as entrepreneurs, as leaders, you need to balance that. Sometimes we get carried away with Excels and, the numbers and what. I think numbers usually lie, right? The only truth, and I would also say that आपने कोई customer survey कर लिया, कोई agency बुला ली जो आपको ये सब नहीं चलता. The only truth is the truth on the ground, speaking to your customer, yourself, and forming your view, and then deciding the next course. And the same would be with employees. Just not talk to your top employees, go talk to your store people, go talk to your N-2. I don't think people should get insecure about it, but you have to get into the ground more often and give it more importance than it usually is given. Is my big failures and now reviving back, I would say.
Wow, very, very helpful, Piyush, and I think a lot of golden lessons there. I want to thank you with all my heart for being a friend to us for so many years and for being one of the most sort of iconic brands. I personally wear a John Jacobs, so and it's not because I'm not wearing it today. I wear it. It's a great product, and you've built a great category. Thank you so much.
We are still learning, like I said. The wind is not on our side right now.
It's a matter of time. I know. We'll go back to your framework, obsess on your customer. They'll keep giving you feedback, and you will execute with speed and solve it, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Piyush. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was certainly, I see that the hall is absolutely full, means the discussion was just amazing. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, can I see a little energy in the room? If you enjoyed the session, how much we enjoyed, the energy is going to showcase that. Thank you. Now, taking this wonderful, wonderful evening ahead, can I request CEO Domestic Shipping, Shiprocket, Mr. Atul Mehta, can I request you to please join us on stage? Atul, whenever you join us on stage, something interesting happens. So what is the next segment that we should look forward to? Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this session, we're going to have the award ceremony. So please be with us. Over to you.
I'll need more mics. Can we have mics on all the chairs? Yeah, so after the last session, we were outside, we were checking what did people like, and I think what clearly stood out, and we saw that happen just now, was personal stories, brand stories of how they are built, and advice from people who have actually done it on what should you as entrepreneurs should focus on. So we are going to put a few founders on the spot, impromptu, and I'm going to call them on stage and ask them to share a few words of wisdom with all of us. So can I have Raghav, founder Fidato, Daman from Astrotalk, Vishal from Echo, Viren from Sudhati, and Rituban from Japan up on stage. Can we have a round of applause, guys? They have been very kind. Hello. Hi. Come. Sorry for putting you on the spot. But, one thing which everyone loves is, like I said, hearing from people who have actually done it. Come in. Right? And what we have in the room is a lot of people, budding entrepreneurs, planning to start their own business. So, yeah, a word of advice for them from your journey. We'll start with you, Rituban.
I don't know how many of you guys know my journey, but
OG, you're the OG.
I mean, a lot of people in the room follow Flying Start only. So I started with YouTube, and my whole mission was to just teach whatever I've learned in the 17 years of my entrepreneurial journey. And that ended up creating the largest e-commerce education community on YouTube. So the journey has been nothing sort of fantastic, and my dream was to build a brand. Even though I was running a brand in the US of a hair coloring product, I knew in order to have control and in order to build a truly something that lasts, so I wanted to do something in India, and that's what created Japam. Now, in terms of like what the new entrepreneurs should be looking for, having taught so many people, I know the number one thing that comes to mind is trusting a system is very important. So all of us are exposed to, say we want to build a brand, we're exposed to Shark Tank, or we're exposed to some YouTube content, and we want to start off something in D2C. And we learn some system, right? But having that kida inside, right? Ki kuch karna hai. So that leads us astray many times. So when you find a system that works, just stick to the plan, and then also be ready to pivot in the direction that you have chosen, because it's not just about creating something, but creating something meaningful. After trusting the system, then I think the most important thing is to learn to pivot, because there will be many times in your journey where you will be like, कि ये काम नहीं कर रहा यार, ये मैंने सोचा था करेगा, काम नहीं कर रहा. So be ready to pivot in different situations and always learn. I follow something called the 20-hour rule. You can do your research. It's a TED Talk.
What?
The 20-hour rule. So it's like, even if you don't know something, you don't need to be the best at the world at it. Say you don't know meta ads, right? So you dedicate 20 hours of your life, or 20 hours ज़्यादा नहीं होता. So if you just open up YouTube, watch a few videos, start practicing, learn some more, start practicing some more, 20 hours is less than a week of hard work. And then you'll be better than 80-90% of the world at that game. So that's
good. I think pivot, because early on in the journey, what you thought as what the business is going to be potentially might not be what it is going to be eventually. So the ability to be flexible and to pivot, and I love the 20-hour rule. It's actually very empowering, because when you read about something and it's new, it becomes overwhelming. 20 hours seems like a controllable time. I can devote 20 hours to a thing, and that you're right. You spend 20 hours, you unlock value. Daman, moving on to you. The journey of Astrotalk and your advice for people, and it's a very different business, a different category. A lot of people here might be thinking of very niche businesses. So any piece of advice you want to give them on how to think about their entrepreneurship journey?
Okay, so
I've been fortunate to be a part of many categories in the past, right? I've sold stuff from a Channi to a Rudraksh to ACs and robotic vacuums. And one takeaway that I've had all these years is effective branding reduces the cost of acquisition. Effective operations reduces the cost of doing business. So, you know, these two things, if you start working towards them, you know, as a team, it eventually works out. And as Piyush said before that, you know, keeping the customer at the center of everything that you do day in and day out, that's one thing. And e-commerce is a pretty brutal business.
Talk about it.
You'll get the first 10 customers very easily because your friends, your mother, father, they'll all buy your product and they say, beta, bahut acha hai. Okay. You'll get the next 1,000 customers a little bit more difficult, right? Because you'll have to go into your colony and, you know, throw some local ads. But when you start hitting lakhs of customers, your cost of acquisition, your systems, processes, they all need to change. What got you there will not get you forward. So you need to constantly, one, reinvent, and second, build systems for scale. And remember, one thing while doing e-commerce is you are under no obligation to be who you were 5 months ago as a person. You have to keep building newer and newer systems, better infrastructure, so that you can build for scale, because thankfully we are in a market where scale is insane, right? You can only stop with where your imagination takes you.
No, thanks. I think a reaffirmation of the point. You need to reinvent. You might be a different business 5 months down the line. Moving on to you, Raghav, from a banker to a massively scaled business, right? Like, share about your journey. How are we here? And a piece of advice for everyone. For context, Raghav runs Fadito, that's how you pronounce it, where just like we had Deodap earlier on stage, you get a lot of value products at the best price, a lot of variety. So Raghav, share about your learnings for budding entrepreneurs here.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so grateful that, you know, I've been hearing about Japam, I've been hearing about AstroTalk, and so glad that I've been, you know, I'm sharing stage with them. Thank you so much. As you know, Atul mentioned, I'm an ex-city banker, you know, accidentally got into business. The business journey has been tough, you know, it's been like 12 years we started. We were on the supplier side, you know, my first assignment was with YEBHI. We went to Piyush's office, you know, I was just telling Sumit that, you know, I had my first meeting with him 12 years back when he was just into spec selling, and today obviously he's where he is. And so we were doing this and we built a good 100 crore company there. Last year, Jimmy and I, you know, my business head, we were sitting and we said we supply to lots of these channels, and why not to start something on the social media? And it just happened on a table, a conversation, and he said, okay, let's start it. And he himself started doing something on Meta, and next day we get around 100 orders. I said, wow, you know, this can happen. This was, I think, in December 2023, exactly around 18 months back. Today, you know, I'm so happy to share, we do around 25,000 orders a day. It just happened. I don't know how it happened, but yeah, it did. I think we are in a market which is very, very price sensitive. They want a great quality at affordable pricing. That's what we were tapping. In fact, I was hearing one of the panelists from Deodap. He mentioned that, you know, we are targeting Bharat. Which I think possibly he mentioned a tier 3, tier 4 cities, where, you know, the aspiration still is very high, but the affordability is at a price point which obviously they can afford. That's pretty much we are doing. The challenges are same. You know, we were a small business supplying to, you know, Flipkart and Meesho's of the world. When we started doing from 100 orders to 25,000 orders a day, the scale is genuinely a problem. You know, you've got to have right technology, right people, right setup. So all of this just comes with lots of, as I said, challenges. And we're just getting there. Idea is to build a brand to get to a tier 3, tier 4 city where our products can be affordable. It could be a value for money for them. And I think that's where we strive for.
Awesome. I don't know if you heard it right. He said, not a large business, 25,000 orders a day. That's what you call modesty. But awesome, Raghav, and great, like building for tier 3, tier 4 in a sustainable manner, having them access e-commerce, tells you that it's not just one size fit all. When you see what's happening in the world of e-commerce, there's like a lot you can do. Forget about e-commerce, even otherwise on the enabler space, etc. The market in India is growing, and you can build if you have the right thought, conviction, and great execution. Moving on to you, Vishal. Echo, you are competing in a very, how do I call it, challenging category. So share some insights for people who are trying to build in categories which are very intense. How do you continue to innovate, and like one piece of advice for folks here?
So, first of all, my brand name is Echo. It's ACWO. Generally, people get confused with the other influence brand, but we are acwo.com. It's echo.com, where W is silent. So when I say when we start a business, the most important role played was the product. But that was something for me as it came on a plate for me, because my two elder brothers, Jinesh Bhaiya, Hetal Bhaiya, they did half work for me, because we are already a parent company into the same category of earbuds. We are into audio category, where we see that he has done my half work, where we have already innovated the earbuds which are not there in the market. We have come with the range which is India's first range of earbuds. You go to my website and you will find that the design, the communication, the features are totally different. So the other part of the work was properly marketing it, properly communicating the features to the consumers, properly marketing it in the platform where my audience can understand the product range. So we decided the right platform, right way of communicating to the consumers. We were very much sure that we will not go to marketplace, because marketplace is already cluttered with the other brands. So we thought of doing whole business from our own website. We started with 5 orders a day, and now we are doing somewhere around 1,000 orders plus a day. With the help of Shiprocket team, with the help of other enablers, with the help of other tools, whatever is there on the D2C front, we have implemented every stuff. We were very much sure that before scaling, the readiness should be there in optimizing the scale and organizing the setup. From the product side, from the factory side, from the service side, from the consumer understanding side, we were pretty ready with the whole hard work of 15 years of my parent company. But from the Echo side, we were very much sure that we have to always keep on working on the designs, keep on working on the product features, and using the AI, because most of our earbuds are already AI enabled. Our ENC noise cancellations come with AI ENC features. So using all those things from long back, it's time in India now to implement such stuff, but we are doing this from long back, and I think this is helping us. The service and the support is helping us. The repeat customers are helping us in growing this business. And all thanks to Shiprocket, all the tools which I am using from Shiprocket, where I am getting a good help and support to them. My advice to everyone is that please implement. Generally people talk much, strategize much. I think implementation is the key to sustain in this market. Thank you.
No, thanks Vishal. And rightly said, execute. Thinking has a role to play, but great execution has a bigger role to play. But I like this point on, when you're doing it, do it with proper planning. Don't do half-heartedly, be planned. And that's not contrary to what we were saying earlier, right? You can pivot. You do one thing with full conviction, do it for 3 months, not working, pivot, change, evolve. But yeah, like amazing insights. Viren, what a story. अगर scale देखा है किसी ने तो Sudhat, like Viren is the founder at Sudhati, you would have heard about them, seen them on Shark Tank. Like एक तो ये scale एकदम इस scale पे like had you envisaged कि ऐसा होगा, कैसे हुआ? दूसरा, how did you decide getting into this category? It is a competitive category. Just share your words of wisdom.
Hello all. So I'm the founder of Sudhati. Myself Viren. Hello all. I'm the founder of Sudhati. We are Indian ethnic women's wear brand, And honestly, past 2 years has been like a roller coaster ride for us. The idea was very simple, just connecting out. So we are from a textile hub, Surat, and it's the hub of manufacturing where everyone is just creating new fashion products. But freshly graduating, the idea was simple, that not a single brand from Surat has been at Indian or global stage, despite it being a manufacturing hub. So me and my co-founders quickly picked up. D2C was growing. It's like 20 months back we started Sudhiti, and currently, like last week, we crossed 10 lakh plus app downloads in just 20 months. Wow. And within this period, Shark Tank came in. The idea, when we pitched it to the Shark, like Piyush sir is an investor. 3 Sharks came on board. We got a lot of insights. We stayed to our path. And today is just simple insight that listen to the customers since day one. Like our motto at the company is call customers. Just understand what they're looking for in women's fashion and what are they willing to spend. So we are serving out tier 2, tier 3 markets with extreme affordable prices. It's unbelievable price at what we are serving at a market where people were selling out for, suppose we are doing saris. So when the saris were available for 5,000, 6,000 online, we came in and said that, okay, you like the design, here's the better, affordable, quality version of what you're paying 5,000 at just under 1,000. So the idea quickly picked up in tier 2 onwards, and since then it's just customers joining on this ride of the Sudhiti and like,
but how do you build trust? Chalo, I'm saying the rest of the offerings were thodi si different. Yours, like buying sari, wo to everyone will say, meko pata hai kahan se kharidna hai. Like, it's so personal to Indians. Like, how do you build trust?
So, initially it was easier for us because the first shock factor for everyone was like, how? Like, the prices were not justified. Like, it's not possible selling at what prices you are doing it. But just being from that business family, we knew the idea, we knew the product will talk itself and it will be a word of mouth. Once they received the product and they were surprised like, okay, it's not just an online thing, I can receive these saris. So customers started talking themselves. They started recommending that there is a brand who's doing this, they are unbelievable, you should try it. And so just the insight, because it's very fair and it's very new. Last week we crossed 10 lakh downloads. Till today, we never ever spent a single rupee on promoting our app. And it still crossed 10 lakh plus downloads.
Amazing. You know, when you get into in a category which is dominated with beliefs, like something like sarees, right? Like you're not like everyone knows where to buy it from.
And with with men selling sari.
Yes.
as coined on Shark Tank, like 3 men, we are 3 co-founders selling sari.
But amazing, and that tells you the power of conviction, differentiation, that no category, no business, like it's not that you can't succeed in that. You require conviction, you require focus, you should be able to reinvent yourself, focus on the customer, execute well, and keep the customer at the heart of it. A big thanks to the panel here for agreeing to impromptu come here and share their insights. Can we have a round of applause for them, guys? Please. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being here. Can we have a quote?
Mic testing check me too. Check mic testing check me too. Thank you. Thank you to all the bright smiles up here on stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have less people in the room, but less doesn't mean that we're going to pour in less energy in the room. The energy should be a lot. Make sure anyone and everyone who's coming up here on stage, we bring in a lot of cheers around. Thank you guys, you've been a wonderful support so far. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again welcoming you all. Now, this is a night of celebration. This is a night wherein you recognize your spirit, your ambition, your passion, and your dedication. This is the Shiprocket SHIVIR Awards 2025. On 8th of July, we had the incredible opportunity to host the SHIVIR Moonshots, an exclusive platform designed to give high-potential startups a chance to pitch for funding and receive direct mentorship from the top venture capitalists. It was, of course, a power-packed day full of bold ideas, real conversations, and meaningful connections. Our panel of investors included Rishabh Golcha, Venture Catalyst, Dhruv Dhanraj Vahan, Eternal Capital, Sanil Sachar, Hudl Ventures, Jivraj Singh Sachar, Indian Silicon Valley Capital, Varun Verma, Fireside Ventures. Here's a quick glimpse of energy, excitement, and impact from that day. Can we please have the video? As a part of the Moonshot program, we also took a moment to recognize the most promising ventures of the day. To felicitate the winners, can I please request Mr. Vishesh Khurana to join us on stage? Alright, so I think Vishesh is not here with us. Can I request Mr. Podal to join us on stage? Mr. Praful Podal, can I request you to join us on stage? You know, there's a reason why I'm calling you on stage. The kind of energy you got on stage with that torch thing, that was amazing. Yes, we're just going to request you to take the center stage. Please put your hands together as I welcome the team. Socks carving, Viren, Yash, and Yaksit. Can I request all three of you to please join us here on stage? Our panel was truly impressed with their unique product line, infectious energy, and most importantly, their clear roadmap for scale. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. So that's essentially our first recognition for the evening. SHIVIR Moonshots. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. Just be with us. Be with us right in front of the stage. I might bother you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Vanvi Khilnani, and it is my absolute honor to welcome each one of you joining us from India, joining us from the capital city, joining us from Mumbai. Thank you for being here with us, people who have traveled long distances to be a part of the much-awaited celebration, the SHIVIR Awards Night 2025. And of course, we're going to come on to this. But before that, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is more than a celebration. It's a tribute to India's boldest entrepreneurs, emerging brands, and visionaries, the creators who are shaping the future of commerce in India. Whether it's through innovation, through storytelling, through scalability, each nominee has carved their own niche and their space. चाहे innovation हो या scale हो, अपनी कहानी इन्होंने हर nominee ने एक अपनी जगह बनाई है, एक अपनी space बनाई है. And you won't believe we had more than 500 nominations across different categories. जिससे साफ साफ दिखता है कि हमारे जो नॉमिनीज थे, हमारे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, कितने मोटिवेटेड थे, कितने पैशनेट थे, कितने एम्बिशियस थे अपने गोल्स को लेकर, अपने विजन को लेकर. Now helping us to shortlist the very incredible, we have our jury members who brought together their expertise, insight and fairness to the judging process. Please take a moment to put your hands together as we thank them. Apurva Vachamaria, Head of Startups and Venture Capital, Google India. Ishan Khosla, Founding Partner, Huggy Ventures. Malika Sadani, Founder, Moms and Company. Sarita Raichura, Director, Blue Ventures. Divyanshi Chaudhary, Preceding Investor, DEVC. Thank you so much. I'm sure it must have been such a difficult process for all of you to kind of decide who should be actually in the winning list and who should not be. We're going to begin with our first category here this evening. The top 11 jury awards. For each category, I'm going to take a moment to explain what it stands for, and then going to invite the presenters on stage to announce the winners. First 4 categories, can I request you all to please give it up as I invite up here on stage to present the awards. Mr. Gautam Kapoor, COO, Shiprocket, can I request you to please join us on stage? Is he here with us right now? Fantastic. We're talking about stars, and the star is walking up here on stage. Come on, everybody. I am also going to request Mr. Navneet Gupta, Zonal Head Retail from ICICI, joining in. We have Mr. Sachin Bhagat, Zonal Head Private Banking. Give it up for the incredible gentleman as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for being our presenters for this category. Now, kick-starting the award category, we have the AI Trailblazer of the Year. This award primarily recognizes those who have significantly advanced digital commerce using artificial intelligence through automation, personalization, or scalable innovation. सेफ टू से ये अवार्ड्स उन ब्रांड्स के लिए है जो एआई का इस्तेमाल करके डिजिटल कॉमर्स को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर लेकर गए हैं. इनोवेशन की बात हो, ऑटोमेशन की बात हो या इंटेलिजेंस की बात हो. Up here on stage, you already see the nominations. We have Forge.ai, we have Seller App, and we have Distacart. Do I request our presenters to announce the awards? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for AI Trailblazer of the Year.
Forge.ai, congratulations.
Can I request you all to please bring in some energy in the room as we congratulate our winner, AI Trailblazer of the Year. Congratulations. I wanted to stay on stage for the next category as well, and I think I'll take that moment to announce the winners. I will request you to enjoy and just present the awards. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ambassador of Cultural Heritage. As the name suggests, ये awards उन brands के लिए हैं जो कि culture, India के culture को मॉडर्न कॉमर्स के भी दुनिया पर पहुंचा रहे हैं, बी इट क्राफ्ट, बी इट वेलनेस या ट्रेडिशंस. This award primarily celebrates the brands preserving and modernizing India's rich cultural legacy through innovative commerce. Can we have a look at the nominees, please? We have Namak Valley, we have Shail, and we have Kashmir Bags. Time for us to look at the winners of Ambassador of Cultural Heritage. Please put your hands together for Kashmir Box Namak Lali. So we have a tie in this. Please give it up for both of them. Once again, we'd like to congratulate. We don't have one winner, but we have two winners in this category, Kashmir Box and Namakwali. Congratulations for being the winners of Ambassador of Cultural Heritage.
सभी कहीं मेरे समय में शिमेना को मतलब होता है नमस्ते। आप सबको मेरा नमस्ते। आज बहुत अच्छा और शुभ दिन है, इतने सारे लोग एक साथ इकट्ठे हैं और सिप रॉकेट और शिविर ने जो हमें आज आमंत्रित किया है उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार। और मैं नमक वाली जो है, मेरा नाम शशि बहुना रतूरी हूँ और मैं 1982 से काम करती हूँ अलग अलग विषय पर। मैंने अपनी एक एनजीओ बनाई और उसके माध्यम से मैंने महिलाओं के बीच में, बच्चों के बीच में बहुत काम किया। 2018 में मैंने एक नमक वाली की शुरुआत की और 2020 में एक नमक वाली का ब्रांड बनाया। आज जो है हजारों महिलाएं जो है नमक वाली से जुड़ के काम कर रही हैं, अपना रोजगार स्वरोजगार कर रही हैं। और जो हमारे फार्मर हैं वो कम से कम 400-500 फार्मर हैं पूरे उत्तराखंड में। और हमारा जो है सबसे बड़ा अभी जो है हमारा सिप रॉकेट जो है, हमारे नमक वाली के जितने भी जो प्रोडक्ट होते हैं उनमें हमारा जो है कुरियर के माध्यम से हमारे साथ में मिलकर के काम कर रहे हैं और उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार। और इस ज़्यादा समय नहीं है सबके पास और मुझे भी टाइम बहुत कम दिया, मुझे माइक मिल गया, बहुत बड़ी बात है। लेकिन जो है थोड़ा सा मैं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड से आती हूँ तो 2 लाइन जरूर सुनाऊंगी आपको। किसी भी शुभ कार्य करने से पहले पंच देवताओं का नाम लिया जाता है। पंच देवताओं का नाम जो है मैं आपको 2 लाइन सुनाती हूँ। खोली का गणेशा है, दना है मोरी का नारायण है, दना हो या पंचे नाना देवा है, दना हो या भूमि का भूमाव है, दना हो या बदरी केदार है, दना हो या शिव को कैलाश है, दना हो या शिव को कैलाश है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सिर्फ रॉकेट का और शिविर का, आज जो है ये मौका मिला। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। Thank you and congratulations once again.
Just one second, yeah.
I think it's going to be unfair if we don't give the winners their time.
Yeah, I'd also like to say a couple of things if I'm allowed. Thank you.
Kashmir Box as an initiative started way back in 2011, so we are technically not a startup anymore. But there are a few things that I wanted to share with you all. You know, it is said that every startup sees at least 5 near-death experiences while they are building these initiatives. We come from a place called Kashmir. I don't need to get into the details of the challenges that we have faced in the last many decades in that place. We have not only seen countless near-death experiences, but we have seen a lot of actual death experiences as well, wherein our business shut down 4 to 5 times. But because this initiative is so close to our heart, and we work with the artisans and farmers of the Kashmir Valley, it was that resilience that got us back and helped us resurrect this business every time it shut down. So if at all, we really feel that we have been able to preserve the cultural heritage, I think for Kashmir, the biggest thing that we could preserve is the resilience. In many ways, the story of Kashmir Box is the story of Kashmir. And I would like to thank Shiprocket because in the last 2 years, they have played a big part in our growth story, serving more than 300,000 customers in over 50 countries. So this feels great. Thank you for the recognition. And in the end, the only thing I can say after shutting this business 5 times and then resurrecting it, now becoming profitable and raising a round of investment as well, is picture abhi baki hai. Lot more to see. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. I think this is the partnership that we root in and that we celebrate. Moving on to the next category, we have Smart FMCG Retailer of the Year. This award category recognizes FMCG brands using data and technology to drive growth and efficiency. Can we have a look at the nominees, please? Burpees, we have Tasty Tongue, and we have the Little Farm Company. But before we move on to the winners, any guesses who the winners could be? Any guesses around? No? All right, let's look at the winners. Smart FMCG Innovator of the Year. Burpees, can we have you on stage? Smart FMCG Retailer of the Year. Winners come with a lot of spin and appearances. Give it up for Burpees. Congratulations. Moving on, we have our next award category. Moving on, we have the next award category, Tech Disruptor of the Year. This is for brands introducing breakthrough technologies that are transforming the course of e-commerce. उन इनोवेटर्स के लिए जो कि नए टेक सॉल्यूशंस के साथ ई-कॉमर्स को डिसरप्ट कर रहे हैं and redefining how e-commerce is done. Can we have a look at the nominations, please? We have 3-star experts, we have the Seller app, and we have Bisto as the nominees for Tech Disruptor of the Year. Any guesses who the winners could be? I got you guys. All right, everyone. Let's have a look at the winners of Tech Disruptor of the Year. Let's have a look at the winners, please. hands together for Booster Experts as the winner of Tech Disruptor of the Year. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां दोस्तों और सज्जनों, come on! Congratulations to the entire team of Booster Experts for being the winners. As much as we'd love to know the story, how the organization started, what was the inception and everything, but we just stuck with little timelines. So, yes, I'm just trying to move on to our next segment of awards. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the storytelling session for now, but if I have little time, I will make sure that I get you guys back up here on stage. But congratulations. Thank you so much. Give it up for the presenters for joining us here on stage. Thank you. All right, moving on, I will request and take a moment here to invite up here on stage CEO International Shipping at Shiprocket, Mr. Akshay Gulati. Can I request you to please join us here on stage? I will also request Mr. Saurabh Tyagi, founder of Nuki. Can I once again request Mr. Saurabh Tyagi? Was what there? Okay, we celebrate entrepreneurship this evening, we celebrate ambition, we celebrate much bigger things here this evening. But quickly, I want to see a quick show of hands. How many entrepreneurs do we have here this evening? How many entrepreneurs do we have here this evening? Perfect. Okay, fantastic. Now, we're moving on to our next category. But before that, I think all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are being honored as we have amongst us Mr. C.P. Joshi, who is joining us here as a guest here this evening. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ मैं चाहूंगी हम मंच पर आमंत्रित करें Member of Parliament Shri C.P. Joshi, a respected leader who has played an influential role in shaping policy and governance in India, served as the president of BJP Rajasthan and currently serving as the chairman of the petition committee in the Lok Sabha. Can I take a moment here and request sir to join us here on stage? अगर आप सभी का साथ हो, आप सभी की तालियां हो, मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्री चंद्र प्रकाश जोशी जी का. थैंक यू सर. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू आप हमारे साथ अगर मंच पर रुक सके इस अवार्ड के लिए. If I can request sir to be with us for this award as well. ये हमारे लिए सौभाग्य की बात होगी सर, हमारे अगर विजेताओं को आपके हाथ से सम्मानित किया जाए, आपके हाथ से उनको प्रोत्साहन मिले. Now we have our next award category, which is the Global Impact Award. Awarded to a brand who has extended globally and built a strong international presence. जो कि इंडिया में नहीं, इंडिया के बाहर भी झंडे गाड़ चुके हैं, अपना नाम रोशन कर चुके हैं. Can we have a look at the nominations, please? We have Distar, we have Skull Candy, and we have P-Safe. Any guesses? Quickly we'll move on to see who the winners of this award category are. Please put your hands together for Global Impact Awardee. And the winner is P-Soul. Congratulations once again. With this, can I thank Mr. Saraplagi for joining us here on stage. Thank you, Mr. Ghana, for joining us here on stage. I would request both of you to please remain on stage. Sir, मैं आपसे गुजारिश करूंगी आप मंच पर हमारे साथ बने रहें. Absolutely. Boss is always right. All right, moving on, we have the next award category. Very interesting, fashion and beauty brand of the year. फैशन और ब्यूटी स्पेस में कंसिस्टेंटली आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, ब्रांडिंग हो, डिजाइनिंग हो, यूजर एक्सपीरियंस हो, एक्सीलेंस दिखा रहे हैं. Honors excellence in fashion and branding with strong branding, with presence, and of course product quality. Can we quickly have a look at the nominations, please? And we have Bharat as the nomination of Fashion and Beauty Brand of the Year. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Any guesses? I know some of you are tired, some of you are still with us, but any guesses? Let's quickly have a look at the winners, Fashion and Beauty Brand of the Year. And the winner is Bharat taking the lead as Fashion and Beauty Brand of the Year. Moving on, we have our next award category, Marketing Master Stroke, as the name suggests. इन्होंने अपने exceptional use of marketing tools या creativity से अपने brand की sales बढ़ाई हैं. Now we are going to quickly have a look at the nominations of this award category, Marketing Master Stroke. And we have Conscious Chemist. Let's have a look at the winners of the award category. Marketing Master Stroke of the Year at Shiprocket SHIVIR Awards 2025 goes to Conscious Chemist. Marketing Master Stroke, Conscious Chemist. With this, I will take a moment here and thank our guest here this evening, Shri C.P. Joshi ji. आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल हमारे बीच आए, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं चाहूंगी आप सभी की तरफ से एक बार जोरदार तालियां सर के लिए. I actually wanted to get Akshay sir back, but I think he's left with him. So if I can request my team from Shiprocket who's here with us, since Akshay sir is left with him, if I can request. All right, thank you, sir. You know the stage is incomplete without you, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next category, we have 360-degree e-commerce innovator. This is awarded to brands that excels across the entire digital stack, from customer retail management to logistics to customer service. They're right there at the top. Can we look at the nominations, please? Beachwala, and we have Stud Mushroom. Alright, let's look at the winners of this category. 360-degree e-commerce innovator goes to 2 awardees here this evening. To begin with, we have Akko on stage. And I also request Stud Mushroom to please be here with us so that I can call you on stage. That's the energy, everybody. Can we all put our hands together? Congratulations. Congratulations. We wish you all the very best for future endeavors. With this, thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Please sit back and enjoy the rest of the show. As now, I'm going to take a moment here and request Mr. Sahil Goyal, MD and CEO of Shiprocket, to please join us on stage with a lot of Sitya and Talia. I think next time I'll have to make a deal. We have so many entrepreneurs here this evening. Every winner who comes on stage has to get a gift from me. Okay? I'm going to go back with a lot of goodies here this evening. Next up, we have the Emerging Brand of the Year. This award recognizes a new brand that has shown fast growth, made a strong impression in the market, made its space in the market. Can we look at the nominations, please? We have Mirana, we have Vedic Dam, and we have Sam and Marshall. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I like the energy, I like the confidence. Can we look at the winners, please? Emerging Brand of the Year goes to Sam and Marshall. Congratulations. Can I request you to take the center stage, please? Congratulations once again. Now what is a very, so I want you to stay back on stage. Now the award category is a very interesting award category. It is Womenpreneur of the Year. As the name suggests, it's often said, behind every successful man is a woman. Behind every successful business also there is a woman. Now we're going to honor a woman entrepreneur creating meaningful change and leadership in the e-commerce ecosystem. Can we look at the nominees, please? We have the Little Farm Company, we have Infresh, and we have Innovation Farms Private Limited. Any guesses? Any guesses? All right, let's look at the winners, please. Womenpreneur of the Year goes to the Little Farm Company, Niharika Bhalgav. Can I request you to please put your hands together for the Little Farm Company, Niharika Bhalgav, CEO and co-founder. Congratulations. Moving on, we have a much awaited award category, Entrepreneur of the Year. I want you to stay back on stage for this category as well. This celebrates a founder demonstrating vision, leadership, action, transformative entrepreneurial impact. Can we look at the nominations, please? Miana, we have Acro, and we have Innovation Farms Private Limited. Let's look at the, okay, taking a moment here. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Okay, let's look at the winners, please. Entrepreneur of the Year goes to Innovation Farms Private Limited, Mr. Kuldeep Pereira. Congratulations, guys. Let's see your energy. This is your celebration. Congratulations. Can I request you to take the center stage, please? Congratulations once again to all the winners so far. We hope that you continue to do the good work. We hope that you continue to set new standards in the industry. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Finally, but get ready. I can just bother you anytime. All right, moving on. Before we move on to the next segment, we have a small audio visual for FitCo. Can we please have the video?
Hi, this is Neha Marda. You must have seen me in many of the shows like Balika Vadhu, Doli Armano Ki and Jhalak Dikhla Ja, but today I'm here as someone who has faced the same struggle as you all do. The entertainment industry has always taught me, confidence is everything. But ironically, this was the place where I had lost my confidence. The constant costume changes, harsh lights, and the pressure of always being ready in front of the camera being absolutely perfect in front of the camera, I was too harsh to my skin, to my body. And it just hit my confidence too. I tried every possible thing from the market, but nothing actually worked for a very long time. The real problem wasn't just odor. Chemical deodorants that promised for 24 hours of protection, but left you reapplying every few hours. Then I finally remembered to turn back to nature. And that is when it happened. 15th January, 2025. India's first crystal deo roll-on, Fitco, was born. For hundreds of years, alum had been nature's secret weapon, but it took modern science to unlock its true potential. We spent 3 years perfecting our proprietary formula, combining this ancient mineral with cutting-edge innovation, creating a product the world had never seen before, and that to 100% made in India. Our pure alum formula creates an environment where odor-causing bacteria simply cannot survive. Instead of blocking pores, it allows your skin to breathe naturally. Our customers keep bombarding us with such testimonials. We believe that when you feel good in your skin, you not just change your day, but you change your entire world. Your confidence. Fitco. Unlock your real confidence. Unlock your voice.
I think after, though I've not been a customer so far, but now I think this really needs to be on my wish list now. Thank you for joining us here. And of course, we've loved how you've marketed your brand and what passion you've put into putting your brand come to life. Now we move on to our next award category, Popular Choice Awards. These are the brands that have won hearts with their story, their community and cultural impact. एक community बनाई है इन्होंने अपने brand के साथ. We're going to begin with the most loved by India. These are primarily household names that have got mass trust, emotional connect, and unmatched recall. Can I please request Mr. Atul Mehta, CEO, Domestic Shipping, Shiprocket, to join us on stage. And joining us with him, we have Fitco's founder, Ms. Neha Marda, on stage. Come on, everyone, can we all put our hands together? Thank you for traveling such long distance to be with us. And since we have a lot of winners, I'm going to go a little quicker here. Please put your hands together for the first most loved brand by India, a name that has been a household name. Please give it up for Bharat. Congratulations. Congratulations once again to both for being the most loved brand by India. And now we are going to invite up here on stage our next most loved brand by India. We have Dista joining us here on stage. Founded by Indians abroad, it lets you buy authentic Indian products directly from local sellers, cutting out middlemen and high markups. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां for our next most loved brand by India, Dista. They've been serving customers across the States, Canada, UK and beyond. Making it easy to save money, support the Indian artisans and merchants, and enjoying the richness of India from anywhere. Congratulations. Please put your hands together for our next most loved brand by India. We have Philo Hevis, who've been upgrading their summer style with the latest collection, from coat sets to all-year eyewears. Give it up for Philo Hevis. Awardee Freestand, driven by passion, honesty and empathy to navigate real-world technical challenges. आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के साथ मंच पर बुलाते हैं Freestand को, as they are the winners of Most Loved Brand by India. Next winner, Bella Vita, can we have you on stage? आपको भारत ने पसंद करा है. Most loved brand by India, can we have Bella Vita on stage? Anyone joining us here from Bella Vita, can we have you on stage? All right, let's move on to our next awardee. Most loved brand by India. We have Mama Earth. Can we get you on stage? Congratulations for being the most loved brand by India. Next up on the list we have Oziva, plant-based nutrition rooted in Ayurveda. Please give it up for Oziva, as they are the most loved brand by India. Thank you. On stage, please. Please hang in there. We're just getting the trophy right and ready for you. By the time, can we all come together and celebrate our awardees, celebrate the nominees, celebrate you all, celebrate this evening, celebrate Shiver 2025. Yeah, I want to see, where's the Shiprocket team here? You guys have to be with us, yeah? Come on. Next up, most loved brand by India, we have Plix. From fizzy drinks to chew gummies, we have nut butters, capsules. Please give it up for Plix joining us here on stage. Congratulations. Next up, the most loved brand by India, we have one of my favorites as well, Royal Rabbit. Can I request the team to join us on stage? Congratulations. I hope that you guys soon venture into women's wear as well. Congratulations to you, Rabbit. Thank you and congratulations. I want you to stay back on stage for the next category as well, which is Legacy Transformers. Offline first brands that have successfully embraced digital and redefined themselves in the online world. Unfortunately, we don't have another set of presenters for this one, but thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you. Can I request you all to please put your hands together for CFO Shiprocket, Mr. Tanmay Kumar, Vice President Cross-Border Trade Shiprocket, Mr. Vivek Sharma, as the presenters for this award category. Mr. Tanmay Kumar, Mr. Vivek Sharma, as the presenters. Looks like we've already also mentioned Can I request Mr. Atul to join us on stage? Is he around? All right, please put your hands together as the winners are already right here on the screen. Please give it up for Glow Garma as they are the winners for Legacy Transformers. Even before we could get the presenters on stage, we already got the winners. That is the dedication that we have. Come on, please give it up for Glow Garma. Congratulations. Legacy Transformers. The next one in line we have a brand that we've all grown up with. Give it up for Bata. Trusted in over 70 countries. In India, of course, it's become a household favorite. Give it up for Bata. Another one in Legacy Transformers. Please put your hands together. As we invite on stage our next awardee for Legacy Transformers, Blackberries, can we have you on stage? Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you all to please put your hands together for winners of Legacy Transformers, our very own Blackberries. Congratulations. with this, I'd like to thank the presenters for joining us here on stage. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, we have the innovation champions who do things differently, sometimes quietly, but always brilliantly. Can I request Ms. Samya Khati, Chief Human Resource Officer at Shiprocket, to join us on stage? Meeting you after a really long time. We met you in the morning and now we're meeting you right now, but we've had your presence. Mr. Kautilya, Senior Vice President, Growth and Marketing at Shiprocket, can I request you to join us on stage? Quickly looking at the winners, innovation champions, we have Estella joining us as the winners of innovation champions. 100% women-led brand redefining jewelry with bold Korean-inspired designs. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Innovation Champion Awardee, Off-Duty India. Can I request you to please join us on stage? We're redefining every weather for India's youth. Give it up for Off-Duty India. Congratulations. Are you also wearing off-duty right now? Fantastic. That's a true representation of the brand, right? Give it up for Off-Duty India, ladies and gentlemen. I request you stay back on stage, our presenters. Sorry, but you guys have to be on stage for just another 10 minutes. Looking at the winners next, we have Nuki as our innovation champions. Unique chocolate experience crafted to spark joy and support well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we have our next one in the category of Innovation Champions. Please come together, put your hands for Parul Girl Beauty. Looks like they're not here with us. We move on to our next awardee. Fit Crew, can I request you to please join us on stage as being the winners of Innovation Champion. The entire team of Fit Crew, can we have you on stage? As I mentioned, a little energy, hands no one. Come on, everyone, please put your hands together. Our next innovation champion at SHIVIR Awards 2025 goes to Scientific. Can we have you on stage? They blend 4 generations of astrology and healing expertise to offer India's finest ethically sourced crystals. Congratulations. Love the energy, love the confidence, all the very best. Swarovski, can I request you to please join us on stage? So I have recently started using your brand and it is absolutely amazing. No doubt that you guys have won this award category, Innovation Champion. You know, there are also perks of giving free goodies to the presenters. You can always promote your brand. Give it up for Innovation Champion Swarovski up here on stage. Congratulations, guys. Next up, we have Swasha joining us here on stage, our next Innovation Champion. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have less in the room, but not low on energy, not less on energy. One and all, please come together. Please put your hands for Swasha. Thank you. Please sit back, enjoy. Next up, we have our next award category, Category Creators. These brands just didn't launch a product, they created entire categories, changing the way we shop. Next up, we have Mr. S. Lakshmanan, Senior Vice President, Shiprocket Fulfillment, Mr. Prabhat Singh, Senior Vice President, Product Development at Shiprocket, to join us on stage. Let's look at the winners for category creators. Astro Talk, can I request you to please join us on stage? आप सभी की जोरदार तालियां, come on everyone, please give it up for Astro Talk. In category creators, we're going to invite up here on stage Japan. Can I request you to please join us on stage? The leading spiritual ecosystem offering authentic Rudraksh Karinguli energy stones to over 10 lakh seekers. As I invite up here on stage our next category creator, Socks Carving, can I request you to please join us on stage? We have a lot of energy, you guys are the winners. Congratulations. Congratulations. You guys are joining us from Ahmedabad. Came show. Congratulations. Next up in the category of category creators, we have the Good Bug. Can I request you to please join us on stage? India's trailblazer in gut health. They blend science-packed probiotics prebiotic fibers and fermented wellness to boost digestion. Congratulations. Category creators. Next up we have Utkarsh classes joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can you get the music down for a second, please? 2 is better than 1, 100 is better than 2, and 500 is better than 100. तो अगर साथ में तालियां बजाएंगे, we're going to get in some energy in the room. Moving on in the category of category creators, I'm going to invite up here on stage, Wait Sanjeevni. Please give it up for our winners in the category creators category, Wait Sanjeevni. Restoring Ayurveda to everyday life. To our presenters as well. Absolutely my pleasure. They would love to know more about the brand, but of course time is not allowing us to do that. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Bharat Trailblazers for brands rooted in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Indian wellness, our traditional wisdom, they are now making a national impact. To do the honors, I'm going to invite up here on stage CXO Operations Shiprocket, Mr. Ankit Kaushik. Corporate Affairs, Vice President Corporate Affairs Shiprocket, Mr. Varun Parihar. Yeah, presenters के लिए भी तालियां बजनी चाहिए. Come on, everyone. Thank you. The winners of Bharat Trailblazers are Deodap Wholesale. Can I request you to please join us on stage? The trailblazer, as I am elated to invite up here on stage, Amigo Goods. There's this very famous song that says, "4 baj gaye, lekin party abhi baki hai." I'd like to say, "8 baj gaye, lekin party abhi baki hai." So please be with us. Little more awards coming on the way. Actually, this is the last category, correct? Please give it up for our next awardee, Bharat Trailblazers. Fidato, can I request you to please join us on stage? Do we have anyone from Fidato? गाइस अवार्ड मिलता है तो शेयर मचाते हुए आना चाहिए, एंजॉय करते हुए आना चाहिए. प्लीज गिव इट अप फॉर फिदातो. You know, at Shiprocket SHIVIR, we wanted to connect all the brands, make the most of the event, build some meaningful connections that last forever. Next up, we have Mufti. Can we have you on stage? Congratulations once again. Bharat Trailblazers, I am now going to invite on stage our next awardee, Krishna's Herbal and Ayurveda. If I would be coming on stage and nobody roots for me, nobody cheers for me, I will not like it. Let's cheer our nominees, let's cheer our awardees who are coming on stage. Moving on, we have Salvo Pharmaceuticals. I like this. You guys are the best here. You guys are the best. Give it up for Salvo Pharmaceuticals as Bharat Trailblazers. With nearly 2 decades in dermatology, pharma is defined by innovation, quality, and trust. Let's look at the next winner of Bharat Trailblazers. Subhati, can I request you guys to join us on stage? Launched in 2023 from Surat, they blend affordability with elegance, offering ethnic wear that celebrates everyday Indian women. For the last one here this evening, please hold back. Please give it up for Vodka Perfumes as the winners of Bharat Trailblazers category. Vodka Perfumes, can I request you to please join us on stage? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please give it up as we present on stage our next awardee, Vodka Perfumes. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for joining us here. Our presenters are like, okay, is it done now? Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to take a moment here to thank all of you for joining us here, for being with us, to the presenters, to the jury members, to the nominees, to the awardees, each one of you who has contributed to making this evening where it stands today. Successful, amazing, and of course, memorable and special. I thank you all for taking the time out and joining us here this evening. They all say all good things come to an end. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a self-reliant Bharat that is making big waves out there. My name is Manvi Khilani. I once again thank all of you for joining us here. I thank our partners for being with us like constant support and pillars. I thank the entire team of Fervent for being the best. You guys have been on your toes in so many ways. I thank the entire team of Shiprocket. I thank the management of Shiprocket. I thank everyone who has been literally on their toes, working to make sure that this event comes to life. आप सभी का बहुत शुक्रिया. Everyone who's been with us, it is more than 12 hours. The energy is infectious. You guys are the best. Now, let's enjoy, let's celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit. Let's celebrate passion, vision, time for me to say goodbye to all of you. Until we meet next time, thank you everyone for joining us here.